Canvas Training. Learn and grow.
Starting with our session today on Azure, you see many cloud competitors in the market. So Microsoft Azure is one of the public cloud providers, one of the biggest I can say, with a good market share and increasing yearly by 18%. So Microsoft Azure is a public cloud provider, meaning first we have to have a clear idea about what is cloud computing. Basically, if you go with the definition that you can see on the screen, cloud computing is a model for enabling convenient on-demand network access to shared low configurable computing resource that includes network, server, storage, and services, and reliability and flexibility that can be rapidly provisioned and released in a minimal management effort, and service provider interaction. So before going directly jumping to the cloud, what cloud models are, types and advantages, later first we go to the previous models, how we used to have an IT infrastructure in-house and on-premise. So in legacy the infrastructure platform, we used to have an in-house data centers, correct, where we have physical servers, and we use those physical servers to deploy or host our application, and we have several components under that servers, the networking, the storage part, and the infrastructure or the space that we need to utilize for that infrastructure. We need to have a proper management, we need to have certain compliances for the physical part of the infrastructure. So when we say we are using the in-house infrastructure, most of the time we have to invest it in keep that infrastructure updated, and there are a lot of management efforts that we have to put to keep it up and running 24/7, correct? So this is how basically the on-premise model works. Everything will be managed by us, and it becomes a very tedious job to manage every aspect of the in-house infrastructure. And the next part, the utilization. When we have a server and a storage, how much we are using that resource. If we have a storage of 20 terabyte, or we have a 4-core processor and 16 gigabyte of RAM, in case of servers, there will be more, starting from 32 gigabyte of RAM to 128 gigabyte of RAM slots in the servers. Are those applications are utilizing such power? That's the first question, because the power will be related to the cost later on. If we are not utilizing the whole power, then we are paying for the vacant resources. That's the first problem in in-house or the on-premise infrastructure. So then the technology comes of virtualization. Okay. So when I say relate virtualization with the platform side, you might have heard Microsoft Hyper-V or VMware. These are the products that converts, we can say, that get installed on the physical machine and create the virtual environment altogether. What basically it means is, when I say in my first example how the legacy infrastructure works, the in-house and the on-premise, you have a server, you hosted your application, but that application is not utilizing all resources of that particular server. So what virtualization do is, there will be one more layer of software between your application and hardware, and that software will divide that one server into multiple servers so that the vacant resources can be utilized by any other application. Correct? So by virtualization, what we have solved was the problem of the unutilized or vacant resource, and we have more capacity. Capacity in terms of capacity per applications, correct? So these two problems were resolved by using virtualization technique. But still there were a couple of problems. That is maintaining the infrastructure part and maintaining the support stuff with that. And after virtualization, the things come with cloud computing. So what basically the cloud is, you don't keep infrastructure at your site. The cloud service provider says everything will be managed by us. The physical part of your infrastructure will be managed by us. The updates, the support will be managed by us. You just use our services and pay for what you use. That's basically a cloud computing is. You will not maintain your infrastructure in-house. You will not maintain the support staff. You don't need to worry about the updates, and you will be paying according what you use. For example, if you have a server on premise or in-house, you have purchased a server, and your requirement is not, that server should not be to power a 24/7 application. You just need for 8 hours or 10 hours. But still, the rest of 12 to 15 hours, you're paying for that server, not in the cloud. When you deploy a server in the cloud and you run that server for 1 hour, you will be only paying for that 1 hour of compute part that you are utilizing from your service provider, correct? So that addresses the issue of cost. And when you say you're deploying anything on the cloud, the service providers have responsibility about the updates and manages that component. So you don't have to keep an asset management or support staff team to managing those servers since it's virtual and also it's in remote place, correct? So basically you can summarize the cloud computing in a simple definition here, right? You have a server, but it's remote and you are just paying for what you are using. Since it is remote, it can be accessed from anywhere in the world. Okay, guys. So there are so many advantages when we are using cloud computing. It's not necessary that we go for all the advantages because it's more of the theoretical part. I will just map it to the current topic and let's see. There are some features as savings. Savings I can relate to the usage of your cloud resources. For example, I will give you one example that I use in my current business situation for the current client that I have designed the architecture. They have a requirement that they want the servers to be on only for the working hours. That is from 9 to 5. And the rest of the hours, they said, we don't want the servers to be turned on because no employees or no users will be using that application at that time, and we don't want to be like that. So what I did an automation on that. What I did, I created a script and map to that server that the server will be on for only the working hours. Okay. So what happened is at the end of the month, when you get the bill, you will be getting billed for the hours the server was on. So there are such possibilities and opportunities in cloud that you can explore to minimize the cost of the resources. You're using it according to the requirements and you're not paying for the time that you're not using it, correct? That's the basic idea of savings from the Azure part. If you say from the on-premise part, I can map it to when you were using the on-premise, you have the maintenance cost, management cost, compliance, and everything comes into the picture and you have to pay for that. But when you move to the cloud, that things gets eliminated because everything is getting handled by service provider. You have security. Azure is basically an offer from Microsoft, and Microsoft, being a very big company, have very high security standards, security and compliance standard. ISO, CPI, DSS. There are many certification. I will just give you the link. You can go through that and then say that the certificate of compliance that Microsoft have and how safe is for you to use Microsoft Azure Cloud. That's one part of the security. And when we come to the platform using the Azure, so there are many security tools built in Azure that you can use to utilize the security strategy, to design the security strategy of your infrastructure. Flexibility, mobility. I can say when you're using a server in Azure, you have a particular configuration in the mind that I have this number of users using this application. So I will use a particular tier. For example, 1 core, 2 GB RAM, if it's very small application, to 4 core or maybe 8 core with 12 GB or 16 or 32 GB of RAM. That's the basic configuration. But you have a different option of different pricing tier. When we go to the compute part of our sessions, you will get to know what are the different type of compute options that you can select to host your application. Okay. So if you have deployed the application on a particular compute tier and later you find that you have a more business requirement, you need to scale up. So you have a different, you can say various options to scale up without any service interruption. You can scale your VM, a virtual machine, from 1 core to 4 core or to 8 core according to your requirement. So scaling becomes easier in cloud, not in the on-premise. If you say the legacy platform, if you want to make any hardware changes, you have to demount the servers and update the configuration. Then you have to troubleshoot from the software if everything is working correct or not. Same with virtualization environment. If we have to increase the capacity of the whole server, then the physical thing comes into the picture where you need to add the component there, but not in cloud. It's an easy one-click scaling option that you can perform from the portal, and it will just take a one reboot of the VM for new configuration to be reflected from the console. There are flexibility and mobility options. Mobility in the sense you have different regions in Azure. There are more than 32 regions globally, and they have more than, I guess, 40 to 50 data centers in the world you can deploy an application into. Except China, Azure China and Azure Germany is a different part or you can see it's been separated from the global regions according to the GDPR rules there. So China customer can only use Azure China, and same goes for Germany. And Microsoft also have Azure Cloud Government. So designed specifically for government organization. Okay, I will show you later in the session. Collaboration, quality control, and data recovery. Collaboration in the sense you have a platform, you have different services. You can use the combination of those services to achieve a particular goal. Your application needs the compute, storage, and you can say the automation part. So the collaboration becomes easier since the backend is managed by Microsoft and shares a common resource pool. Okay. Disaster recovery. So disaster recovery is you have deployed a particular server in a region, for example, West Europe, and you want a copy or a replication of that server in North Europe region because there might be some interruption due to from the service provider. There is very less. Microsoft guarantees 99.9% of SLA of virtual machines or any services that you deploy. But in case there is some interruption or from the service provider's end or there is some maintenance, so yeah, you need to have a secondary region from where your application should go up and running and you should not face any downtime for your users. Because in the competitive world, no one likes a product to be offline, correct? For example, Amazon.com, it goes offline for a couple of hours, then yeah, it will be haywire. So there is a couple of options. You can configure disaster recovery in Azure. You just replicate the servers between two regions so that one of it gets down, the another one will be up and running and will be serving your application, correct? The next point is loss prevention. Loss prevention, I will relate it to the backups. If you have any configuration done into any of the servers of the cloud or any storage, you have various backup options so that in case anything happened in the current configuration, you can just restore it from the backup. Okay, there are a couple of options for software update. The software update is particularly for the Azure Virtual VM before the cloud as well. There were certain patching tools from IBM's, from Microsoft, and the Microsoft native patching tool is Microsoft SCCM or WSUS. That they fetch the updates from Microsoft and deploy to the group of servers at a particular point in time, correct? And then it gets installed according to the maintenance filter. In Azure, they introduced their native services, that is with automation account. So they've simplified it. For SCCM, you have to pay for the license, but Azure Update Management is free. You can just connect your servers with update management. You just schedule it at what time of the month you want the patch to get installed on the servers, and automation account will do the installation part. You have to just schedule it and connect the server. That's it. So there are various such services that you can link to the automation and get the job done without any human errors. Right? Competitive edge, yes, to the point again. We have Microsoft has a competitor called as Amazon Web Services. Amazon Web Service came first, and then Microsoft came later started in 2009, I guess 8, 9, and the rapid development start from 2012 to 13. When Microsoft grows very fast, and the current growth rate of Microsoft Azure Cloud Computing is way better than Amazon Web Services. Correct? Amazon Web Services has the greater market share because it comes before the Microsoft Azure, but the annual growth, you can say Microsoft is dominating in that part. So what is the good thing about Microsoft is when I say Microsoft, there is one product everyone will be using. That's just Office or Windows. So what Microsoft is good at is integrating those things with their cloud platform so that they can get a better edge. For example, everyone might be using Windows laptop or desktop. You can directly connect your local machine to Azure Active Directory. You just have to use your Azure Active Directory account and sign into that. And you can control the applications of your local system from Azure Active Directory. So the compatibility here is great because Microsoft is the one who owns the products, Windows or Office or Azure Cloud. So various products in the markets have good compatibility because it's owned by a single company and have a development team there. Correct? So that's the edge that we get when we use Microsoft Azure. Their native products have a very good compatibility with each other and good sustainability because we'll get updates every time and stable. Okay. The infrastructure of the on-premise or in-house is, you can consider it as a traditional model where everything was managed by us. as a company or the customer and user. So cloud service model basically is divided into three different parts. That is infrastructure as a service, we say IaaS, platform as a service, PaaS, and software as a service, SaaS. When you see here traditional in-house on-premise data centers, everything starting from the network to the application was managed by you. So you have the responsibility of managing, updating, and maintaining those infrastructure. In cloud, you have different models you can opt to, correct? For example, you have your wedding. So what we have to do, there are three things. We have to decide the place where we'll be having the wedding, the decoration part, and the third is the food part, correct? You go to one of the vendor and you say that I have my place, I have a big place of mine. You just take care about the decoration and the food part. That basically is IaaS. How we can relate this example to the cloud? You have a virtual machine. It's a bare metal. Bare metal is the hardware part is provided by Microsoft. For example, you have purchased a one core, or you say two virtual cores with 8 GB of RAM of a server. That's a bare metal server. That is managed by Microsoft. The virtualization or the hosting part of it managed by Microsoft. But which OS you want on top of that VM, Linux, Windows, or any other custom appliance, that will be decided by you. For example, I choose Windows operating system. On top of that, what middleware runtime will be there? We'll be hosting an application. So I will be using IIS. Data will be mine. I will manage the data and I will design the application. The code will also designed by me and I'll push that code to the server. So in this example, infrastructure as a service, virtual machine is given by the Microsoft. And on top of that, you are managing it. The update part of the operating system, update part of the application and data, you will be managing. Behind that virtual machine, the virtualization service, the physical part, the networking part, and the virtualization part will be handled by, they managed by Microsoft, correct? Next example is platform as a service. Going back to the weddings example, you will say, I have my own place. I have my arrangements of decoration. I just need food from your company, correct? That example can be related to the PaaS services. For example, Azure storage, Azure database from the network to the runtime will be managed by Microsoft. OS, middleware, runtime, everything will be managed by Microsoft. You just need to manage application and data. For example, Azure Web Service. You write a code, your application will be HTML, Java, anything. You design an application and you are pushing that application to Azure Web Service. Once you push to the Azure Web Service, your website will be live because the rest of the part is already taken care by the Microsoft. You don't have to design the network strategy. You don't have to purchase an IP, map to the application. You just have to manage the application part. Everything back of that will be managed by Microsoft. The third is, the final and the last example is, everything will be managed by the vendor, correct? You just have to use this example. For example, Microsoft Office 365 or Gmail. For example, you are using a Gmail and an Outlook account. You're not managing the backend of your mailbox. So if you have at the gmail.com or outlook.com or hotmail.com email ID, you're not managing any backend of that email ID, the mailbox, Exchange server, or cloud server. That is managed by Microsoft or Google. You're just using the email ID, logging into applications and using it. So these are the basic cloud models that you will get to know in the Azure platform side. And all the services are somehow divided into these three categories only. Okay? One more thing that I need to add here is only the cloud is divided into three primary categories. There is a public cloud, there is a private cloud, and there is a hybrid cloud. What we are learning here is a public cloud where we are purchasing the cloud services from a service provider. Private cloud is you have a direct agreement of one of the cloud company. For example, IBM is one of the vendors that they have the servers, they are managing everything, but they sign a contract with you and give you some servers on rent, but they will be managing it. So there is a private contract between two parties. So that is the private cloud, correct? Public cloud is anybody anywhere in the world can access the public services and will be open to the internet and anybody can use it from the customer to organization. And the third one is the hybrid cloud. So hybrid cloud, what is hybrid cloud? You can say is a combination of both public and private. You have your private cloud, but you want to merge it with one of the public cloud providers. For example, you have an application, you want to configure disaster recovery in cloud. It is possible. Or you have a private cloud, but the capacity you have rented is exhausted. You cannot have any more resources. So you can scale to the cloud. So when you're using two combination of two clouds, private and public, it comes under the third category called as hybrid cloud. Now there is a very recent product here is Microsoft Azure Stack. There was a product. So Microsoft is saying that you're using our cloud, public cloud. If you have an on-premise infrastructure at your place or you have a private cloud, use your Azure experience to utilize those resources. What I'm saying is, for example, you have your physical server, but you want to use that physical server with Microsoft Azure portal. I'm creating a virtual machine on my physical server using the Azure portal. So then this can be considered as a hybrid cloud scenario. Okay, guys. So yeah, that's the couple of advantages you can see of the public cloud: lower cost, no maintenance, unlimited scalability and reliability. Scalability, as I said in the last slide, you can scale up your environment at any point of time, scale up or scale down according to your requirement. That will eventually impact the cost. You can save more when there is less requirement, and you can scale it accordingly to your requirement and pay. Public, private, correct? As I said, resources are not shared with others, so higher levels of control and security are possible, high scalability and flexibility, correct? And the hybrid one. Then we have a combination of both. Our whole course of the sessions are dependent on the public cloud. We are using Microsoft Azure, and Microsoft Azure is a public cloud. So let me explain how sharing works in public cloud. For example, Microsoft has data centers all over the world, and that particular data center is divided into, you can say, availability zones and regions, and under that they have designed the data centers that you can access remotely. So what basically in the data center you see racks and racks of servers. When I say Microsoft is offering a pay-as-you-go model that you are paying only for what you use, in the backend, what Microsoft is doing in their racks of servers, in their infrastructure, they are isolating the customers into a small shared environment. For example, if you are using a one virtual core machine, you are in customer A, and there is customer B of Microsoft that is using a one virtual core and 2 GB of a small server. So there is a high possibility that Microsoft will serve those two customers into a one physical core, using the one physical core from their infrastructure. So that's how Microsoft manage the backend, that give a shared pool of resources to customers so that the capacity can be fully utilized and both the parties can get a efficient experience on the cloud computing. So that's how Microsoft works in the backend. But yes, there are customers, for example, one of the clients for which I work, they have a very critical application and they don't want to share that application in the shared pool of resources. They want a particular and an isolated environment for that application. So there is an option called as dedicated host, and in the web services, there is an option called as app service environment, ASE. So what it is you can ask Microsoft, you can create an app service and choose a pricing tier as ASE. So what Microsoft do in the backend, that it will not create that app service in a shared pool of resources. It will dedicate it to a whole resource pool so that the network and the compute part of that dedicated host resource pool is only given to you. Correct? So there are a couple of options like that as well, according to the application requirement. That's how Microsoft manages the backend, and you'll be paying according to the tier you select. These are things that you will see more often when we start the demonstration parts or relate to any service of Azure, that is regions, geographies, and availability zones. It's all tightly linked to the redundancy, correct? So Microsoft has multiple data centers and regions all over the globe, starting from US, Asia, in Asia, Southeast Asia. They have Japan, India, correct? US, East to West to West, NA, and there are multiple regions. So you can select the regions while deploying the servers or application according to your requirement. But that data centers are again divided into the different zones and geographies. We will get to know more better when we go to the storage topic. When we'll start the storage topic, then while creating the storage, what will be the redundancy option? What will be the geographical option? Why? Because is whenever you select an Azure storage service, what Azure do is by confirming the SLA to the customer, they make a backup copies of that particular storage into a different zone of the data center, so that in case of failure, they can be restored. Correct? It can be a zone redundant, it can be a region redundant, depending upon the tier you choose. Correct? So these are the options that you will see while using the virtual machine and the storage part of our course. So today's session will be mostly around making us comfortable with the Azure portal, and we'll cover the subscription part, or what type of models that Microsoft offers when you opt in to use Microsoft Azure as a cloud group and a cloud solution provider. Okay, so overview of the Azure service we'll be doing. We will be seeing the options. So I believe the second option, type of subscription or the purchase subscription, is the activity we have already covered. We will navigate through the different subscription types. We'll go through the Azure portal and we'll understand the resource manager model, and we'll play with the Azure Resource Group creation from the portal as well as the command line tools. We'll be covering the basic parts of the command line tools, that will be Azure CLI, PowerShell. Third one will be JSON template. We'll be just checking the basics of that because I have dedicated a separate session so that we can start from the installation to scripting. Okay. So yeah, when we go to the Azure Services portal, or we'll say Microsoft Azure website, we'll see a lot of services. So there are more than 100 might be, and getting new services every week, or you say we have multiple services that Microsoft launch every week. So if we go to the Azure website, we will get to know that from starting from the virtual network and virtual machines compute and the app services, there are a lot of services that we can use and utilize to according to our applications. So it might be compute, networking, storage, mobile, database, web, IoT, big data, AI, and DevOps as well. And there are a lot of services. So once you go to the portal, you can click on all services, you will get to know we have a very good segregated manner that Microsoft have put it, so that you can go through each and every option that I will show you once we log into the Azure portal, correct? So free trial subscription have a limit of $200 that you can utilize over a month. So yes, and it will be unlocked for all these services. There are also a couple of services, there's a very small number of services that Microsoft offers 12 months for free, and there are some services that are free, that are always free, but you have a very, you can say, a limit on that. For example, you have a B1S VM, which is very small, one core VM that you can use for 750 hours in a month. It is good for the development and testing, but if you want to install a couple of roles and check if that a high application can be deployed and used, and it's not possible. Okay, we signed up for the free trial because according to our syllabus, there are services like gateways and app services that is not free, comes under the always free category, that needs to be get utilized under the billing model subscription, that will be a free trial or a paid subscription. Okay, this activity we have already done. The part which we have mentioned here, I'll just highlight it. Create a budget and cost alert for prevent unwanted cost. I will be showing in next couple of moments. Okay, so I will just navigate to the Azure portal. Okay, so basically the URL for Azure portal is portal.azure.com, and once you log into the portal, when you hit the URL, you will be asked for the account, your Outlook or the Hotmail account, the account with which you have created your subscription. And once you logged in, you will be redirected to this console. So on the right hand side, you will see your details here, with which account you have logged in. Default directory. Everyone who have signed up for the subscription will be seeing this default directory, correct? What is this? For example, in an organizational level, there will be multiple directories. When you create any account or any Microsoft Azure subscription, a default directory, an Azure Active Directory gets created. Here you can see it's a default directory, and all the resources under the subscription will be mapped to this Active Directory if you're using any Active Directory resource. But in an organizational level, or for example, a company like IT consulting company or the operation support company might have multiple clients for which they are working. So they will be having an access to multiple Azure Active Directory. For example, client A, client B, client C, all have their particular individual Active Directories. And your account, abc@your organization.com, have access to all three Azure Active Directories. So you will get an option here called as directory and subscription filter. Here, I only have one directory. That's why it is always redirect me to the default directory. But if in case I have access on three different tenant or Active Directory of three different companies or three different clients, I will get an option here to switch to the Active Directory for current working environment, correct? Yeah, it's the settings, the basic setting option of the portal. If you want to change the view or the theme of portal, okay, from here you can change it according to your comfort. Okay, That's the basic portal settings. You can call it as the personalization settings, or you can change the language from here. It's the alert bar. So whenever you do any operation, read, write, modify, it will be highlighted here. Okay? And you'll have a history of what the operations you have done in the current session. Once you logged out and log in again, you will not get the alerts. For example, I've just logged in, so it gave me an alert that you have this much of credit remaining. Okay? This, and you can dismiss it from here. So the alerts will get clear. This is the shell. Shell means you have two different types, or you can say you can classify into two different categories on how you can manage your resources. First, directly from the portal that we are doing right now, and another one is by using CLI tools. And that CLI tools, there are two different methods. First, you can download it. For example, PowerShell. I can click here, open Windows PowerShell, install Azure modules, and work on the Azure resources. Another one, Azure CLI. I can install Azure CLI through command prompt and start working on the Azure resource. But these applications, this command prompt or any CLI tools or PowerShell, these are installed in my local computer. What shell is, you can directly use CLI and PowerShell from the browser. For example, when I click here. So when you click here for the first time, it will ask a storage account to be created. For example, I already have one storage account. If you see here, I've created one resource group, and I have one storage account that's created for using shell. So why it requires storage account? Just to load the local session, and we'll use the cache data and save the cache data into that. So once you open the cell session, there will be two options. Dash, that will be used for Azure CLI, and PowerShell, it will be using for PowerShell commands. Okay, and there's basic settings that you can change. Font, you can also open a text editor here. If you're having any JSON or any script that needs to be used with Azure, it will be saved in backend of your storage account. So these are the basic options. We'll get into more details in the last couple of slides here. I'll just close it for now. Okay, so these are the options on the right hand side of the Azure portal. It's a search bar. This is the basic. It will work as a Windows search or a Spotlight in Mac. If you want to search anything under your Azure Active Directory or subscription, and you know the resource name, for example, I want to search for a resource starting with name. Okay, so it will first suggest the services that starts with that name in Azure Marketplace, and under resources, what are the resources you have deployed that match this search category. Correct? This is the basic search bar. On the left hand side, you have starting with an option called as create resource. Once you click on that, you will be redirected to the marketplace, and you can search what you want to deploy. For example, I want to deploy Windows Server. Okay, you will get an option here, and here in the suggestions, Windows Server, Ubuntu Server, if you want to create a PaaS web app, SQL database. Okay, and there will be a subcategory, for example, networking. Once I click on networking, it will give me a network. If you want to create a virtual network, a load balancer, an application gateway, or anything third-party resources, you can create it from here. So recently Microsoft changed look and feel of your home page of Microsoft Azure. So you have an option. You can go with the dashboard view. You can attach, or just for example, in Windows, we use tiles correct here to just tag the applications here so that it will be easily accessible to you. On the dashboard, you can just tag your resources so that from the first page, you can go to and access those resources, or you can else use in home view. That's this model. On the top of that, there will be recent services. What recently you have opened? I've opened Active Directory recently, so this option came here. Before that, subscription. So these are the history of what resources or what services you have clicked on. Same here, under that service, what resources you have clicked on, it will be shown here. And it will be a quick toggle options. Navigate quickly to anything from here. It might be subscription, resource group. When you click on all the resources, every resource you deployed under your subscription will be mentioned here. For example, I want one storage account in my whole subscription. So it's giving me an option to go to storage account, correct? And these are the learning tools or the hyperlinks that Microsoft updates every time when you log into the portal. So you can go to Microsoft Learn portal and check the documentation and the useful links and suggestions. You have a Microsoft mobile app as well. So, but there is a difference. The operation you do from the portal, you cannot do from the mobile app. They have only a couple of options. For example, if you have to check the virtual machine is running or not, the logs of the portal, that's the basic operations you can do from the mobile app. It's not a full-fledged app that can replace Azure portal or command line tool, correct? So since we are using the free trial subscription, there is an option called as upgrade, so that you can go to the paid tier and start using the paid services, correct? And this is like a home page button. If you go any option here and click on that, it will get back to the home page. So these are the options that you can see on the Microsoft Azure portal and explore into. Yeah, one more thing. Yeah, all services will show you the list of all the services present in the Microsoft Azure. So I have divided into the categories. All means every are the general and mostly used services for subscription management. Compute will be virtual machines and all. Networking will be network related resources. So they have bifurcated all this so that it will be easier you to find what resources you need to deploy. Or basically what mostly we do is just go to create resource and we find for the services. There is one more option. Once you go to resource group, you can also create resources directly into the resource group by clicking add option. Okay, we'll get to know in detail about the resource group in next couple of slides. Okay, so I've fetched this list from the Microsoft page which says the current offers. So Microsoft have many offerings when you opted for using Azure clouds. It depends upon your usage. For example, you are an end customer, you have an option to go with subscription like free trial. You'll have an option for opting in for pay as you go, correct? These are the option directly available to the customer. Support plans is not an actual subscription, it's just a plan you purchase to get technical support from Microsoft. For example, when I go to Azure portal, I've forgot to mention one thing. Yeah, here, help and support. So if you want a billing support, it's free and it's free for lifetime. Any billing query you have on Microsoft Azure for your subscription, you can create a support ticket and will redirect it to the billing team and they will contact you according to your contact preference. But if you want a technical support, you have to purchase a technical support plan, and that is this subscription support plan. So there are many support plans ranging from basic to premium, and there are different SLAs, correct? So you need to purchase a support plan to get technical support from Microsoft. So I will say these three are the end user plan you can directly create. Anyone can directly create and start using it. And there are enterprise level subscription, correct? Enterprise agreement support. The second type of subscription will be you directly have an agreement with Microsoft sales team. For example, you have an organization, a small or medium or a large scale organization. To contact Microsoft sales team, they will be having a session with you. You can sign an agreement. For example, we'll be using $100,000 of services in next this much years, and what will be the resource price. So it's like signing an agreement directly with Microsoft, and you will have power of negotiation as well. You can also negotiate on the pricing of services, and an agreement will be made and signed by both the parties, and we'll have an enterprise subscription. Enterprise subscription billing, how it works, that you will be paying upfrontly to Microsoft, and as you use your services, the amount will get deducted from that agreement value. For example, $100,000 you're using virtual money, so small amount according to their virtual machines will be getting deducted, and once it get deducted or the agreement period starts to get reached or completed, you will have to renew it. So these are the enterprise level of subscriptions. Next one, the big chunk is of the developers part. So you might be aware that if you are a developer, you can purchase an MSDN or Visual Studio license or any development tool license you purchase from Microsoft. So Microsoft have an option to map your existing tool license with Azure subscription, and you will get a couple of dollars, or you can say ranging from, I guess, $50 to $100 free every month once you merge your current tool license with your Azure subscription. So they are mostly used for developers. Right? If you have a Visual Studio or MSDN license currently, you can create one Azure subscription with that, and you'll get a monthly credit limit according to the license you hold. Correct? There are Azure Pass and Azure licensing, open licensing, and Azure Students. These are the passes that we distribute. It's like a coupon code or a pass token. For example, any institute or any, and you can say any session, any open session you are going, so that institute provides you some pass. That this is the pass of $50. You can claim it against your Azure subscription used at $50. So it's like that. It's a small subscription that gets expired once your coupon code or the token gets expired. Another one you can see here is sponsorships. Azure Pass sponsorships, Azure EA sponsorship. Sponsorship is given by Microsoft to the non-profit organizations. If you're a non-profit organization, you can contact Microsoft team and say that we are non-profit organization, we want to use cloud for this application, we're trying this, so they will give a sponsorship. So I don't know the latest one, but I see one sponsorship subscription that one non-profit organization was using, and they have a limit of $10,000 under that account. So Microsoft gave them to use for cloud computing, correct? And there's the last one, and you will be seeing most once you start working with Azure on the organization level. First, you will see EA subscription, because if you are a company, you will be mostly going for the EA subscription or sponsorship, enterprise agreement subscription, and then you will see CSP. CSP is cloud solution provider. So there will be one entity, one consulting company or one organization that will be a middleman for your company and Microsoft. So you will be purchasing the Azure cloud not directly from Microsoft, but you will be purchasing from CSP. Correct. So you will sign up, you will do every formalities with the CSP, and CSP will provide you the subscription and support for the subscription as well. Correct. And the billing will be according to the agreement. So CSP is the one who manages the customer's Azure subscription, as well as if customer asks a project for digital transformation for the company, they can take in that project and will also take care of the Azure subscription part. Okay. They already have a tie-up with Microsoft Azure, the middleman. Any questions for any subscription you see here? We'll be mostly dealing with, since we are the individual, we'll be going with pay as you go and free trial. And once you start working with on the organizational level, you will be mostly seeing enterprise agreement and CSP. Rest, all of this subscription is for development and small testing or fast token. There's a small subscription that we don't use or see many times. So Azure Resource Manager model. In the legacy Azure infrastructure, for example, for we say 6 or 7 years back, they have a classic model under which there was one cloud service and everything was under that cloud service. If you want to deploy any compute resource or networking, that will be merged under that cloud service. So there was one problem that we cannot segregate the resources and work on them individually. So Microsoft Azure comes with a different model. They call it that as Azure Resource Manager model, where they have segregated the underlying resources into different categories. For example, the storage, the network part, the compute part, the monitoring part, they have segregated it. You can see Azure Resource Manager as a backbone to the Azure subscription management model. So everything you will be doing on Azure will go through the Azure Resource Manager underlying resources or the programs that Microsoft have in the backend. For example, we have done, we have used Azure Portal. So Azure Portal will be connecting to the Azure Resources Manager module that Microsoft have in their backend, and from there the operations will get executed. For example, you want to create a new database. From Azure Portal, you clicked on create new resource, you selected database, you have filled all the information that required to create the database, and that information will be given to the Azure Resource Manager model in the form of backend JSON code that ARM model uses. In the backend, they use JSON codes. You put it into the GUI fashion, but in the backend, the GUI details will get converted into the JSON from Azure Resource Manager model, and the resources will get deployed into the portal, and you will see the deployed resources. That's the Azure Portal part of the site, of the management and creation side. That comes the CLI tools. In CLI tools, you will be writing the code, will be using commands, and there will be a service development kits that Microsoft uses or that we installed in our native applications, PowerShell or CLI, and that will also communicate with the Azure Resource Manager model, and then it will get deployed into your subscription. The REST API clients are that the developers mostly use, so that from their application they will be direct connecting to the resource manager, and then it will get deployed. So every management tool or say GUI will eventually end up connecting to the Azure Resource Manager module, and then it will deploy the resources on Azure subscription. Authentication is just when you log into the Azure portal, it will get authenticated with the ARM, and then we'll be able to perform any of these operations. The first will be authentication, and then these operations will be able to, you will be able to perform this operation. So that's how the Azure Resource Manager model works. So what's the definition says here? The Azure Resource Manager is a deployment and management service for Azure. It provides the management layer that enables you to create, update, and delete resources in your Azure accounts. That's the management layer. And then we'll navigate to the option called as management, which is logs, tags. There are a couple of options that I will show you here. Okay, so how to create a resource group? From the portal, you can directly go here, resource group, and you can create add by clicking on add. Once you click on add, you will see a creation console. Any resource you create in Azure will go through this console view. So it will be first basics. If you have multiple subscriptions, you can select which subscription, under which subscription you want to deploy that resource. Okay, I will name the resource group and RG2, and it should be unique under your subscription. You cannot create two resource group with the same name. Correct? It should be unique, and the region. So all the regions will be listed here. You can select a particular region under which you want to create that resource group, and you will click on next. There is one option here, tags. So this is not related to Azure. Tags we generally used in many things. You can say it as a label. So any resource you create in Azure portal under ARM, you can assign a tag, a label to that resource. But how it will benefit me? Why I am assigning label to my resources? To just identify the resources. For example, I am a company. I have different business unit under my company and different cost center. So I can label a business unit. For example, I can say the tag name will be account, and I can say R&D. R&D team will be using this account or this tagged resources, and I can also say cost code, and it will be some cost code. So what is the advantage of using tag is when you see the bill, when it's the billing report. So in the billing report, you can just filter it with the cost code and the account so that you can get a better idea under which account my bill is high or low, which account under my business unit is utilizing which Azure resources. So it will be better for us to know the holistic view of the billing part of the Azure subscription. For example, I've entered two tags here. I'll go to review and create. It will give you the validation summary of what options you have selected or what information you have filled, and you will then create. You will get an alert that you just have done a right operation. So you will get a bell icon alert that resource group has been created. You can click here to directly go to resource group, or you can pin to dashboard. Click on pin to dashboard. It will be pinned to dashboard. So I go to dashboard. I can see that resource group here, JBRG2. I will go to home. I'll go to resource group. I will see the new resource group created. This is the essential part of the resource. Any resource you click on Azure, you will get this type of interface. On the left pane, you will have an options that you can use with that resource or resource group. Here, the essential tab will show the basic details of that resource. So here, under which subscription that resource group is deployed, what is the subscription ID. Deployments is, if you deploy any resource here, it will be called as a deployment. For example, if you want to create a storage account in this resource, you will click add, and you will enter the details, and then you click create. So under this deployment option, you will see the deployment is going on in the backend, correct? And these are the tags. So this resource group is tagged to the account R&D and cost code. Anything, you can write anything here, because at the end of the day, you will be referring to the billing reports or the cost report, and you will get to know by filtering what resources under this cost code or account is getting utilized. Okay, so there is the overview section. There are many options, but I have in the future sessions, I have planned to explain them because it requires to be merged with the other topics and explained in with that reference. So I will just take a couple of options from here. Overview, you will see here, it's an overview view. You can add resource. This is the very self-explanatory options that you want to do from here. If you have multiple resources, you want to list of the resources, you can click on export CSV, and the CSV file will get exported, downloaded to your machine. It will mention all the resources under this resource group. Activity log, as the name says, it shows any activity done in the Azure resource group. For example, there is one activity, update resource group, correct? 3 minutes back. It will give the status that it started at this time, it succeeded at this time, under this subscription, and who did this activity. So this is the email ID, or this is the person who did this activity, correct? Any activity or anything you do under resource group is tagged here. in the logs. Okay, you can change the subscription, the severity, time span. So I've selected last 6 hours. I can select last 1 hour and apply. So we'll see the logs according to that. Maximum option, you can see here last 1 month, but you can go to custom and go back to last 3 months. So by default, last 3 months logs are directly accessible from the activity log here, correct? So yes, the next option is tags. You can see here what tags has been applied to this. You can delete track from here, or you can add by just entering and saving. For example, I want to delete this tag. I will delete it. You can delete it all from here, or you can just add or delete a particular entry and click on save. So the cost code tag has been deleted. Okay. Property is just a properties of resource group. It will say name, location ID, correct? This is the one thing you should remember, resource ID. Every resource created in Azure subscription have a unique resource ID in this format. For example, I'll just copy it. I will open a notepad and paste it. Correct? /subscriptions /subscription ID /resource group /resource name. So since this is a resource group, you will have a ID. So why is this ID? Whenever you use a command line tool or template and you have to point to a particular resource or resource group, this ID will come handy. For example, I am writing a template and I want to create a virtual network. I'm creating a virtual network, but I need to point that this virtual network should get created to the resource group that I'm pointing. And how I can point? I can use resource ID. Most of the case in template, we directly point through name because we have a provision like that. But if you want to particular to a resource, point to a resource, then we'll be using the resource ID. Correct? Subscription ID is unique to every subscription and the subscription name. Correct? Locks, as the name suggests, if you want to create a lock means it prevents deletion of the resource or a resource. For example, I'm adding a lock here. I will say lock name delete. So okay, I've created a lock to prevent deletion of the resource group. If I try to delete it now, so delete it. Anytime you try to delete a resource group, the portal asks for a confirmation and you need to enter the resource group name so that you're confident and you get a confirmation that you're deleting the right resource. Should not exceed it. Okay, so see here, it says failed, correct? Due to the management log. The resource group JBRG2 is logged and can't be deleted. Click here to manage the logs. I've clicked here and I was redirected to the management log. So to delete the resource group, first you need to delete this lock. Once the lock is deleted, I can go and delete the resource group from here. We'll do it in the last step. Okay, and the last option we'll go is with cost analysis and budget. For example, what's the best practice is, for example, you have multiple applications. You have, for example, Amazon.com. So Amazon.com have a shopping website, a Prime Video website, and AWS Cloud. So there are different applications and services that Amazon offers. So the best practice is to deploy a resource group for a particular application. For example, I can use it for Prime Video. I will, for example, I name a resource group called as RG Prime Video. Under that, the infrastructure will be deployed, the backend will be deployed, that will be used by the application. For example, virtual machines, media services, and IPs, and everything will be under that. And we'll assign a cost code or the account for which this resource group is we are using. So in the billing reports, we'll have a picture of what we were using. But for example, if you want to assign a budget to that particular resource group, you can do it from here. Or if you want to analyze, for example, here, once I click on cost analysis, since there is no resources in this resource group yet, it will just give a blank, but I will show you how it looks. Okay, once you have the resources up and running here, it will show you cost and it will also show you forecast. But to see the forecast, you should also have backdated data of last 5 to 7 days so that it can predict the forecast of the resource group, actual cost, what cost is getting accrued in this resource group, and you can use the type of a chart or table, correct? And which services cost, what are the location of the services, and what are the name of this resources, correct? You will see here, everything. In next couple of lectures, when we start using more and more resources, I will get back to this option. I will show you how this looks. Since the subscription is blank, you will not see any details here, correct? You can just save it to the dashboard or save as a CSV file. You can also delete the view you created. You can also share with the another user in the same Azure tenant. You can do these options from here. You can also change the billing month if you want to go to the last invoice or last billing cycle, or for a custom date, you can change it from here, correct? This is for analyzing the cost in real time, not actually in real time, because the data you will see here is for the last billing day. The current day data will be reflected in the next business day. Budgets. Budget, for example, I have given a budget for that application, so I need to define and monitor that budget as well. For example, I need to add a budget that I will give 1000 rupees for this. I've assigned 1000 rupees for this resource group. So I'll add budget. There's an option called as create budget. Select a scope. Scope here is selected as resource group. I can also create a budget at the subscription level, the whole subscription level, or I can create a budget at a resource group level. Here I've created a resource group level, but you can use it at the subscription level as well. Okay, budget limit. I've given it a friendly name. Okay, what should be the reset period? Reset means after completion of this period, the budget get resets to the original value. For example, I've assigned 1000 rupees budget for this resource group. Till the end of the billing month, it was showing that you have utilized 800 rupees for that resource group, and when the next billing month start, it will again resets to zero. Correct? So that's the reset period. Okay, so that was the basic options that we get a resource group for the starters. Later on, we will explore more options. So how the group level works. So starting from once you sign up for the Azure, you as an individual or your company, at the top level, you will be having the management groups. These are the people will be sales team or the billing administrator, or at the level of functional level of the organization or financial level of the organization. They will do the formalities with Microsoft or the CSP, and then agreement will be set. And then under that management groups, there will be subscription. So there can be multiple subscription under your tenant, correct? So whenever you sign up for any Microsoft service, be it Microsoft Office 365, Azure, or any business product, you will be asked to create a tenant that will be linked to your organization. So, and it will be unique, correct? So here also, I will show you. Once I go to Azure Active Directory, on the overview section, we'll see here tenant ID. Here also, when you created a tenant got created in the backend, correct? And a unique tenant ID was generated here. Okay, and that default tenant was linked to this domain. So in the Active Directory lecture or the session, you will get to know what is this, what is ID, what are the different assets, correct? So here I can say management group, and above that it will be tenant management group. Under that management group will be multiple subscription. Under multiple subscription, you will be creating multiple resource groups according to your application and infrastructure design. And under that resource group, there will be resources you will be deployed. That's how the flow works. Mostly as an administrator or an architect, you will be having an access on subscription and Azure AD. You have an access from this layer. And if you are a junior engineer, or for example, your client does not want to give you an access directly on the subscription. So for example, one of the client have 10 applications, but they have given a support to you for 5 applications. So they will not give the access on the subscription level. They will give access on the resource group level that their applications is deployed into. So you will be getting an access from this layers, correct? You can also get an access on the resource level as well. For example, I want only one virtual machine to be managed by a particular person in my organization. I don't want to give him all the privileges, admin privileges, or any other privileges. So I can assign an identity to a resource level as well. That's come under the RBAC, role-based access control. That's what ARM helps us to bifurcate and assign permissions according to the privileges and add a subscription resource group or a resource level. And you have assigned tags to the resource group. You can also assign tags to the resources. There's an option for that as well. Okay, we have done with this activity. We have created a resource group. We have went through the activity logs option. We have seen the properties. We have not created the budget, correct? I'll show you quickly. For example, I'm using this resource group. Just go click on budget. I'll click on add. Okay, I've selected a resource group. I'll just give a friendly name. I'll select a reset period. Since I've selected a billing month, the creation date by default will be 28 because I've created a subscription on 28th of August. So the next billing reset period will be 28th of September or consecutive month, but it will be 28 because I created the subscription on 28. Okay, I can select a year, say October. It's a budget for 1 month, 28 to 27. Okay, give a budget threshold, assign 1000. Okay, if you have a resource deployed, you will get the current estimate, current cost or the historical cost here. Since there are no resources, it's planned. Okay, next. Okay, now the alert conditions comes. The option alert condition is it will shoot an alert according to the budget you have set. For example, percentage. So once I reach 80% of my budget, that is 80% of 1000 rupees will be 800. There should be some action. What action? That will depend upon the action group. Since I have not created an action group, I will create one. What is action group? Action group is action group. Here action group name is, you can say as and a set of people. So you can say action group, set of people to which you will get notified or what actions to be done. Okay, action group contains, for example, you want to send an email, SMS, a call, or a push notification to once they're 80% reached. So I will select this option. Okay, now what you want to do, I want to send an email to admin@abc.com. That's an email ID, for example. That's an email ID. Or you can click on SMS, select the country code, enter the phone number, or you can use call or Azure app push notifications. You can use it. So this is the type of notification that I want to. I will just enter the name. Next, action type. This is the thing that we'll look into the automation section, what these options are. For example, if you want to trigger some another resource in Azure, for example, that alert should also run in automation runbook. You will get to know what is automation runbook. I can do it from here. You can also assign tag, review and create. So what I've done, I've set a budget and I've set a threshold. 80% of the threshold, an alert will be triggered. Okay, that's a resource level error. Okay, so what I've done, I have at 80% of my budget, an alert will be triggered. What will be that alert? That alert will be an email. And where should that email be sent to? That email ID that I've configured. Okay, I can configure the additional emails here as well. I can create a budget. So the budget is created. You can see the budget here. Okay, currently you can see 0 here. Once you start using the services, it will fill the bar with green color. And once you reach 800, some point around here, an alert will be triggered to the email ID that you have configured in the action group that you are about to reach your budget and the threshold is hit. And you can take the actions accordingly. The alert recipients will be this email ID, correct? You can also edit the budget from here if you want to change any value. For example, I have to modify the threshold, make it 1500. I can do it from here. Correct? That was the budget and the cost management part. So I will explain you the basic of the three management tools, that is Azure CLI, Azure PowerShell, and Azure ARM templates. We'll be using these three options. Okay, so this comes under this part, the management tools part, where we will be interacting the Azure Resource Manager through a command line interface. What we have done yet till now is with the portal and the GUI interface. This will be command line interface. And the first option will be Azure CLI. Basically, if you are from the Linux background, if you have worked as a Linux admin or know how Linux works, it's something like shell. Okay, you can install it directly to your local machine using command prompt. You can open it, use Azure CLI command, basic command with AZ login to log into the Azure subscription. AZ group will be Azure Resource group. If you want to do operation on Azure Resource group. So these are the basic commands. Every command start with AZ, AZ login, AZ group, AZ VM, AZ storage account. And then after this command, there will be an operator, AZ VM create. So you will be creating VM, and then we have to give further options, what is name of the VM, location of the VM. So I have kept a dedicated lecture for this so that I can show you the installation to the scripting part. So you just see what is this tool, and in those sessions we will go through that. Correct? First is the CLI. Next will be PowerShell. So what basically I want to say is, whenever you use PowerShell, there will be a familiar set of commands. For example, select, new, get, set, update, remove. So these are the set of commands, and it will be used with the Azure PowerShell as well. So you can use your native PowerShell, but make sure the PowerShell version is 5.1 or greater. In Windows 10, by default, PowerShell version is 5.1. Before Windows 10, it is 4. So first you will need to upgrade your Windows PowerShell to 5.1, and then you have to install module. There is simple commands: install -module, and you have to mention the module name. The Azure PowerShell will get installed into your native PowerShell, and then you can use these commands. This is a basic sample commands. Login is the account will log in into the subscription. You can use this command to select. You can use this command to create Azure Resource group. You can use this command to delete Azure Resource. These are the samples or the examples of the commands we'll be using. So this is how native PowerShell, you can use native PowerShell with Azure PowerShell. Correct? You can see the screenshot here. This is the PowerShell window, and this is the shell window. First, in Azure CLI and PowerShell, you can use your desktop clients command from Windows PowerShell, but in Azure, we also have an option to use it directly from the portal. Okay, I can go to shell.azure.com. From the same window, I've logged in to the Azure subscription. Correct? It will load the shell in the browser session. Correct? You can see here. I can also, so this is the PowerShell on my local desktop. Correct? This is the PowerShell in cloud. Correct? Advantage of using shell in cloud that you would not need to authenticate into Azure subscription first. You can directly start doing the operation. For example, I use get Azure resource. Correct? I hit enter. So it will show how many resource group are there in your subscription. There is resource group name as Azure shell, location, resource ID. If there is any tag, there was no tag here, but there's a tag here. So I can also do it from here. But first I have to log in into the subscription, login Azure account. First of all, I have to install the modules. Install module. This all I will show you in the CLI tools section of the session. Correct? This is the cloud. If you want to use CLI, you can just change it from here to bash. Confirm. Correct? Mostly I use shell version because it's the native and directly from the browser. You don't have to install anything in your local system. It's ready to use. Correct? This is the shell terminal. Correct? It started. For example, I use AC group, and I don't know what should I write or with the Azure formats, or I can use --. So it will show you the commands you can use with AZ group. You can use AZ group block, create, delete, exit, export, test, and it will show you all the help options. What I want to do is I want to list it. So I will write AZ group space list. So yeah, it will show the data in the JSON format. You can see here there's a subscription ID, location, name, provision status succeeded. If there is any tag, here there was tag. Yeah. If I want to delete the resource group, for example, easy group, what helps is there is a command delete resource group. How you will write it? Easy group delete. Maybe there will be, okay. What I've did, I write easy group delete the resource group slash hyphen name hyphen n means name, and I've entered name of the resource group. You can see here name. It is asking, are you sure? I will type yes, and I will enter. Correct? It's running. In the backend, it will remove the resource group. And once you click here, and once the operations get completed from here, and you go here and click refresh, this resource group will get deleted or will not be visible there. Okay, let it run in the background. Okay, that was for Azure CLI in PowerShell. That's the JSON ARM template as well. I will take this in the ISE session because it needs to be explained in very detail. So this is the basic. What is a template? A template will be a set of commands. Will be say like a script that you will run to deploy a resource or set of resource. For example, if I want to deploy one VM. So this is the basic syntax. I will give in the assignment as well. So this are the basic syntaxes. Under this, your whole template will reside. This will be, first option will be a schema that will be connecting to the Azure backend API, and I will explain in detail in ISE session. And under this, you will be declaring your resources. Correct? I can deploy 100, 200, or 300 VMs by using templates, or a whole application can be deployed using a template. You just have to create a template, and there are multiple ways to deploy it. For example, from portal, I can get, okay, the operation is complete. If I refresh, the resource group is deleted. Correct? There's an option called as deploy custom template. Once I've created a template in the editor, you can use Visual Studio or you can use Notepad++ or Visual Code, any editing editor tool you can use to write a code. And once I create a template, I can paste the template here, save it, and can run the template to deploy resources. You can also use Azure DevOps. You can also use Visual Studio Code to deploy a template. Correct? So basically, these are the management and the ISE tools that comes with Microsoft Azure Resource Manager model. So I just covered the basic. There are separate section for these three tools in detail. Okay. Today's session is about the virtual network in Azure. So how you create it, what are the basic terms that we need to understand first we start creating or working with the networking part of the Azure. So today's session will be about it, networks and network security, the basic overviews of both the services. Okay, so what basically a network is, it's a logical boundary in which two or more computers communicate with each other through various network protocols, and the basic example would be a LAN and WAN. So when we say virtual network, it means we are creating a network in remote location, or we say in the cloud. So anything we create in the cloud would comes with the term virtual, because we are not hosting or creating that service in our infrastructure. We are creating it in the remote place or the cloud service providers infrastructure that we are using as a cloud service model. Correct? And that is only a virtual network. Virtual network will be the basic boundary of your infrastructure that you're creating in the Azure cloud. For example, the applications that we'll be hosting will be hosted in IaaS or a PaaS service. IaaS means a virtual machine, a PaaS services, maybe a web services or function or a logic app. So basically in the back end, that resources will be connected to the virtual network so that they will be able to securely connect with each other in Azure. And that basically is an Azure virtual network. I will go ahead and create the virtual network. We'll get to know more about it. So today's agenda will be understanding what is Azure Virtual Network. We'll create one. We'll understand the IP address systems, that what is static dynamic and what is public private IPs in Azure. We'll understand how we create address space or define address space in virtual network, how we'll be using subnetting under that address space to divide the small logical groups under that virtual network. We'll understand and explore what is Azure DNS and what is custom DNS. There is a type of a DNS that Azure provided there as a PaaS service in the backend that Azure only manages, and we just have to use it. That is Azure DNS. And if we want to create a custom DNS server, we can create it in the form of virtual machine and we'll define it in the virtual network. Okay, and DNS, basically DNS, it's a domain mapping system or a domain naming service. Computers on the network communicates logically, not alphabetically. For example, they will communicate with the IP address. In the backend, the data will be in the form of ones and zeros. But as a human being, we use a naming system. Right, it's easy for us. So what DNS servers do is they maps the IP with a name and name with IP. If you request that you connect or you want to connect to a server called abc.local, the request will go to DNS. It will resolve to an IP that the IP of that abc.local system is this, and then we will be able to connect directly to the IP. Correct. And the next one will be network security group. Network security group is nothing but a basic firewall down Azure that where we can mention rules so that the internal and the outbound traffic can be controlled. Correct? We'll go deeper there and we'll get to know more about that. Okay. There's a basic definition that I've mentioned here. This Azure Virtual Network is a fundamental building block for your private network in Azure. So when you create an Azure Virtual Network, we can say it's a private network that is used only for our infrastructure. Correct? There is no public internet or there's no direct connectivity of the public internet until and unless you have a public IP assigned internally to that resource. Correct? So VNet enables many types of Azure resources such as virtual machine to securely communicate with each other to the internet and the on-premise. So that's a hybrid situation. In many times at an organization level, you will be having virtual networks in Azure where you have your applications running in the cloud, but still you will be having your office location from where you will be managing those applications. So there will be a hybrid connectivity, a gateway connectivity that we will see in the pairing or the gateway session of the lecture, where we connect your Azure cloud network with the on-premise network so that we'll be able to achieve high bandwidth and low latency connections. Correct? That will be calling as on-premise. So you can connect virtual network on the Azure and your on-premise network through gateway, and you'll be able to communicate through the backbone of the network. Correct? There are certain terms we need to understand. That is first address space. Address space, as I mentioned, that virtual network is a logical boundary. The address space defines how big your boundary is, and so format of CIDR. CIDR format in networking that we use 192.168.0.0 / if anybody worked on the Windows Server level, when we create the DNS server, correct, we define a scope that how big our network is, correct? For example, everybody might be familiar with this terms of 192.168.0.0/24. So how IPv4 addressing works is each of this is 8-bit, correct? It denotes the 8-bit. So this is total of a 32-bit IPv4 address, correct? And I've mentioned /24. After the term slash mentions 24, which means first 24 bits will be fixed. 888, correct? First 24 bit will be fixed, and the last bit will define our boundary. And how we came to the number 256 is basically 2 raised to 8. That is 256, correct? Why 2? Because in the binary format, there are only two logics, 0 or 1. With 2 digits, we define the whole address space. So 192.168.0.0 is the first IP of our address space, and 192.168.0.255. So 0 to 255, it will be 256 addresses. So this is our boundary. We have 256 addresses that we can use to assign to the resources under your virtual network. I've taken a small example with 256 address. You can create 16. First 16 bit will be fixed. The next 16 bit will be variable. So 2 raised to 16 it will be 65536. Correct? So the start will be 0 or 0.0 to 1. Yeah, the end address of 256. This is how we define the boundaries or the addresses in the address space when we create a network. You can just give the address space and it will calculate the address, subnet mask, and everything. And that was the address space. Subnets, when we create a virtual network or we define a boundary, we divide that whole boundary into the small sub-logical networks so that we can isolate our environment, right? For example, if I have used 24, this is our whole boundary. I need to divide into 2. So what will be the division? For example, I will divide one network into 192.168.0.0 to 192.168.0.127, correct? And 192.168.0.0 to 192.168.0.55. So this whole boundary 192.168.0.0 to 192.168.0.255 divided into 2. So you can consider in the CEDAR format like 192.168.0.0/28. The first 28 bit will be fixed here, 192.168.128/28. Correct? We have divided the whole address space into 2 subnetworks. And while creating the virtual network, yeah, we will be giving the address space like this in the subnetwork so that it, in the backend it will get this much of IP address for our subnet and be using accordingly. I will show you one more example in the next slide with the help of a tool. Okay? Next, regions. So VNet, whenever you create VNet in an Azure environment, that VNet is binded with a region. For example, you can create a virtual network that will be in east to west, west to west, in any region, it will be binded in the backend to a region. And you can create multiple networks in multiple regions. And you can also create a connection between those virtual networks as well. We use a term peering that we'll see in the hybrid connection session. What is peering? Peering is basically connecting two virtual networks in the cloud with each other. So basically, when we say connecting two networks in the legacy infrastructure, we used to have a gateway. So gateway, what does a gateway do? It connects to two different networks so that the resources in those two networks can communicate with each other. In peering, we don't have to create a gateway. Azure manages the peering gateway in the backend. We don't see it in the portal. We just create connection and we'll be able to communicate with the resources in both the networks. Also, VNet is scoped to a subscription. You can implement multiple network in multiple Azure subscription and region, and you can also connect to a virtual network from a different subscription as well. Okay, we'll just go ahead and create one virtual. There's the steps mentioned and the same steps I will be following, so please go through it carefully. So I have a resource group created already. So this is my subscription in Azure. I've clicked on Azure class. It's my class 3, it's today's class, and I create a virtual network, add. You can search for a virtual network directly from the search bar or you can navigate to the marketplace section, go to networking and create a virtual network from here. So subscription, yes, selected the existing subscription, resource group, name of the virtual network. I would like to give it BNetDev US. So try to give a name of the virtual network according to the application or the environment you are using. It will be easier to understand. So this virtual network, for example, I'm using for development environment in our infrastructure, and I've used US so that by seeing the name, I can get that I've created this virtual network in East US region, or you can say EUS, right? Region I've selected East US. Next, IP addresses. So by default, there is one IP address already mentioned here. So I will use my IP address. For example, I use 192.168.0.0/24. So it's the address space that will give me 256 addresses. I've used it. You can also use IPv6 address, but no one has used IPv6 as of now. IPv4 is enough. We'll get many IP addresses to manage our whole infrastructure. Once we have created a boundary of your virtual network, now you can also add subnets that you want to divide those logical boundaries into a small network. So I can click on add subnet. For example, I have a two-tier application. For example, my application has some front-end servers that will be web servers and back-end servers that will be a database servers. So I will create two subnets. I can say front-end. From this chunk of IP address, I will need, for example, half IP address. I've divided that IP address into two subnetworks. That will be 25, I guess. Okay. Here, 28 will be 11 address. It will be 25. Okay. You'll see one thing here. As soon as you enter the address space of the subnetwork, it will automatically show what is the first and the last IP address. It will be 192.168.0.0 to 192.168.0.127. And you see one more thing here. You will get from this 128 IP addresses, you will get 123, and the remaining 5 Azure will reserve that IP address. So why Azure reserves is for its backend operation. For example, in future, if you create a gateway into that virtual network, then it will be used for rerouting. So Azure use that IP addresses for the backend purpose, so that we'll be able to connect the subnets with the resources in the subnet should be able to point to the resources in the different subnets. So in the backend, 5 IPs get reserved in the Azure side, correct? Service endpoint is something that I will explain in detail in the lectures when see the hybrid connections, but I will just give you a basic overview. Service endpoint is, for example, let me create the subnet. I will show you when I create the second subnet. Okay, I am not selecting any service endpoint here. I'm just creating one subnet called as front end. Okay, now I will add one more subnet called as backend, and then I will use the remaining address space for correct. The starting IP address will be 128 to 255. So I've created two addresses. Front end, for example, for front end, I will be using web servers. For example, I've hosted a website on IIS and I'm using a virtual machines here. So the public facing servers will be the front end servers. In the back end, I will be having my database server. That application will be using that database server. Now, from front end to back end, for example, if I want to connect from front end to back end, I want my service to be using the private or the backbone of infrastructure of the Microsoft Azure. So I can use any of the service here. For example, in the backend server, I've deployed a SQL server. So when I click this option, SQL server here, in the backend, I've deployed a database server and I select the endpoint Microsoft.SQL. So any communication coming to this subnet on SQL service can only be used or can only be routed through internal networks. You cannot publicly connect to the SQL service into the subnet. So to restrict the public access and to use the Azure backbone network, the service endpoint use. We'll get to know more in the section and we'll discuss more about it. We'll be using it. So that's the basic of this, correct? And I save, you can save here. Now most of the things are ready. So yeah, next security. There is option called as Bastion host. What Azure Bastion is, it's a PaaS service, it's a managed service. The server or the resources will be created and managed by Microsoft in the backend. You don't have to create a jump server. That will be a jump server, but it will be in the backend. Microsoft will manage it you can directly take RDP from this browser. When you enable this option, configure the Azure Bastion host, directly you can click on the virtual machine you created, click on connect option, click on Bastion. In this browser console, you will be seeing your Windows server. Okay, so for explaining this Bastion option, I have to first explain the legacy, that how we used to connect to the VMs in the remote servers, and then Microsoft came with an option called as Bastion host. Microsoft says, I will manage the backend jump server and everything. You just enable this option and configure it, and from the browser only you can take the RDP of the VMs. Correct. The DDoS protection is, yeah, it's the feature of the virtual network where you can enable and get an alerts if there is any attack happens, or any alert that you get will be configured from here. So firewall, I believe you worked with any firewall technology. So basically this is the PaaS offering of Azure, that your firewall will be connected and created in the Microsoft infrastructure. You will only have a console here, and you can manage the firewall rules from the Azure portal. Okay. For now, we'll be keep this option disabled. Next are tags. Everyone knows that you can assign a labels to the resources that you create in Azure, so that you can easily identify the resource. Correct. Option create. It will validate that all the options filled are valid and there is no error. And I will create it. My virtual network has been created. I can directly click here to go to the virtual network that I've created. Correct. There you can see all the options. First, on the Essentials tab, you can see under which resource, which location, which subscription this virtual network is deployed, what's the subscription ID. You can add a tags here. Address space, I've defined 192.168.0.0/24. Just hold with this option for now, DNS server. In next couple of slides, you will get to know better what is this. Azure provides DNS service. Correct. Here, if I want to change the address space, if I want to add another address range, such as 10.0.0.0/24, I can add it. I can save here, I can add it, and I can manage it from this virtual network only. Correct. I can also change the network address that I first created. For example, 24 has 256 addresses. I want more, so I can change it to 22, or I can change it to 16, so that I get more addresses in my virtual network. But just remember, whenever you do any changes in the networking part of the Azure, just be very sure what you're changing, because as we know, changing a small thing in the network can have a very big impact on your applications. For example, you saw that I've changed the address space. So whenever you do that, basically we should not do, whenever we create in virtual network, we should always create a boundary that is sufficient for an application, and we will not make any changes to the address space. But in case, for example, from the development, you need to test what will happen. So if you have virtual machines already created in the subnets, and then you want to change this address space, for example, if you want to decrease the address space or increase the address space, you might have to move the VMs from the subnet, or might have to recreate it. So whenever you do this thing, just be very sure what you're doing in the networking part. Correct. Basically, use the address space ends with /16. If you have only one or two virtual, you have decided you will be only deploying one or two virtual network in your environment. One will be for dev and one will be for production. So design according to the requirement and select the address space accordingly. 16 being the address space that will give you more than 65,000 IP address, that will be more than enough. Right. So this is where we see address spaces. This option where you will see how many subnets you have created and how many available IPs are there. For example, I have created one VM under this subnet. Okay, so it will then show 122 because one IP is assigned to that VM now, the network card of that VM. Right. So as you create resources in the subnet that uses the IP address, this number will start decreasing. I have not yet created any resource. That's why these all are blank, and I have not created the security group yet. We create in the last section of this session. There's a DDoS protection and firewall option that we have kept disabled for now. Correct. So these are the basic options. These are the advanced options that we'll be taking in the next couple of sessions in the networking part. The next slide is static and dynamic address. It's pretty understandable from the name itself that dynamic means changing, static means stationary. For example, I create a VM in virtual network under a subnet. Say I've created a front-end server and created it in a front-end subnet. Correct? So there are 128 addresses available, from which 123 are readily available to me. 5 are reserved. So which 5 will be reserved? The starting 4 and the last one. So in this case, 192.168.0.0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 and 0.127 will be reserved in Azure. Between that address space, it will be able to use it with your virtual network or network cards and any resource that requires a network card or IP from the subnet. So when I create first VM in this subnet, the IP automatically Azure assigns the IP, internal IP as 192.168.0.4 because 0 to 3 and the last IP is reserved. So first IP that you will be get from the subnet will be 0.4, correct? And if I keep that IP configuration as static, so that 4 IP will be always attached to that NIC card. Okay, let me show you by an example. Let us try to create a network card, not the VM. I'm creating a network card. It's basically a network card that will be used by VM to communicate through the network resources. You'll see it will ask for their virtual network. It will ask for the subnet. I can use backend.no, and here you will see two options: dynamic or static private IP address assignment. So if I select dynamic, and when I create the network interface, it will select any available IP address from the subnet. So anybody heard a term called DHCP pool? So the pool has multiple available IP addresses. So whenever some resource or say some service asks for an IP to the DHCP pool, the DHCP pool what will do? It will take an available IP from the pool and give to that service. And once the job of that service is over, that IP will be free and come back to the pool, and it will be assigned in the next instance to any other service. So it's dynamic, that it will give until the requirement, and once the requirement is fulfilled, it will come back to the pool and it will be assigned to any other service that again it asked for. That's the dynamic operation of the IPs. But it is not recommended in the production environments because we don't want our IPs to be changed, because in the backend, when we configure the application, we'll be binding that IPs of the particular VM to different services. And if that IP gets changed, we'll face a lot of errors. So the best practice is keep the assignment static. As soon as I click static, one more option pops up, that what is the IP address that you want to be static or to attach to this network interface. I want 192.168.0.10. I want this. So this will be the IP address that will be always attached to this network interface, and it will be static. Correct? So the different between two options. Dynamic, it will give any IP to that network interface. For example, consider this network interface will be attached to a virtual machine. Whenever we create virtual machine and a network interface get automatically created, I'm just for the sake of example, I'm creating it separately. So I've created a VM. I use the dynamic IP assignment, and Azure assigns 192.168.0.4. Correct? And whenever I turn off the VM, that IP get released, and it will be again back to the Azure pool. So whenever I restart that VM, there's a high possibility that the different IP will get assigned to my VM. Correct? So these are the two options here. If I click next and create, that interface will be get created, and the IP will be the private IP, this IP that I've mentioned here. Okay, the stuff I've explained here is just mentioned here theoretically, that when if you delete the VM or if you move VM to a different virtual network or you stop the VM, that dynamic IP get released to and get back to the Azure pool, and then whenever you try to restart or recreate another VM, that IP will get assigned to that resource. In static, you mention the IP that I want this particular IP address to be attached to the network card, and it will be attached to it until and unless you go and change it. Correct? Public and private IP address. So as I have given you the example for jump or a stepstone server, for example, you have one public application that is hosted on the front end part of your virtual network. You want that application to be accessed publicly, so you will need a public IP. Public IP is nothing but a channel to which your infrastructure, your application will connect it to the public internet. Correct? For example, you have a VM, you have hosted an IIS site, and you have attached a public IP. So that public IP will be an inbound channel to that virtual machine, so that the external network will be able to say, reach that to VM in your Azure network and access the application. Okay, public IP can be used with virtual machine network interfaces, load balancers, and application gateway. Okay, these are the load balancing service of Azure. We'll see in future sessions. Subnets have already explained a small logical boundary. Correct. So private VMs, as we have mentioned in our address space. Okay, these all IPs is private. For example, if you've created virtual machines here, the private IP that assigns to that virtual machine, get assigned to the virtual machine is .4. So you cannot connect to that IP publicly from your public internet because it's an internal IP. If I add a public IP to the virtual machine to a network interface, and if I ping to that public IP, I will get response because that public from the Microsoft backend, that IP is exposed to the internet. Correct. So these are the two IPs that we'll be mostly working with, public and private, and we'll be using with multiple Azure load balancing service. Okay, just consider that you have one virtual network. Whenever you read any documentation about Azure, you will be getting more such of these diagrams. So just try to be used to it because there are certain formats and icons that Microsoft uses. It becomes very easier to understand. For example, this icon is for virtual network. So consider this outer boundary as your Azure virtual networks. Outside that is the public internet, correct? And as we created a virtual network in this example, there is one front-end subnet, there is one back-end subnet. I have front-end web applications hosted on these VMs, and I have database servers hosted or created in back-end subnet. This is not exposed to public internet because it's a back-end service. There's no need to export it because it will be used by internally by the application servers. But my application servers has the front-end application that needs to be exposed to the public internet. So consider this icon for now as a public IP and consider this as a private IP, correct? So people accessing the application from the public internet will have an inbound channel through public IP so that they will be able to connect to the application server, and the application server will be connecting to the database server internally with the private IP. There is no connection from private IP directly to the internet. No. The internet have a public IP as a channel to communicate to the front-end application server so that the web page will be served from here to the public internet user. But internally, those application server will be using these database servers to private IP. So that's a two-tier example. This is the icon of network security group, which will be our next topic. I will explain you there. Consider the virtual network here. Virtual network itself don't have any charges associated with it. Okay. Virtual network is built upon the traffic flowing between the virtual network. For example, how much data is flowing into the virtual network. So any traffic come from outside network inbound to Microsoft data centers is free of charge. Correct? From outside to inside Azure data center, there is no cost associated with it. But traffic flowing from Microsoft data center to outside network is chargeable. First 5 GB is free, and next per GB there is some cents of cost that you can go to the pricing calculator and pricing page of Azure and let you know pricing. Okay, this is the tool where you can estimate the cost of what we'll be using. For example, here, so virtual network have the cost associated with the data transfer. Okay, you can see outbound data transfer, inbound data transfer. It works like that. So you can go through this pricing calculator and explore the options here. Okay. Now coming to DNS. DNS basically, as I said, is a system where it maps a name to a public IP and public IP to name. For example, there is a VM called as DB, and fully qualified domain name or full domain name of that VM will be db.contoso.local. For example, here, consider this as a DB VM and this as an application VM, front end, back end, and front end VM wants to connect to the backend VM, correct? You know the VM, the name of the backend VM. For example, you're trying to take an RDP. So we'll type a name that I want to connect to db.contoso.local. So there will be a DNS service. I will explain you in the portal as well. That the request will be first go to the domain name service, and the IP of that particular VM that is mapped to this name will be given to that VM, and that VM will connect to that VM through that internal IP. So this is how domain naming service works. When we created the virtual network, you saw the option here is Azure provided DNS service. For example, you have a test environment or a very small environment. Basically at the organizational level, we deploy our domain server, a domain controller, and we install a role of DNS on that, correct? and we basically use our domain name server or domain controller for resolving the names in IPs. We'll have certain set of DNS rules. But if you are just creating the environment for testing, or you have a very small environment, you can use Azure provided DNS service. What is this? It DNS default Azure provided. So whenever you connect two VMs in the same virtual network, a default Azure provided DNS will come into the picture that will resolve name and IP or IP to name. For example, I have VM1, VM2. I want to create a connection, how to connect VM2 from VM1. So I will just type the name of the IP. Not necessary, it should be a fully qualified domain name because we have not created a domain only yet. Correct? We have just two VMs here, standalone VMs, not connected to domain, nothing, just a standalone VM. And I have to connect it. These VMs are not connected to any domain. So no picture of domain controller or DNS server comes into the picture. So in the backbone of Azure, there is one DNS service that resolves name to IP. And this is by default, as mentioned here. If we do not want to use this option, we have our domain controller and DNS server that resolves name to IPs and IP to name. And we have certain DNS rules there that will be used by our environment. So what we will do basically, we will click on custom here, and I will put the IP of the DNS server. For example, I have two domain controllers in my environment that I've created on Azure only. And the IPs of that two domain controllers are 192.168.0.4 and 0.5. Okay. So what we'll do in the next time, when you click here on save, first of all, you see the caution mark here that virtual machines within this virtual network must be restarted to utilize the updated DNS server setting. So it's a best practice that once you create the virtual network and deploy your domain controllers in the virtual network, the first thing you should do it, come here, enter the IP address of the DNS servers, so that going forward, when you create your infrastructure, they will be directly using your DNS servers. There is no need to restart it. Or otherwise, if you are changing the domain controller IP address, it's not best practice. But if you are adding another domain controller, so you have to add the address of that domain controller here and restart all the IPs present in the virtual machine so that the changes can get reflected. Correct? When you save here, it will save the IP. So next time, this is the same diagram, but consider this as your domain controller. The next time VM request to connect to this VM, it will pass the request to your domain controller, which have the DNS role installed, or the DNS server the same. And then that DNS server will reply to that request that this is the IP of the VM that you want to connect, and then it will connect to that VM. In most scenarios, when we will be using a production environment or any environment, any big environment, you will see the custom settings. It is not recommended because it is for only a small testing environment or the POCs environment, something like that. Okay, so those are the two options, custom DNS and Azure provided DNS. Azure provided DNS is not recommended because it's for just a testing purpose or a small environment. If you don't have domain controller in your environment, just want to deploy a standalone servers and do some testing, yes, we can do that. But in the production and the big environments, it's always recommended that you use your own DNS server in on-premise or on your virtual network, Azure Virtual Network. Right? You can define the DNS servers in two places. First, you can directly mention here that those are your two DNS servers at the virtual network level. And if you want any particular VM in your environment to get connected to another domain naming server, so in the network card, when we create a network card, let's quickly create one. So there are two places. First, directly in the virtual network, and another one will be on the network card itself. You can just mention the IP address of your DNS server that you want that particular network cards to get connected to, and then it will use your DNS servers that mentioned in the network card and not on the virtual network itself. Okay, you will see the network cards when we see the virtual machine sessions in this. So that's the private IP address automatically. Since I kept the private IP address assignment as dynamic, the first IP that was available in the subnet was assigned here, 04. Okay, those are the basic options here. There's the subnet, then the virtual network that this network card is assigned to. In IP configuration, you will see what is the assignment type kept here. So yeah, you can only see private IP address. There is no public IP address attached to this network card here. Okay, you can click on IP config and you can change the assignment to static. For example, I want to keep the IP address as 10. Correct? I can go here, change the dynamic assignment to static and mention the IP address here. Or you can also create one public IP address directly from here. There is no existing. You can create one public IP address from here. Public IP. Okay. If you want to keep that public IP dynamic, you can select this option here. or static. So what is the difference when we create dynamic or a static public IP? So whenever you create a static or a reserved public IP, you will be getting charged for that reservation, correct? And if you are using dynamic, you will be only charged whenever you are using that public IP, correct? That's the two different things here. So if you reserve that public IP particular for you, it's like you are purchasing a IP from your ISP. It's like purchasing an IP from Microsoft Azure so that you will be using in your environment. You're reserving that public IP, correct? You will be charged accordingly, charged for the whole time you have reserved the IP. Instead, if you are using dynamic IP, you will be only charged when you are using your IP. And once you turn off the VM, that public IP will go away to Microsoft Azure pool. And the next time you turn on the VM, you will get a different public IP, correct? Is the DNS server. Okay, there's two options here: inherit from virtual network. We have went to the virtual network DNS servers option, and we have declared two DNS servers, 4 and 5. But I don't want that DNS servers to be used by this virtual machine or network card. I want some another one. Okay, I want to use 20. I have a DNS server, separate DNS server that will be used by this virtual machine. So I will mention it here. So once you change this, the VM will get restarted and it will then utilize, or I have a priority of using these DNS servers over the virtual network server. Okay, come to the last topic of today's session, that is network security group. So network security group is basically a basic firewall, not an application level firewall, but just a basic firewall that we'll be using to controlling the routing of the traffic coming into or going out of virtual network or subnet. Okay, let me first just create one, go to the details. So as far as I know, a network security group is not chargeable. It doesn't incur any cost. Okay, so when you create a network security group, you can directly attach that NSG to a subnet or to a network card. So if it is assigned to a subnet or attached to a subnet, the VMs, all the VMs under that subnet will be the traffic to that. All the VMs will be according to the rules mentioned in the network security group that is attached to a subnet level. If you attach a network security group on a network card level, only that VM traffic will be controlled by that NSG, right? So there are two options here. Okay, this is the network security group I've created for the front end. So whenever we create a network security group, there are certain set of rules that comes by default. Before that, we'll need to know what are the rules here. Rules is basically, in the common terms, are networking rules. That rules, it means it defines what should be allowed and what should be denied, correct? And there are two types of rules that we mention in network security group. That is, one is inbound rule and one is outbound rule. Inbound meaning traffic coming into that particular network card or subnet. Outbound is traffic originating from the local Azure network and going outside of that resource. For example, if I have attached this network security group to a front-end subnet, front-end subnet will have front-end application servers, correct? So we'll define the inbound security rules according to our requirement, correct? For example, here, if you see, there are three rules that is defined by default, and the network security group rules works according to the priority. So the rules having the higher priority will be used. For example, if I have two rules, I create one rule for allowing a traffic from a particular IP address and one rule to denying the traffic to that same particular address. So how will it work? Since we have the same IP address and we have created two rules for allowing as well and denying as well. So the Microsoft network security group will check what is the priority of that rule. If deny rule has the higher priority than the allow rule, then it will deny the traffic. If allow rule has the higher priority than deny rule, it will allow the traffic, correct? By default, all the inbound connection from the VNet is allowed. For example, if you have virtual machines in the same VNet, by default, that is allowed on any port in any protocol. Port meaning, for example, 3389 will be a TCP RDP port, correct? It is allowed within the virtual network, correct? Any port, any protocol is allowed within the virtual network, correct? This option is for Azure Load Balancer. For example, if you're using Load Balancer in any of your application, then the traffic routing from the Load Balancer is also directly allowed within the virtual network. And that's the last priority, that is deny all. inbound. So we have to mention all the rules that we'll be having above it. For example, the subnet has my front-end application servers. I have an application for customer-facing website, and customer will use that website from the public internet. So what changes do you feel I should do here? Because the current network group settings, it will not allow any public internet traffic to go through my front-end subnet front-end VM, even if you have a public IP, because network security group is restricting it. For example, if you see, there are two options. You can attach it to the subnet or network interface. For example, I will attach this network security group to a front-end subnet in my virtual network. I will go here. I will select my virtual network. I will select my front-end subnet and I click OK. So now the traffic on the front-end subnet will be managed according to the rules you mentioned here. So this is an inbound security. So for example, I will add a priority. For example, source will be any, that's internet, correct? Okay, from any port the traffic will reach our front-end subnet. On destination side, we can use an IP address of the particular virtual machine or the whole subnet. I believe 25, correct? This is the IP address of the whole subnet, correct? You can also mention one VM from that subnet as well. For example, I just want these rules to be attached to the subnet, but in that subnet it will be for only VM that is using this IP address. I can do that. I can fine tune it to that level, or I can directly use the whole subnet, correct? The destination port I want is HTTP, that is 443, okay, TCP, and the action will be allowed this traffic publicly. Publicly means from any source or any port, that is internet. Destination would be my subnet, front-end subnet, okay, and I can give a friendly name, that is allow HTTPS. Okay, I can also give a description here, and this is the main part, priority. You should not use one or two here, because in future if you want to assign a higher priority, for example, it will not take it only, it will take it from 100. You should not use directly 100 here, because in future if you want to create a rule which have a higher priority than this, then you will be in trouble. So try to use a range such as 1000, correct, and add it. Okay, now if you have application servers running in a front-end subnet, and if you try to request that application from the browser, you will be able to connect it and get the response from that. For example, I want to take an RDP, correct? 3389 is the RDP port, front-end subnet 192.168.0.0/25 TCP. I will assign the rule as 110. I will say allow RDP and add. So once this rule is created, we'll see the question mark here, because I've opened RDP to the whole internet. This is not a best practice. For example, if you open the RDP anywhere, anyone from the internet will be able to connect to the RDP. Since they do not have the credential, they will not able to log in, but still it is vulnerable to open RDP traffic to the whole internet. So what I can do is, for example, if you have public IP in your network, for example, you are a solution provider, you have your network public IP or routers public IP, just give it here. For example, it will be something like that. For example, you have a public IP of this IP. It's your public IP that your ISP has given to you, and then the traffic originating from this particular IP from the internet will only be able to take the RDP. Okay, so if I save here, okay, now that caution mark has gone, because I have defined the source will be from this public IP. So it's much secure way to connect to the RDP here, correct? So yeah, same as inbound, outbound, any outbound traffic originating from virtual network to virtual network is allowed on any port in any protocol. Okay, any traffic originating from your virtual network or anywhere to the internet is also allowed, because even if you don't have public IP assigned to the virtual machine you've created in Azure, you will be able to connect to the internet. Why so? Because in the backend, Microsoft did a netting. I will explain it to you in the virtual machine section, that your private IP is netted, network address translated to a public IP in the backend of the Microsoft, so that you can access internet. You can access the public pages from the internet. So that's how it works. That's why this rule is mentioned here. If you want to deny it, you can just create a high priority rule that I don't want internet to be accessed from this virtual machine. I will deny that rule, or I will change this rule according to the default rule, not change. I will create a high priority rule to deny the traffic. Okay, and the last rule is deny all outbound, correct? Same as deny all inbound. You'll have to create rules at higher priority than this. Any rules doesn't match, eventually it will end up in the last rule, that is deny. Okay, so as I said, you can assign a network security group to network interface or the whole subnet. Network interface will be for that particular network interface. Subnet, it will be for whole subnet. In that too, you can also define a particular IP. For that, you are using the rules. For example, I've mentioned here destination as my whole subnet. I can change it. I can change it to this VM. Okay, now the HTTPS traffic from internet is only allowed to an internal address of 192.168.0.4, correct? No other VMs in the subnet will have an HTTPS connection. So this is the level of fine tuning you can achieve with network security group. Okay, so inbound traffic, outbound traffic I've already explained. Okay, and we have also created an attached 9SG to a subnet, or you can also attach it from the night network interface. Yeah, this is the network interface we have created. You can see the option here called as network security group. There is none attached here. We'll click edit. We click on network security group. It will detect what network security group is already created in your subscription. You can select it and you can save it. So you can use one network security group with multiple resources, but best practice should be you should create different network security groups according to the application. You should create one for front end and one for back end, and in that too, if you have multiple front end, multiple back end and have different requirements, then you should create accordingly. It's totally depend upon how you design your network, correct? Okay. Okay, so basically the session will be about the app services, the PaaS offering of Microsoft Azure to publish web apps and different types of web component offering from Microsoft Azure. Basically, when we say PaaS offering, it means that the infrastructure, underlying infrastructure will be managed by Microsoft itself and the application level layer will be managed by us. So say when you want to host a website on an Azure or a web application on Azure or a website or anything like that. So there are two options basically. One of the confusions came up in the yesterday session as well, that why don't we have a control over IaaS versioning? Why don't we have a control upon the folders or the console level access? Why don't we have a control over that? So basically, this is an option to host your website, the PaaS offering. You can also go with the IaaS option that I didn't tell yesterday, that you can also deploy a virtual machine, a Windows Server virtual machine, and you can create or install a role of web server or IaaS on that virtual machine, and you can use that server as a web server and deploy your website if you want a more control over the console part of application. So there are two options to deploy. That's one is using the PaaS service, that is Azure App Service, or you can go with IaaS, that you can deploy a virtual machine, Windows or a Linux virtual machine, or install the middleware software on that and start deploying the applications. Okay, so an app service, there are multiple type of web components or multiple type of web service that you can deploy, and you can choose the coding language, or you can say, or you can use the coding language you're comfortable with. There are many options with Azure App Service with which you can develop and push it to web app. And there are multiple ways such as GitHub, Azure DevOps, and Git Repo through which you can push your code right to Azure App Services. Basically, when you say app service, there are two components that you need to understand and don't get confused with. First is app service plan. App service plan is the underlying hardware. You can consider it as a physical server hosted in Microsoft's infrastructure or data center, and your applications or the web apps will be created on that server. So app service plan is the physical server that will be created in the backend, and you will have an option to create or select the tier you want according to your requirement and the pricing options. And the underlying web apps will be created on that app service plan, means on that server. So any type of a web application you're creating, maybe a web app, API app, logic app, function app, any app you're creating. So there will be a different console in which you will see the app itself, but the underlying hardware will be the app service plan. For example, there are the different types of Azure App Service offering. Web apps is basically the HTTP application that a website, for example, a website that you developed and want to push to app service plan and start using. Correct? Mobile app is basically a web app, but it's used to develop the mobile-based application. For example, Android, Windows, iOS, any other mobile platform application you're developing, you can use mobile app, and in the backend you can create the mobile application code and push it to the mobile app component. API app is basically the APIs that you create for acting as a middleman or the middle component of between the two systems. As explained in yesterday's session as well, API is nothing but middleman which connects two systems, correct? So developers use API apps if they want a two different identity to communicate with each other. For example, I can say any air ticket booking app, correct? For example, we are using Make My Trip for booking a flight, correct? So Make My Trip application connects with the application hosted by the airline, and you get the details about the pricing, the available seats on the flight, and so that information that mobile app gets from the component hosted by the airline. But how that app is communicated with the app that airlines has hosted, so they are using the API in the back that gets the information requested from the mobile app to the airline components that they have deployed and get back the data to this app. So communication is done through the API apps. You can deploy that as well. Basically, the console, the process will be the same for all these three apps. The creation part will be the same. You will create a web app, mobile app, and API app. They will look and feel the same. Just it depends upon the developer who's developing the application should be developed according to the requirement and publish it to the Azure Web App. Logic apps is something you can say an orchestrator or a workflow designer. If you want to automate, you want to automate some task. For example, if there are some events generated from any of the service in Azure, for example, anybody is using machine learning, they want an event to be triggered. You can say anything. Data is coming from any one of the source, and if the data triggers any event that we have configured in the logic app, another action will be triggered according to the task we have mentioned in the logic app design. We will have a separate session. The next session will be about logic app and function apps. We'll create one and see how the automation or the workflow works. There are multiple triggers. For example, if you configured your mailbox that any email comes with an attachment, so whenever an email comes with an attachment, it will trigger a logic app because we have configured a trigger like that. So whenever an email comes to the configured mailbox with an attachment, what logic app will do, it will download the attachment and it will save it to the storage container or the storage container folder that we have configured. So these are the tasks, and there are multiple triggers as well. There are multiple samples or the templates, and there are custom triggers that we will look how we can configure it. Last is the function app. Function app is event driven component. So any piece of code, for example, PowerShell, CI, any code that you want to run on a particular event, it will be a code that, and the backend of it will be totally managed by the Microsoft, such as it can also host your function app behind on top of the app service plan, or you can also create a separate consumption plan that we'll see in detail in function app section. Right? It's just a piece of logical code you want to run in the Microsoft backend if the event triggers. For example, HTTP trigger. If you just click, or you can just view while creating the function app. If you create the HTTP trigger, there will be a public hosted URL, and we'll configure a function like that any time that URL hits from the browser publicly, the code you have saved there should run. So these are the things you can do with function app service plans and pricing tiers. So there are multiple features of the app service plan. It depends upon what type of app service plan tier are you using. First of all, there are limit of how many number of web, mobile, or API apps you can create under the app service plan. So it ranges from 10 to unlimited. If you are using basic, standard, premium, and isolated one, that will be unlimited. Before going to this features, I'll just explain what is the shared, dedicated, and isolated environment. Shared means if you select the shared pool of app service plan, so what Microsoft does in the backend, that it will give you a shared pool of resources that is shared by another customer of Azure, and you will have a limited number of compute hours that you will get in a day. Since it's basically free and comes at very negligible cost, so it will be a shared and will only used by small dev test environments or small testing. Correct? Dedicated means once you create an app service plan with dedicated hosting option, in the backend, the environment, the Microsoft will give a dedicated host for you, so that there is no other customer, the other consumer is using that particular host. It will be dedicated by you. It isolated the region or the availability zone, you can say the geography will be totally different in isolated environment. The whole host and the network cluster will be given by you, and that you can connect with your hybrid network and use it. It will be totally an isolated environment environment in the Microsoft Azure data center. So any premium applications that are very critical workloads, you can use isolated. You can also use premium and standard, but it's totally depend upon the requirement of cost and application. Correct? So yes, you saw that web, mobile, and API has a limit to free or shared, but above that, unlimited number of apps you can create under an app service plan until unless you reach the limit of the resource. For example, you are creating 10 number of apps, but your app service plan is B1, so it comes with a core and 1.75 GB of RAM. If that is getting reached, so you might need to upscale the app service plan to B2 or B3. Correct? For example, standard one S1 has the limited amount of resource, but if you are creating number of web services under that, if that reaches the limit, you might need to scale up. Correct? This space is mentioned here, ranging from 1 GB to 1 terabyte. Maximum instances, basic starts up to 3 and isolated up to 100. Instances is basically if, for example, there is when we create an app, web app, if by default there will be a one instance running or one piece of hardware or one piece of virtual machine in the backend that web app is using. Correct? But in case if you get a high traffic on your web application, so that value not enough, that resources will not enough to support that, so you can scale up. So another instance of that will get added, another virtual machine will be added in the backend to your web app, and it will be totally managed by the Microsoft into that. You will just see that the instance is upscaled to 2, and then you will get more resources, right? And the charges will also change once you upscale. The instance level charge, which is the pricing, will change. And after scaling, if you're paying for one instance or one instance of a machine, and then the time you have scaled up, the charges will be according to the instance. Then you'll be paying for the 2 instances. And we will explore more in the scaling section of the session. Custom domain, yeah. If you're creating a web application, definitely you will be having your custom domain. For example, abc.com. So if you want to use that domain with the Azure App Services, then we'll be needing from shared to isolated one. Basically all of that except the free one, because the free one will be used anyways using for basic testing. Auto scale is supported. If you want the scaling to be done automatically based upon the condition or event, you can create or do it under standard premium or isolated one. Hybrid connectivity is an option where you can create the app service network or the network on which the Azure App Service is hosted. You want to connect to that network. Your virtual network, you want to get connected with that network, you can select the option from hybrid connectivity section. Correct? And if you want to, this both the option, virtual network connectivity and hybrid connectivity. Hybrid, actually, virtual network connectivity means connecting to the virtual network. Hybrid means if the one component of the application that you're deploying. So let's say we're deploying an application that will be needing a web server and the database server. So for web server, you'll be deploying the Azure Web App. For database, there is an option that you can create MySQL database from the web services only, or if we want to keep the database on-premise. So there is an option called as hybrid connectivity. Once you use that option, the connector will be downloaded. You can install that connector on your local database machine on-premise and configure it so that it will get connected with the network on Azure App Service, and you can use the application in the hybrid fashion. Right? I will show you the option when we create the app service. Okay, it's a compute type and price. It's pretty explanatory. So this is the pricing tier with which we can deploy according to your requirement. So let us start creating an app service. Okay, here I'm clicking the Windows option, selecting the data center as East US. I want the pricing tier to be standard one, but if you want to see what other options you have for dev test environment, if you're deploying for testing, you can select test, dev test. You can see the option of free and shared resource. Correct, and we'll see the configuration, how much amount of compute unit and the memory that you will be getting. Correct. In production, you can see there are standard and premium V2 tiers. Okay, isolated will not be able to create it from here because there is a separate console to create an isolated app service plan. And now I will go with standard S1. Okay, so yeah, there is another term called as ACU, Azure Compute Units. So the configuration of processor and RAM, they combined it and they denote it by the term called as compute unit. So more the processor and the memory configuration, the more is the Azure Compute Unit number. So it's ranged from 100, 200, 300 according to the app service plan you create. I will give you the link of the table that denotes that in the assignment, so that you can just go through the chart and see what pricing tier or what configuration of app service plan is denoted by what score of ACU, right? Tags. Okay. But if you want to create one, okay, so our app service plan is created. You can see the essential details here. Correct. There is no web applications hosted right now. It's an empty plan. So you see 0, the matrix, memory, CPU percentage you can see here. Okay. The apps, any mobile app, web app, API app you create, it will show here. Correct. Custom storage, the data size is provided by from Microsoft is 50 GB here. You can see 50 GB, 20 KB is utilized in the default settings and the documents. This is the two options that we discussed: VNet Connect and Hybrid Connect. If you want to have a connectivity between the virtual network we have deployed and this app service, you can use this option. If you want to connect to a hybrid component database servers on-premise and you want to connect that database server with this web app, so if your web application uses SQL or MySQL database, you can do it from here as well. Scale up and scale down, and we will see in the next slide that scaling up is basically scaling your tier from one pricing tier to another. If you want a higher consumption plan, you can do it from scale up, and scale out is increasing the instance within that pricing tier or app service plan. So basically these two options we'll explore more in the next slide. Property is just the details of the app service plan here. What pricing tier, what's the status, what's the location, instance size, instance count, right? Let us first create an web app here. So it should be unique because this will be a URL of that application. So you cannot use the same name. If someone is anywhere using the same name, you not this name, you cannot use it with the existing app. It should be a unique name. Okay. We'll be using a code, what type of code we'll be pushing and what type of backend we'll be using with this application. We'll be using the same region in which our app service plan is. Right here, we are creating the web app on the app service plan, correct? So existing app service plan will automatically get detected if you select the same region. If you select any other region, it will ask us to create a new app service plan. Since there is no app service plan or no backend hardware will be created by you yet. So I will just use the same region which I created the app service plan. Okay, application inside is a monitoring tool to monitor your website. Example, the incoming traffic, the error codes, if there is any traffic logs or any data regarding the number of users hitting the website, all such type of analytics data you can configure with the application inside. For now, I'm keeping it as no. Tab create. It takes a long time. Let us go to resource here. Okay, these are the basic essential options. This is the URL. If you click on the URL, a default page of the web app will appear here. Right? Once you deploy or push your code to this website, that application will be hosted and you will see that application here. Okay, deployment slots and deployment center is a part of next session. Okay, configuration, it's the application level settings. Okay, application level settings is defined here. If you want to use the deployment board, the certificates, correct, the default page and directory behind. So there will be a default site path. If you want to add any directory or the path, you can add it from here. The IP address option that you asked, if you click on custom domain, you can see the IP address. So this is a public static IP address assigned to your app service, correct? So you can say that this URL will be having a record in DNS that is mapped to this IP address that is managed by Microsoft. So here you can see the IP address map to your application. So yeah, the backups is if you want to take the backup of your website and put it into the storage container folder, you can configure it from here. You can create a backup policy. You can configure a storage account, select any storage account in your environment, create one dedicatedly for the backup. I've already created a backup container. You can also create new, select the existing container. Okay, you can configure the policy, the backup policy, at what time or what days that will be recurring. You can select the time, and once you save, the backup will start running according to the configured policy. Okay, once you do that, you will get two options here. You can just directly create a backup right now, or you can restore it with the previous restore points, the backup points. Okay. If you want to have authentication in the app services that you have deployed, you can keep it allow anonymous or use one of the connectors. When you deploy this connector, you can have authentication with this social policies or social profiles, or you can also create an external identity provider. If you're using any of the vendors that manages your identity, they will be giving you the redirect URLs to put this that URLs here, so that any request coming to this web app will be redirected to their identity provider's direct URL and will get authenticated from there. Right? There is an option called as identity. So any resource you deploy, most of the resource will see this option. It's called, it is a part of the managed identity. When we go to the Active Directory session, you'll get to know what basically is. It is not part of the app service or app service plan, but it's part of the identity module of the Azure. Right, TLS and SSL settings, you can manage it from here, what version you can want to keep it. If you want to enforce only HTTP, then it's off. If you on only the HTTPS, or you can say when you hit the URL with HTTP, it will redirect to the HTTPS. If you have certificates, you can add, import, or upload the certificates here, and you can create a binding. So all IIS options, uploading the certificate, binding it, can be done from here. Correct network, as we saw in the app service plan. If you want to integrate with the network, you can do it from here. Scaling up and scaling out are the options for the app service plan scaling. Correct. This is the basic options we'll go today. Okay. Scaling has basically two options here in app service: scaling up and scaling out. Scaling means changing the pricing tier, and scaling out means adding one more instance according to the usage of your app service. So if I go to the app service plan, scaling up, I have an option to change my pricing tier or the underlying hardware or the resources I'm using. So example, I'm currently using S1. I can scale it to any of the tier mentioned here. Right? If I click on S2 and apply, my underlying hardware configuration will change as well as the pricing. So it's basically a scaling up option. You can also scale down once you scale up to S2 or S3, but you feel that the hardware is not getting utilized at the full capacity. You can also scale down. Then just again click on S1 and apply. Scaling out is every app service plan we deploy comes with a instance limit. So for standard, I believe it's 10, starting from 1 to 10. If you want to manually scale, you can just go here, select at how much instance you need to add. For example, currently is at 1. You can add one more instance if you have a heavy load on the traffic, and click on save. You can scale the app service plan. If you want to have an automatic scaling, you can create one based on the metrics. You can just add rule. I'm adding the rule based on the CPU percentage. If the backend CPU percentage reaches to a certain threshold, another instance should get added. I'm configuring increase count by 1, correct, and duration in 10 minutes. Once that threshold limit of 70%, if an operator is greater than 70%, and once the CPU threshold for 70%, be it there for 5, be there for 10 minutes, then another instance get add here. You can also define the instance limit. Basically, minimum would be a 1 by default. Maximum, I want to get auto scale it to 5, or you can say 10. You can keep it. Right? This is the option you can configure, and auto scaling. You can configure multiple scaling conditions according to your requirement, or you can delete it from here. Once you save it, the will auto scaling will start. You can also see the run history here with how many times the app was planned got scaled in last 7 days or with a custom duration. So any of the metrics that comes with the Azure Resource by default give you the data of backdated data of 3 months. So custom, you can mention that, or last hours, or any of the time span you can select and see what scaling options or how many scaling operations have been performed. Right? So this is all the scaling options, right? Scaling up, scaling out. So if you want to enable the logging, the application level logging in an app service, you can do it from where in app service. You go to web app, application level log, and you can turn on the application log. What type of event is basically an event viewer in the backend. You can select the storage account in which I want to push it, the logs to. I want to get saved. Intention period also you can mention, for example, 30 days. Okay, if you want to download the logs directly from the FTP client, you can do it by using these URLs. Okay, so in the last session, I believe I've configured this option. So you can see the logs there. Develop logs. It will be segregated by the timestamp. So year, month, day, time. Okay, you can download the logs or you can save it from here as well. These all are the application level logs. If you want to use the console of this web application, you can do it from the advanced to console. Okay. For example, our app service plan is selected as a Windows backend, so you can access the command prompt or the PowerShell of that app service. On the top, we will find an Explorer type of console, and below that, it will be a command line. Okay. Once you click on the side folder, you'll see that the equivalent command is getting executed below in the command line. This is the start page. This page HTML file is this. Correct? In the next session, we will see how to push content from an FTP client to app service plan, so that you can create the HTML page as well. You can, in the next activity, we will be publishing the code from Visual Studio. You can see the process explorer here in the backend, what processes are running on the app service. We are starting the PowerShell process. You can see here what amount of memory, what are the process IDs. It's basically a task manager. The default vector option you can see here. These are the app service plan option. What is the storage quota? If you want to change app service plan, you can navigate it from here. Okay. The last activity is we'll just create a basic app page and push it to this app. So I have a Visual Studio installed on my virtual machine. I'll just use that. We'll just copy the public IP address, enter it into the RDP file, and hit enter. We'll ask for the credential. Once we enter the local admin credential, we'll get connected to this console. Basically, what we need to do is also click on MSPFC, remote desktop connection client to local. We'll enter the public IP address of your virtual machine, enter the credential, and we'll get connected to the RDP session. So there's an option for connect to RDP. SSH if you have a Linux virtual machine. Bastion is the pass offering of the external jump server. When we go to the virtual machine session, we'll explore them. Small ASP.NET application. If you create a project locally, create a sample application. Correct. I'm loaded the page locally. I want to push or publish this page to my Azure web app. So there will be an option called as sign in. I have already signed in, so you see the email ID here. Right click and publish. So you see an option for Azure App Service. If you want to create new app service and app service plan, you can do it from here. So you can select the existing, since we have an app service plan already created. It will detect all the subscriptions in my account. There is an app service created. So I have only one app service plan, and that is created under resource before. It detected only the resource before. Cleared the app service, created app service is shown here. Select it, click on OK. It will start publishing. Down there, you can see that it's building and publishing into that. Now it is hitting the public URL. See, you can see the code that we have pushed is now published to our Azure web app. In the next session, we'll be working with deployment slots, in which if you want to have an updated version of your web app and you want to switch in real time or swap that code with the code currently running in the production, we will see the routing options. We will see how we can upload the web pages or the content from FTP client to web service. So basically today we will be performing 4 activities related to web app, logic app and function app. So we'll be seeing something new today. So try to grasp it. It will be easier. We will start with the very simple examples. So basically today's session, we will be publishing a code. For example, you have your code and repositories or the code files created and you want to move to the Azure web app. So you can choose, there are many multiple options, but we will be using the FTP client as an example. We will connecting the FTP endpoint of Azure Web App or App Service Plan with the FTP client. So you will have a graphical interface where you can do file operations, file or folder operations. So the second is deployment slot. Deployment slot is basically used when you want to, for example, you have a production website live up and running in your app service or web app, and you want a new version. You have created a new version, you have deployed the new version of your website, and you want to move it to the production. So it's not a best practice that you push the code directly to the production website. If your code does not run in the production live environment, then there will be a downtime and the user will be facing the service interruption. So what we'll do, we'll create a clone of our production app. There will be a separate app created in a production web app. Inside that there will be a different slot, so you can move the new version of code in that slot and check if it's working correctly in the live environment, and then you can swap the slot so that your new version of websites move to the live environment. Correct? We will be doing an activity on that as well. We will be exploring what are logic apps while workflow. And then we will be designing a small logic app workflow in the logic app designer. We will be exploring what is a function app or what are functions inside the function app, and we will create one sample function on HTTP trigger. We'll be using Visual Studio Code for deploying or creating the function and pushing it to Azure Function app. Okay, our first activity will be publishing a code from FTP client to web app. So I have a web app created here. Okay, that's a default page. What I will do, I will just connect to the FTPS endpoint. So under web app, you will see an option called as deployment center. So under this option, you will get various options with which you can push your code or merge your backend app service with the CI/CD pipeline. For example, if you want to CI/CD, you can connect your Azure repos, your GitHub repository, Bitbucket, or your local repository and push your code and do a version controlling from there. That's a development part of your website. If you manually want to push or sync your code, you can use any of this utility, OneDrive or external client or Dropbox. And for now, I will be using FTP client. I've selected the FTP and I clicked on dashboard. So it will give me a console where the endpoint details and the credential with which you log into that endpoint will be given to us. There will be an app credential, so there will be a default credential created. You can just use it and log in, or you can use your own credential by creating it from here. So what I will do, I will just copy this endpoint. I have a WinSCP client here that I have opened. I will connect it with the host name that's given here. I will copy the username and I will paste it here and the password. Correct? I will click login. So see, this is my local directory on my local machine here, and this is the directory of the app service plan. Okay, you can see www.root is our website basic default start page. So this page that you see here is basically this HTML page. What I will do, we will download this page, we'll make some changes and we'll push it back. Okay, this is the page I've downloaded from the app service. I'll just open a basic text editor and open the file. What I will do, we change this text, hey app service developers. Correct? So I will just find it and replace it. See, here the text is in this section of the code. I will replace it with welcome to Genbash app service session, and I will replace it. Okay, I will save it and I move that file back here and will replace it. Okay, now it's replaced the HTML file in the root directory. Now when I refresh the page, what you'll see, the app service session. So it's a basic example to show you how you can push your HTML file to directory connected in the backend within FTP client. You can use multiple options mentioned in the deployment center. Okay. Basically, we are connecting to the virtual directory behind the app service plan from the FTP client. Okay. So this is basically what we do when you connect to the backend directory service of your app service plan. Correct. Next will be deployment slots and slot swapping. So basically, what is deployment slot? Consider this is your production website. It's up and running in Azure web app. Now you have a new version, the staging version of the website that you've been testing, and it's ready to go live. It's not a best practice that you publish that code directly to this website and then it will overwrite it. And if the new version of the code doesn't work, then we'll face a service interruption event. Users might get affected and it will be bad for us. Means it's a production live environment. What we will do is we'll create a separate slot in this web app called as staging.website.com, and we'll clone the configuration settings from here, and we will deploy. If you remember, when we are pushing the code from Visual Studio, when we click on publish, we are selecting resource group, subscription, web app, and there was one more folder below the web app called as deployment slot. Once you create a deployment slot, that option will get open and you will have an option to publish your code to the deployment slot. So you will publish a new code, the new version of the code in the staging slot, and configure the routing options. For example, now you have published your new version of the code in this staging slot. You can access the code publicly for using the staging.website.com URL. Now you see that the code looking good from the browser and there is no issues. You can configure the routing options that now the 10% of the user request should go to the staging site. So we'll have a good idea that it's working fine or not. Are we getting any issues? Okay, you can configure from 1090 or 5050 or anything like that. Once you feel that, yeah, my new code is ready to go live, I will just use a swap option where this code will be swapped with the production code. So this code will come here and this code will go in the go live slot, the production slot. And this is how you can achieve then a deployment of the new version of your code, correct? So basically what Microsoft says is when you deploy your web app on Linux or Windows background or mobile app and API app, this all type of app supports the deployment slot. Okay, you can use separate deployment slot instead of the default production slot when you are running in standard, premium or isolated one. So this feature only available with standard and above pricing tier of app service plan. Deployment slots are live apps with their own host names. App content and configuration elements can be swapped between two deployment slots, including the production slot. So basically when you create a web app, that web app has a default production slot already created, and that slot is used by the default website or the content you're pushing into the website. And later then you can create multiple deployment slots and swap it with the production. So these are the steps how you can create a deployment slot and how you can swap the staging slot you created with the production one. So our next activity will be creating a deployment slot and swapping it. See here, there is an option called as deployment slot. Okay, create a new code and publish to the staging slot. So by default, our web app name will be a production slot name, prod app east US or AUS. I will create one staging slot, staging app AUS. Okay, this is an option. Do you want to clone the settings of the production slot, or do you want to configure your own? What basically it clones is the app service configuration, the app service settings, the application settings in the backend of this production website, and clone all the settings and create a new source. So I will select clone and I will add here. So one thing you notice that once you create the staging or the deployment slot, it will have a particular unique URL attached to it. So the production slot and the staging slot will be have different URLs. For example, if you see here, it's prod app eastus.azurewebsites.net and prod app eastus-staging.app eastus.azurewebsites.net. So it created a staging one. So it's successfully created and cloned. Okay, when I click on the staging slot, what you can see is it's same as the production web app. It's a web app inside the web app, but in a separate container. You can see a separate slot. So when I click the URL, see the same web page, but it's a different slot, right? Here that we have created to the custom page. Here that's a staging deployment slot. What I will do two things. That I will route some of the traffic to the staging slot so that whenever user hits this URL, for example, I've configured 50%. If I click 50% here, so 50% of the traffic will route to the staging slot and the rest of the 50% will still hit the production slot. So what I will do, I will just, it's not a best practice, but for testing so that we can get a hit on the staging slot and check if it's working. No, I'm just doing it or keeping it at 90% and save it. Okay, so when I now hit save, it hits the staging slot. because 90% of the request will now route to the staging slot. This is the staging slot, this is the production slot. The production live code, which we have previously, says hey Jan best team, correct? Or training session. Now it says app service developer, which is the staging slot of our web app. You can change it again, so you know, save it. Now when you refresh it, say welcome to Janba's app service session. That again changed to the live code that was used previously. Now what I want to do is, I'm comfortable and I've tested my code and it's working in the live environment in the staging slot. So I want to permanently move this code to my staging code permanently to my production slot. So how I can do this? So there are options called as swap. So our target slot will always be the production slot and the source slot will be the staging slots that you create. So I select source, let my staging code, and the target will be production slot by default, correct? And it will be swapping the staging code with the production code. Okay, so swapping has been successfully completed. Now, when I hit my production website's URL, you will see the staging code working there. See, this was the staging code. Now, the staging code, the new version of our code has been replaced the production live code that was used previously. So that's how swapping and creating a different slot altogether works in Azure Web App. Okay, if you want to see the slot operations, what operations have been performed on swapping, it will say that 2 minutes back a slot swap operation has been performed on subscription. Correct, you can see the logs from here. Okay, then we will go ahead with the logic app and take the logic app as our next app service. So logic app is basically a workflow that you create graphically through Azure portal. You do have an option to create it with JSON as well, but mostly logic apps used in a GUI manner so that you have a different connectors and activities that you can create in a workflow. So basically logic app will be sort of a middleman where, for example, you have a different sources of data that you bring to Azure. You might having an AI ML code running, you might be having some services that push data or events or messages to your logic app. So we'll create a workflow in a manner that if a particular event match with the condition mentioned in the workflow, the logic app will perform any of the connector operations here. For example, if there any event match according to the workflow conditions, you can consider or you can create an action that will post an email to your Office 365. You can create an option that a new tweet will be created from the Twitter profile. There will be an alert generated. So it's basically an automation workflow that you create by connecting two of these services with the help of connectors. Logic app has a different connectors altogether that you can create from the default set of connector collections that I will show here, and you can achieve the goal of creating the workflow. So Azure Logic App is a cloud service that helps you schedule, automate, or orchestrate tasks. Orchestrate means a set of function and an action, business processes, and workflow where you need to integrate app, data system, and service across enterprise organizations. So as I said, you want to integrate multiple service, an event service or the act, and then with the help of connector, we'll create an action on that event. For example, if some data is coming across from the on-premise system and you want to create an action that will perform a task created by you on the cloud side of the Azure, that you can achieve it. Send an email notification with Office 365 when event happen in various system and app and services, you will do it. So these are the basic examples that I mentioned here, that how what you can achieve. Okay, so we will create one logic app, we'll perform or create a small workflow, and we'll see how that works. Correct, so we'll create one logic app, see how it works, or how, just take a look and feel of that. So yeah, I will mention the subscription resource group, give a friendly name. You can deploy it into the certain region or the integrated service environment, app service environment. I'll select the region, is US. Log analytics is a part of a monitoring session they will be having. So log analytics is basically a place where all the data gets from the Azure infrastructure dumps into, and you can say data operations there. Correct? We have a monitoring session in which we explore this service. So yeah, moving forward, when we start getting into the virtual machine sections and all, what I will do, I will just, before the session, I will get the environment created because it takes time to create virtual machines. So it will be 3 to 5 minutes, but creating VMs again and again in this session's time, it will utilize our session time. So I will try to create the VMs and all before the session so that we can save time there. Web service plan, it doesn't take much time. It takes a minute or two. See, once you create a deployment slot, then a different app service gets created altogether for the staging because it's a clone of this app, and you will be build on it will build on the app service plan only. So there is no additional billing on creating the slot. So that's a logic app that we created. I'm just copying the name of this app service. I will tell you why. So there is an option to start and stop the service. For example, you want to stop the app service here. Okay. Yes, you are getting the page correct. I stop it. It will not stop the billing because it's in website. If you stop in website from IIS, it's not like that your server is being shut down. It's just you're stopping the app service, and when you hit the URL, it's taking from cache. It will not give any response there. Okay. Will give the web app is stopped. So what we will do, starting it, what we will do, we will create a logic app workflow where our source of input or the source of event will be an Outlook email, and we will mention certain conditions there. Once that conditions met, the next trigger will be app service action where I will stop the app service. Correct? We will design a basic logic app here. So yeah, this is the logic app designer where you have all these connectors. You have Twitter, my Office 365, Slack, you have HTTP trigger, you have Instagram post, you have Outlook or Sway, Dropbox, SharePoint, FTP. We have many of Azure Monitor Alert. We have many of such triggers that you can create and configure. Okay, I will create an Outlook trigger. Outlook.com one, like one. I can search it on the search bar. It will show Outlook task. If you have organizational Outlook, Office 365, or you have an Outlook. So I have a generic live Outlook account. So this is my email account, correct? So I want to use a condition where a new email arrives. I will select it, a trigger. Okay, it will ask to sign in with your Outlook account. To redirect to the outlook.com endpoint. Okay, so it auto detected my email ID from this session because the same. So I need to add password. Okay, since I've already used my this email ID with the Outlook account, so I just entered the password and it logged in. But when you first time authenticate with the logic app designer to your Outlook account, it will ask for permission. You have to allow the logic app to have an access on your Outlook data so that it can read the subject of my email, body of the email, and then the connection will be initiated. So the folder, I will click on inbox or any other folder. If you have any mail in inbox of any importance arrive, if attachment yes, if no, not attachment no. You want to include attachment in those conditions? No, I don't want to do any operations on the attachment right now, but I want an email from a particular email ID or a particular person. If an email from a particular person, example, from with a particular subject, I've configured this two conditions here. It will give you from, I want an email to be from an admin, correct? I will use my email ID, correct? And the subject filter, I will use top app service. What was the name of our app service? stop app service. Okay, this is the subject. This is the event that an email from this email ID with this subject reach to this folder. This is an event. Now I want to add an action here. Next step, choose an operation. Sorry, I want to use an app service action where I will start, stop, or restart. I have three options. I will put now. I will choose stop web app. There are multiple actions you can create. Now you need to authenticate to the Azure tenant and subscription where your app service resides. It's not necessary that it's under this tenant or this account or subscription that I want to do in operation. You can do operation in any web app until and unless you have an access, read-write access on that tenant and resource. So I will just use, okay, I will just use the JP training one. Okay, so it's signed into this subscription of this tenant. I will select the subscription. I have only one subscription, so I am selecting this. There is a resource group Azure class 5 where we have a web app. The name of the web app is product east to west. Okay, so I've configured the event, I've configured the action. Now I will save it. So now the logic app has been completed. You have used a graphical user interface to create a workflow. You can also use JSON. In the logic app code view, it will give you the equivalent code of the workflow that we have created. If you're comfortable creating function in JSON, you can just write it JSON code here and save it. It will show you the equivalent logic app design. So I've used a GUI method. Right. You can see the workflow has been completed. Now, if the workflow runs, you will see the status and the history here. Now it's not running. We have not selected the frequency because it's based on the event, correct? So what I will do, I will send an email to myself saying to stop web app. Okay, the subject we used or configured in the logic app is this. Correct? Keeping the body blank because we have not used any body triggers, and I will send it. It starts running right now, correct? Once the event get triggered, once the email reaches inbox, okay, the event has been triggered. Now we are waiting for the actions. Okay, you see, succeeded. Timestamp duration was 2.66 seconds, and any of the actions done will be have an identifier of unique ID. You can manually run the trigger to check the action is working, but I've created an event from my email. So an email reached. Now let us check the status of the app server. See, it's stopped. The app service is stopped. So this is how we work with the logic apps. There are many possibilities that you can work with. Any questions? Welcome. So you check the run history from here. Okay. Now I want to show you one more thing, that when in the logic app designer you created the Outlook connection event, so that the event can import it from Outlook. You created an A action on stop web website. So behind these actions and connector, there are resources or the connections working that you will see here. See, there is an Outlook API connection. So API means that as we have discussed, what is API? It's a translator between the two systems. So my Azure system is connecting or having communication with the Outlook email service. So there is an API connection created in the background. Then the action is when we're reading an email from an Outlook, it's been connected to my Azure service. So there is an Azure API connections. So in backend, when we design the logic app, the backend services get created. Correct? Yes. Okay, that's it. So I would like you to explore the logic app connectors and see what can be useful for you. So you can just create a POC, a sample POC or test. And if you face any difficulties, you can ask me, I will help you with that. So the essential tab will show you how many trigger and action is configured, status is enabled. Correct. You can also create multiple logic apps to start, stop, or restart, or VM, or any service in Azure that supports or that is under the logic app marketplace. So my question is, when you say .NET, so what application, what services have you seen as of now that you have deployed on Azure by using .NET? So I saw one .NET project recently, one of my friends created. So he created another portal for his project only, because in his team, he don't give access of this Azure portal, the whole Azure portal to them. He just created a .NET project wherein they have he created a separate portal, and he gave access to only do basic operations on the virtual machine. So his team members only see the .NET portal, and he have connected that .NET portal backend with Azure APIs, and they can only see virtual machines and do basic read operations on that. So I've seen that type of project. So if you want to resize the VM, if you want to create new VM, a request is initiated, an email sent to the manager that certain team members have asked for a new VM. This is the costing, and once where manager gives an approval on that VMs get created. So I saw such projects in .NET. So it depends upon the application or the organizational level how you want to design it. Basically, the administrator or the architects, they have a whole console access. Okay, our last part of the session today is a function app. Function app, logic app and function app both considers as a serverless computing, not computing, a serverless application, but the function app basically focused more on the compute part in the backend, whereas logic app relies on the workflow part of the backend. Right? Function app is basically a small piece of code that you want to run. You don't want to manage anything apart from the code you are writing in the backend, the settings and the underlying hardware that will be managed by Microsoft. You will just write a code. You will say that if the trigger happens, this code should run in the environment. That's it. That is what a function app is. And the good part is you can merge function app and logic app. If you want to have an action, you can, from the actions collection, you can create a function app that if some event happens, a function app should run. You can create a combination of these two as well. So Azure Functions allow you to run small piece of code called as functions without worrying about the application infrastructure. With Azure Functions, the cloud infrastructure provides all up-to-date servers you need to keep your application running at scale. A function is triggered by a specific type of event. Supported triggers including responding to changes in data, responding to messages, running a schedule, or result of an HTTP request. In this example, we will be performing an activity with the help of HTTP trigger. In the activity, what we will do is we'll create a function based on PowerShell. It will be a basic PowerShell script. It will be hello world type of a script. At high PowerShell, this is from the function app. This message is from the function app. That script will run only when a HTTP request has been triggered. We'll create an HTTP request trigger, and once that trigger hits the URL in the browser with the proper parameters, it will give a response in the browser from the function. Okay, we'll create a function app. So what I will use, what tool I will use to create a function app? I will use Visual Studio Code. But before, let us create a function app already in our environment. So function app, I will just type function. We'll see function app here, created. Function app is created. It will be same as web service from a Docker container or code. I will just use PowerShell because we are using PowerShell code in our function. I'm selecting East US as my region. Okay, why I have selected East US? Because the function app runs on the underlying hardware, which is our app service plan that we have created, under which we are using app service and API apps and mobile apps. That's a basic infrastructure. And one thing to remember, there are certain prerequisites. If we are using some, you can say a language, for example, I have used PowerShell core. The PowerShell version should be 7.0 and above. It's the latest PowerShell version. It will not support 5 or 5.1. Correct? Selected the East US region. Okay, you need to create a storage account before logging or something. I just mention the existing storage account. Operating system will be by default Windows because PowerShell is in here. Plan type, there are different billing models. That consumption will be a billing according to how much triggers has been initiated and how much actions have the Azure functions done. Will be a small or negligible cost. It's under $1 or some cents that it will be billed per trigger. Premium will be a premium app service plan, or it will be a basic app service plan. So I will select the app service plan, and I will select the existing plan that I've created. So my function app will be hosted in that app service plan. Monitoring, I'm not right now using any monitoring here. Tag and create. So I'll go my function machine. Okay, I have Visual Code already installed in VM. There are certain prerequisites that you need .NET code 3.1 and 2.2 already installed in your machine. You need PowerShell version 7, certain prerequisites that you need to make sure that already installed on the virtual machine from where you are creating the functions. So I believe you know the Visual Code interface, basically a text editor, and we have multiple plugins that is used to create code and publish it to the target destination. So the two prerequisites are you need to have a PowerShell plugin, or you can say extension installed under the Visual Studio Code. So you see I have a PowerShell terminal running right now here. You need to have Azure function extension. How you install the extension on Visual Studio Code? Click on extension, search for the extension you want to install. Okay, since I've already installed it, it is not giving me an install option. You will get an install option here like this. Function, Azure function, you need to have these two modules installed already. Okay, I have already signed into my subscription. You will get an option here to sign into your Azure account. When you click it, you will be signed in, and then Visual Studio Code will automatically detect the subscription here. You see your function app has been created. All the options here will be as same as the web app because we have posted this on app service plan. Okay, all the options below here will be same. Now I will create a function and will run it locally, correct? And then I will push that function to Azure Functions in the cloud. So I will create a new project. Okay, I will select a demo function app folder from my local repository. I will use PowerShell as my language. I will use HTTP trigger. There are multiple services from which the events can come. So now I will be using HTTP trigger. The name of the trigger I will give it as an HTTP example. Okay, you see there is options here that you're configuring and it taking through the options. If authorization, I want to keep it publicly open for the testing, so anonymous, and I want to add this project in the current workspace so that I can edit and work on that. So see here, a PowerShell function is created and a sample script is created here. So let us go through the script first. So it's basically a script that will write this content. Write host means printing the values that you put in the double quotes here. Okay, interact. Okay, so our HTTP trigger body will be this HTTP triggered function executed successfully, pass the name and the query string. So when you run this function locally, you will get a HTTP URL, and once you append your name in that URL and trigger it, you will get a response from this Azure function. I will show you how. First I will run this function. How I run this function, I will click on F5 on my keyboard. So my function starts running. So this is the URL. Okay, so right now I just trigger, append it with a variable called name equals to, correct. You got a response locally from the PowerShell function project. Hello, hi, Jen, best team. This HTTP trigger function executed successfully. So this is a type of a variable in the script. I will show you the script. See, hello $name. What I did in the request, in the HTTP request, I gave the $name variable. That name will be this, and appended with the existing localhost URL. So I got the response. Okay, see, in the backend you can write any type of a script that you want to execute. We just use the sample script. Now this is running locally. I cannot use this URL and hit a request from internet. This is running locally. What I will do, I will push this function, local function. So here you can see first that the name, the body will be hello $name will be taken from the request of the body, and then the push out binding means pushing the or responding to the request and sending the content in the body of HTTP request. So this is triggering the event. This is the trigger, and this is the action, correct, where the reply to that request is been sent in the form of body. And what is the body? Body is nothing but a name, correct? This here, this is the body. Okay, now what I want to do is stop the function from here. Control C, I pressed Control C to stop the trigger here, action here. Now once I go to the functions, you can see a local project has been created. Now I want to push or publish this local function project to Azure function app. So that you can see a click with an up arrow and dash, deploy to function app. there's an option to create new function app in Azure or use the existing one. So you can see the name of existing function app that we created from Azure portal here. I will select it. Are you sure you want to deploy? Because once you push the Azure function code from here to an app, it overwrites the existing content. So make sure the existing code has been backed up, or since it's a new code, there's no issue with that. I will click on deploy. So this is deploying the code to my function app. Here you can see deploying. I don't know why it got failed in the first place. So what basically I did is I created a new function app. There might be an issue with it. I need to debug it. I'll do it later. I will let you know what exactly that. So yeah, it says the deployment has been successful. Now what I will do, we'll just copy the URL. So when you click on the function http trigger dot called as http example, right click, copy function URL. You can do the same here, same thing from portal also. Okay, now copy it. It's taking time. No, I don't know why it's not working, but it should work. So I will debug it and we'll in the next session I will show you how it's working. I need to debug it. Maybe while creating, we have missed some option and it's went into read-only mode. Check it and I will debug it and rectify the problem. Okay. In today's session, we'll see what is an Azure virtual machine sizes and offerings with respect to the pricing tier, what are the image or the operating systems that you can use with the virtual machine, high availability options. There is a new concept called as Azure Spot VMs or Azure Spot Instance. And then we'll proceed with our demo where we will create a virtual machine extension, and we will enable the diagnostic logs and see how we can use it. Correct? So what Microsoft says is Azure Virtual Machine is one of several types of on-demand scalable computing resources that Azure offers. Typically, you choose a VM when you need more control over the computing environment rather than the other choices. In the app service section, when we're creating the PaaS app, web apps, and we're pushing the code, so you came to the question that why we don't have control over the IaaS, why we don't have control over the versioning, why we don't have more control over the application level. So that was the PaaS offering. If you want to have more control over the operating system in the environment, you need to go with the IaaS option. Virtual machine comes under the IaaS operating system, or sorry, IaaS cloud model. So what IaaS is basically, we will be getting or we will be only needing a bare metal infrastructure from Microsoft Azure. And on top of that, we choose our operating system. We will manage that operating system and we will install or configure the application over the operating system there. So we will be having more control over the machine as compared to the PaaS offering. Okay, so that's what basically it says. And Azure VMs gives you the flexibility of virtualization without having to buy or maintain the physical hardware that runs in. However, you still need to maintain the VM by performing tasks such as configuring, patching, installing the software, and so forth. Once you have more control, so the more management tasks will be managed or be performed by you. Correct. So in virtualized environment, for example, if you are using a physical servers and you have virtualized it, you need to maintain or manage your hypervisor. Whether you use Hyper-V or VMware vSphere, you need to manage the hypervisor. You need to manage the hypervisor clients, the upgradation and the management as well. But here, the backend host level hypervisor is Microsoft is maintaining it. It's just giving you the application means the bare metal infrastructure. On top of that, you will be using the operating system that you need and we configure the application and software over the top. So Microsoft has segregated or classified their virtual machine series according to the loads they're idle to work upon. So you can select the series of virtual machine according to the workload of the application you will be using. Correct? There are many of this Azure Virtual Machine series, and the charges are at RD based on the VM size and operating system. So it will be rounded off to the closest unit. Correct? So here you can see a couple of examples. They have basically divided all the series between these categories. So if you have a balanced CPU to memory ratio, you want your virtual machine to have a balanced ratio between your CPU and memory, then you will go with this general purpose virtual machines, which includes SV2, DV3, and this all series A2B. Correct? You will see options such as S and without S. For example, here there is DSV3 and there is DV3. So what is the difference between these? Difference between these two series is whenever you see a virtual machine with name as, it says that that VM supports premium disk. So there are multiple storage disk options, standard and premium. Whenever you want to use premium disk with your virtual machine, which will having a high IOPS and availability, you will always go with S series option. Correct? Next, if you have a high CPU requirement on your application for say running AI ML or such type of infrastructure, having a very high CPU requirement, okay, we go with F series of VM. If you need high memory requirement, so you will be utilizing more RAM with your application, correct? Then you will be going with this series of virtual machine. If you need a high disk throughput, your application requires a high memory, high storage use, that will be a frequent data transfer and it could be fast, for example SQL or big data. So you should choose a storage optimized virtual machine. If you need a graphics engine or graphics rendering requirement that your application is using, you should go with N series VM. N series because it uses NVIDIA graphics engine in the backend. So they have NVIDIA, it's a Pascal series of graphics processor running in the Microsoft data center. You can utilize the N series VM if your application is graphics intensive. Okay. And the last one will be a high performance compute with RDMA technology. RDMA is nothing but a network architecture where the traffic between one place to another host, for example, one host to another host, takes very less or the shortest route to reach the traffic. It will bypass the CPU operation. For example, if we are connected to host, to high performance compute host with RDMA, the network traffic will not go through the CPU operation. CPU will not be involved in the network traffic operations. The RDMA Ethernet adapter will communicate with each other from both of the hosts. So it will take a shortest route and with low latency. And if you have a very high compute requirement, so you can go with the H series VM. So basically it used with sampling or biological requirement, as Microsoft say, if you have millions of calculation happening at your application level, then you should go with this type of series of VM. Okay. One thing you have to keep in mind that Azure charges only for the minutes of the use. Storage is priced and charged separately. So if you create a virtual machine, it's not like that you will be only billed for the compute hours or the hours that you are using that VM. That's the one parameter that you will be billed. But with the Azure VM, you will also attach your operating system disk. That disk is charged separately, not included in the virtual machine pricing. You will see that once we create the VM, we will get 4 components created and that will be charged separately and independently. Okay. There are lots and lots of virtual machine images that you can use from the Azure Marketplace. I've mentioned only the Windows one, because I cannot put all the options in one slide. There are many images, Windows, Linux, there are custom network appliances, Barracuda images, backup images, any third-party images. There are a lot and lot of options. So you can choose from the marketplace what image you want on top of your virtual machine, and you can use install it and start using it. Okay, you can see Windows 2019 data center. So any latest image come, it will be available in the Microsoft Azure Marketplace. You can just utilize it for your applications. Okay, now we move to the availability options. So high availability is nothing but you want your application or the infrastructure that we have deployed to be available every time without any downtime. So what you do is you create a zone redundant type of an infrastructure. You can say a region redundant, so that any one of the region or any one of the place where you have hosted your application goes down due to a number of reasons. Might be disaster, might be issue with networking, issue with power connectivity, issue with cooling in the data center. If any one of the region goes down, your application should not face downtime, and the second host or the replicated host in the another region should comes up and give us the availability. That's basically an availability test. So in Azure, we will be having two type of availability options. First is availability zone, and second is availability set. So what is an availability zone? Is availability zone expand the level of control you have to maintain the availability of the applications and the data on your VMs. An availability zone is a physically separated zone within an Azure region. There are three availability zones per supported region. Correct? You can see, for example, consider this region as East US. So in every Azure region, there are separate zones. So they have created three separate zones in every data center region that Microsoft has. And these three separate zones will have a distinct power source, network, and cooling. So they are not interconnected with each other in this aspect. Power source, network, and cooling. So in case if any of the region goes down due to any of this issue, there will be two other zones inside the Azure data center region that will give you high availability. Okay, when you select the availability zone option while creating a VM, you need to configure two parameters, update domain and fault domain. In the next slide, I will tell you in detail what these options are. And once you select the high availability zone option, it will replicate your VM in another zone according to the zone you select. You can have two zones or three zones while creating the virtual machine. It will replicate your VMs and data in another zone so that in case any one of the zone goes down, your VMs and application will start running from the backend host in zone 2. So you can protect your apps and data from loss in the data center. If one zone is compromised, the replicated apps and data are instantly available in another zone without any downtime. Correct? That is availability zone. Next is availability set. Availability set is nothing but a logical group of VMs within the data center region. So when you create availability zone, you will have an option to create zone redundancy. You will have three zones, but availability set is inside the zone if you want to create an high availability, correct? Inside one zone, correct? So this, how you create availability set, it depends upon number of fault and update domains you create. What are fault domains and update domains? Fault domain is a logical group of underlying hardware that shares a common power source and network switch, similar to a rack within an on-premise data center. Consider this as one rack inside your data center. So what Microsoft says, you can consider one rack as one fault domain. This is one fault domain, one rack. Under that rack, there will be multiple update domains, or you can say multiple servers. This is rack and these are servers. So what is update domain? An update domain is a logical group of underlying hardware that can undergo maintenance or be rebooted at the same time. So when you configure update domain, you can reboot the servers in the update domain, but it will not impact your application. So when you create a virtual machine, when you, for example, you are creating two virtual machines for high availability of your application and you select the fault domain and update domain options, Microsoft in the backend makes sure the two virtual machines you are deploying will not created under the same fault domain or the update domain, so that in the case of service interruption, if one VM goes down, the another VM that you have configured in the availability set will be up and running. So while selecting the availability set, you will be mentioning what, for example, I need two fault domain and five update domain, three fault domain or six update domain. You will configure that, and Microsoft makes sure that the VMs that you are deploying will not be shared in the same fault domain and update domain configuration. It will always have a separate power source or network connection so that you will not face any downtime. Okay. There is another option that Microsoft recently came up with, which is Azure Spot VM. What is Azure Spot VM says? Consider Microsoft has a region, East-West data center. They have racks and racks of servers they have deployed to be used by the consumers. But say that there is vacant capacity. There is available capacity in the Microsoft data center which is not being used by any of the customers. So eventually Microsoft is paying for that infrastructure, but nobody is using it because there is no requirement for the customer corner to be, and there is vacant capacity in the data center. So what Microsoft says, create spot VMs, use my vacant capacity, and I will give you discount up to 80 to 90% on that VMs. Discount of 80 to 90% of that VMs, but there will be no SLAs. I can take anytime those VM back and give that VMs to pay-as-you-go consumer, which might be needing the capacity at that time. So that is basically the concept of spot VM. So how, if there is no SLA, So what is to use them? So there might be the workloads at your end that are very non-critical. They're not critical workload. You just want that jobs to run, or there is no SLAs attached to that workloads. You can use the Microsoft Azure Spot VMs capacity batch jobs that you want to run, but they are not important as such. That is not critical. So you can utilize the Azure Spot VMs where you can get 80 to 90% discount on those VMs. So how does Microsoft takes back the capacity depends upon the eviction policy that you create while creating Azure Spot VMs, right? You can set eviction policy to stop and deallocate your VM or to delete. If you select stop and deallocate, when Microsoft is taking back the capacity, it will deallocate your VM from the host, correct? But you can start it again when the capacity available. If you select configure the option as delete, once Microsoft wants the capacity back, it will delete your VM. Okay, it depends upon the eviction policy that you will create from the portal. That eviction policy depends on the two parameters, capacity and pricing. I will show you when we will create a spot instance, how you can configure those options. This is basically for non-critical workloads that you will get a higher discount on that. And there is also a process of bidding that you can select the price that you want to pay for that VM, and you can use the capacity. But any of the other customer bids a higher price for that compute instance, Microsoft will reallocate your VM and will give that capacity to another customer. So two options here. I will show you in the demo. First, create a virtual machine. Just using Windows 16 data center. Just show you one more thing here. Here you will see there are a lot of options if you are creating Windows Server. With Chinese language, core with containers, or basic Windows 2016 data center. Just user created. Let's give a friendly name. Okay, I will select the data center under which I want to deploy this VM, and you will see availability options here. What availability options do you want to configure? Availability, if you select availability zone, how many zones you want to use so that your VM get replicated in the backend. So right, you have three options. If you just want to have one, you can select it, two or three, as we have seen in the PPT. There are three regions that Microsoft divides their data center into that have distinct power network connections. You can also select availability set. Okay, there is no existing availability set. I can always create one. Okay, how many racks and how many servers of fault and update domain unit? By default, it is 2, 5. I can give a friendly name. Create that's the image. There are a lot of options. For example, see, it's a VPN tool, Open VPN, but you can use this image. So in the backend, it might be using an Ubuntu image. So network appliances you can deploy. You can deploy Ubuntu or third-party applications or third-party appliances or the images. There are a lot. Okay, so we are on the spot instance. So if you want to configure this VM as a spot instance, we click yes. We will see these options at the last of our session. Right now, we'll click it as no. What size of virtual machine you want to configure? So you can click on size. Okay, we'll see all the size option here. See all the sizes here. So there are 663 VM sizes from which you can select. It will show you the VM size name from the family, how many cores, amount of RAM, how many data disks you can attach with that particular VM, input output per second, what are the IOPS, amount of temporary storage. So this is the temporary storage. You will not save any of your data, the application data in this. It's just used in the backend for paging file and all that. Okay, since it's an S series VM, premium disk is supported, where you will not see S in the letter S in the VM series. The premium disk is not supported with that VM. Correct. Right now I will use the B2MS series VM. I will give you a local admin user. I will create a local admin user. Give a strong password. Okay, what it will do, it will create a local admin user in the VM, so that with that user you will be able to first RDP into that VM. Correct. So public inbound ports, yes, I will be using 389 since I want the RDP session. So there is one option here called as licensing. So Microsoft has different or various licensing model through which you can purchase license for Microsoft services. In Windows, there are direct retail license, or you can say OEM license. There are the volume licensing where you can purchase a Microsoft Windows license in bulk from Microsoft or the organization. And sometimes what organization already have the Windows Server licenses, but how they can use those licenses in the Azure virtual machines. So in Azure, there is an option that you can select the Azure hybrid benefit. If you click yes and confirm that I have a Windows Server license with software assurance or Windows Server subscription with Azure benefit. If your organization or you already have this purchased from Microsoft separately, you will not be billed for the operating system image in your virtual machine pricing. So what basically, when you create a virtual machine, you will be charged for the compute and the operating system running of it. So there, it's a collective charge that Microsoft takes from you when you create a virtual machine. But if you click the option here as yes and confirm it and create the VM, you will not be billed for the operating system and you will be getting discounts up to 49% with the license you already own. Right? But how? Once you create the virtual machine, you have to just RDP into it and activate the Windows with the license you have. So once you do that, you will be having a virtual machine with your license and you will be only charged for the compute hours and not for the Windows Server license. Since I don't have it, I will click it as no. Next is disk. Since we are using an S series of VM, as the default is premium SSD, you can also go with a standard SSD or HDD. Since here we are using S series VM, we'll be using SSD, or we can also go with SSD and HDD. But basically, the difference will be IOPS and the speed and the redundancy option. In when we start with the storage session, we'll pick up more into that. What are the different storage options, the disk options, and what basically Microsoft offers when you create a premium disk. So premium disk is very high available disk because in backend the Microsoft creates 3 copies of your virtual machine data disk into the local and region and the other regions as well, so that you will have a high availability of the disk. So encryption, by default, Microsoft encrypts the data at rest when you create any storage or disk option. But if you want to encrypt the virtual machine with the key that you want, so there is a separate service called as Azure Key Vault, in which you maintain or manage your secrets and keys and certificates. You can just create one key in the key vault and use that key to enable BitLocker on the virtual machine, so that you will have a control on the encryption. By default, it is enabled, but you can always use with your key. So it's a platform managed key which Microsoft manages. You don't have to do anything. And if you want to encrypt your VM or operating system with your key, you can create key vault and pass the key from there. So for now, I will keep the default. When we go with the security session in later weeks, we will explore what key vault is and how we can use key vault to maintaining the keys and secrets. Right? I'm keeping it default. So there are a couple of virtual machines that use data disk. If you want to add additional data disk, you can create and attach it from here, but this option we will explore in the next session, where how to create a data disk, initialize it from the operating system. So for now, we will just creating an operating system default image, that is this disk. When you click on advanced, there is an option called use manage disk. It's all, keep this option as yes. Correct. What is managed disk is basically in the classic model of Azure, we do not create the operating system disk as in resource and attach it. Okay. Let me explain this option after I create the VM, so you will get a better idea once you see the disk how it works. Okay. Ephemeral OS disk is another type of an option that's grayed out. It's only used with selected virtual machine. So basically, it's an operating system disk used as a temporary disk and will not saved in the backend. That's another option. We'll explore it later. Networking is define the network or the subnet that you want this VM to be created into. So I already have a virtual network created in the third session, I guess. I will select a subnet under which my network card for this VM will get created. Do you want a new public IP to be created? Yes, I want a new public IP to be created for this VM. Since I need to take remote of that, and assignment will be dynamic, you can keep it static, but you will be built until and unless that the public IP gets deleted from your environment. If you create a static IP, the IP that will get assigned from the Azure DHCP will be static for you until unless you delete it from your end. Dynamic, it will change once you stop or reboot the VM, but it will be charged only the time I'm using that IP or my VM is running. So I will keep it dynamic for now. So network security group, I'm not using network security group on my network interface because my subnet already has one NSG attached. So you can see here the selected subnet is already associated to a network security group. Front end, we recommended managing connectivity to a virtual machine via existing NSG. So we are not creating any NSG on the network card since subnet already has a NSG on that. Accelerated networking is an option which you get with supported virtual machine sizes. The current size that we have selected is not supported with accelerated networking. So what is accelerated networking basically is, for example, if you have two VMs communicating with each other in Microsoft data centers region. So how the traffic flows is once you initiate the communication from the source machine, it will go to the network interface and the network virtual switch, from switch to the destination network switch, and then interface, and then to another virtual machine. So there are a lot of components involved in the route. So if you create an accelerated networking supported type of a VM and keep it on, the communication between those two VMs will happen directly from the network interface, and the virtual switch part will go away. So you will have very less latency between those hosts. That basically an accelerated networking option is. Load balancing, we are not using any load balancing mechanism here, so we'll keep it as no. Okay, now the management option. Let's see Azure Security Center. That's a different topic altogether. So what type of monitoring I will show you in the monitoring activity with the next activity. I'll show you. For now, I will keep it disabled so that we'll get an option to enable it later. Okay, now that's one thing. Just 6 days back, Microsoft released this option, and still it's still in development and preview, but just 6 days back they gave an option that you have an option to select how your VMs gonna get patched. If you select the manual patching option, then you will yourself patch the images or the operating system, or you can use your internal SCCM or patching or WSUS tools for patching. But if you select the OS orchestrated patching, so the patching will be done from the Windows update, but it will be automatic. It will be selected and installed automatically. You'll have less control. You can just go ahead and change those settings from the operating system, but it will be patched automatically. There is one more option that Microsoft released is Azure orchestrated patching. It's in preview and not released yet. What basically I understand is Microsoft will manage the patching of your ISVM also. So as it might be same as the PaaS service, it will take care of the patching activity of your VMs. So it's not released yet, it's in preview. There is not much documentation available. Once it go live, we will try to explore this option as well. So I will keep it. Okay, virtual machine extension is the next activity we're going to perform, so we'll just keep it blank. Okay, so there are a couple of options here. So the VMs, the VM that we're creating, the approach we are taking to create a VM, we have given a Microsoft that this is the VM requirements here, and this is the availability set, and I want this VM to be placed in availability set. So this will be created in any of the hosts, but the next server you create in the availability set, Microsoft will make sure that that server and the server you are creating will be in separate fault and update domain reference server. There is another option called as host group. You can create a host group. For example, once you create the host group, Microsoft will give you an isolated host group for you, and while creating the virtual machine, you can select those host group that I want to create my virtual machine in this host group. When you're not creating it, you're just saying Microsoft to create VM, Microsoft will select on which hosting group they will create a VM. If you want control over that, you can use that option as well. Proximity placement group is nothing but when you want your VMs to be created in a nearby location so that there will be less latency and it will be coupled together in the nearest host, correct? There are two generations of VM. Basically, we all use generation 1. Generation 2 is in preview, and there are not a lot of globally available options right now. So you'll be using Gen 1. So you can see generation 2 VMs do not yet support some Azure platform features. So we'll be using a full-fledged generation 1 options here. Tags is just a label that you can give anything here just to identify your resources in your tenant or subscription. Next is review and create. All the options that you have selected will be shown here and you will get a cost. What will be paying per hour. Subscription, resource group, name, everything that we have configured is shown in the preview option here. I will click create. So depending upon the virtual machine size you are selected, it will take time accordingly. If you create a very low configuration of VM, it will take 5 to 8 minutes. If you have a good configuration, it might get created within 2 or 3 minutes. So why it takes time? Because first it creates the supported resources. You see the deployment is in progress, and first what they have created the public IP. They will create a network card, they will create disk, and the last it will be VM, correct? Let's see, public IP, network card, and then they are creating the VM. So to create this resource, there are dependent resource on which this resource will be created, and then that will be network card, and network card will be dependent upon the IP that will get there. Okay. See, the deployment is completed because our VM that we have selected has a premium disk and a very good configuration of 2 cores and 8 gigabytes of RAM. Okay. In the virtual machine console, the essentials tab will be same. It will show you the subscription tenant information with tags, the operating system which we are using, the virtual machine size, the public IP address that is attached to the network card, the network, and the subnetwork, the subnet under which you have created this VM. There is more options here, the properties of the VM, all the details of the virtual machine storage, spot instances, and because you have not configured it. Monitoring, you will see a key matrix, CPU utilization, network, disk IOPS. So you will see a monitoring chart here. You can just change the time frame. Okay. So these are the additional features that you can use with your virtual machines. That's our the recommendation. If there is any recommendation from the Microsoft side that you can increase the size. For example, if the average utilization of the CPU of this VM is above 80 or 90 always, so you might get ending up or getting recommendation here that increase the size of a VM, something like that. So here you get all the details. Networking part, you will see the network information of your virtual machine. This is the network card. First, let me show you how many resources got created when you created the VM. See here, once you create VM, these 4 by default resources will get created. First, the network card on which your public IP will be attached. Example, when I click on the network card, you'll see the network card information from name to everything like that. This is your private IP address. This is the IP address from your virtual network that you got for this VM. Okay, this is the public IP address from Azure DSCP through which you will connect your VM from public network. Okay, the IP configuration, you will see what are the IP configurations on this private IP, which is dynamic, and it's a public IP. Once you click it, you will then option to create this as static or dynamic. Okay, you have an option to select a custom DNS server for this particular machine. That we saw this option in our virtual network session, that how we can define a DNS server on the virtual network and on the network interface. There is no network security group attached here on the network interface since we are using NSG with a subnet, and then the default properties option and all that. Correct? It's IP, public IP, so different resource altogether. If you click on configuration, you will have an option if you want to make or reserve this IP. If you want this IP to be allocated to you from the Microsoft, you can change it to static. Okay. Once you do it, your virtual machine will get removed, and once you save, that IP address will be always for you until and unless you go ahead and delete that public IP address from your network interface. This is the disk. Oh, so yeah, there's an option called as do you want to use managed disk, yes or no. So what basically, I will just give you a short because in detail we will see in the storage session. So in the classic type of a model, before managed disk was introduced, how we can create the VM disk is you should have a storage account. Under that storage account there will be a container on folder, and under that container you will create a .vht file, and that .vht file will be used as an operating system disk for the virtual machine. But Microsoft changed it, but there was a limitation on the storage account. I believe 500 petabyte or 5 petabyte of a limitation that comes with the storage account, and there are certain operations that you have to manage on the storage account. So what Microsoft did is they introduced a managed disk wherein the backend of this disk is under the storage account in container that we are not managing it. Hence, we are not able to see those here. It is managed by Microsoft totally. You will be only getting the disk that you attach to this VM. You are not managing it anything apart from this disk. When you click on this disk, you will get a configuration of this virtual machine disk. It's 127 gigabyte of premium SSD. Okay, it is attached and managed by the VM class 6 time created. We'll see the matrix of this, the configuration. Okay, we can change it. You can scale it from 127 gigabyte to next year, but to change the virtual machine size or the disk size, you need to first stop the VM and then change it and turn the VM back on and initialize it. Okay, so all the disk details you will get here. Okay, click on VM under the disk section. You will see the disk. Okay, this is the disk. This is the size of the disk, IPS, throughput, and in the encryption, we will see storage service encryption PMK, platform managed key. You saw I selected the default encryption, correct? When you want to encrypt it with your key, the keyword, you can do that, and then this option will change from PMK to, I guess, customer managed key. Okay. So the connect option, how you connect to this. First, we will have an RDP, that's global port number 3389. Once there is two options here in the IP address. Since I am using my public internet or public network, my internet provider for my institute to connect to this VM, so I will definitely use public IP. But if, for example, you are on the same network, you are connected to the virtual network that you have created in Azure through VPN, side to side, you can use a public IP address to connect to the virtual machine, even you are in the same network of the virtual machine, correct? And you can always create one RDP file, and one RDP file gets downloaded. Once you open that RDP file, it will ask for your credentials that you have put while creating the VM, and will enter into the VM. Next is if you have a SSH connection for Linux virtual machine, you can get an SSH credentials with username and hostname. Then there is a PaaS service, passion, that works as a jump or a stepstone server to connect it. We will explore this option in the later part. So right now I can click on download RDP. See, one RDP file gets downloaded. Okay, the remote desktop connection manager comes, will create connect. Okay, I will choose a different option with the username and password I used while creating the VM. Okay, and I click on yes. So you might see meetings were connecting and having console because I have created this VM in East US data center. My current location is India, so there will be a latency since my traffic is originating from Asian region, from the India region, and connecting to the eastern side of US of a data center. So Microsoft recommends that you create a virtual machine according to the location you resides or you have, so that you will have a very less latency. It's up and running in the back end. I'm just getting a session here and taking the time. Yeah, you can see the VM is up and running and the default server manager page comes up. This operating system is Windows 2016 data center. It is globally same. So you can do any of the Windows Server operation here. For example, you click on add rules and features. You will have an option to add what type of role you want to create or what type of features you want to add. So I want to, for example, I want to create this as a web application server. I will click on IIS. I will add it. I will click on next. I will select the features, any of the features that I want to add. I'll select next. next, next, and install. Once I click on install, IIS role will get installed on this server, and this will become a web application. So you can say web server, application server, correct? And once you have the IIS installed, you can just take the IIS control by using this command, or just open the IIS console, and we'll have a control over the applications that you deploy. I'm not doing it right now because I have another way to do it. PowerShell extension or VM extension, I will show you that option, that how from the outside, from the Azure portal, you can run script on the VM, correct? So this is the option. All the services, everything will be okay. Go to the file manager. Okay, this PC. So this is the operating disk, the premium SSD that we have attached. This is the temporary disk. So if you click it, there will be default file called as data loss warning. So Microsoft says any data stored in this drive is subject to loss and there is no way to recover it. So it's a disk that Microsoft use for backend operations or the paging or caching. So you should not use this disk. You can attach an additional disk. That's the activity that you will do, and how you can initialize it and use it with your applications. This is the default premium SSD that we have attached. There's nothing but the same server, Windows server or configuration files that you will get here. Everything is and will be work as a Windows server. How we are connecting? We are connecting it to RDP through public IP. Okay. Next is create Azure Virtual Machine extensions. So there are a lot of extensions that you can create in Azure. Extension is nothing but a small script or the programs that you want to install with the virtual machines while creating it or after. For example, I can add extension. There are a lot of extension. There's Symantec extension. There will be a Rapid7 security console engine, Chef Puppet, or Octopus. There are a lot of tools. For example, let's say SCCM. SCCM is a patching solution from Microsoft. If you have your environment using SCCM for patching, but what is needed that the client machine have or the member server should have an SCCM agent installed so that it will get connected to the SCCM console and the patching will be taken care of. So what you can do, you can just write a custom script to download and install the SCCM agent while creating the VM. So once the VMs get created, you will already have an SCCM agent installed with the VM. So such type of stuff you can do it. For example, you're creating an series VM, you can create an NVIDIA GPU driver extension. There are a lot of extension where you can add a Microsoft Defender and malware agent from here. Create it. So it's a Windows Defender anti-malware extension. I can give a friendly name. I can configure the scan days and all that. So you can play with many of the extensions. But if there is a custom script that I want to execute, for example, I have a command to install IIS. You can install the IIS with PowerShell as well, correct? I can install Windows feature/web server. I will show you that command. So I have a PowerShell script that I have saved in the storage account log. Yeah, so I've created one folder called as extension. I have one PowerShell script here, install iis.ps1. It's nothing but a simple one-liner command that will install IIS on the server. If you see the script, say install Windows feature, name, web server, include all sub feature that IIS server needs, and the management tool, that is IIS console, the manager. So this is one command with, it's a one-line command with which you can install a IIS role on Windows server. But I don't want to go to the PowerShell here and want to run it after creating the VM. I can do it while creating the VM. There was an option called as extension, correct? You can select this script in that option, and once your VM is created, you're already having an IIS role installed on that VM. But for demonstration purpose, I've used separately here. So I can use this script to install the IIS on the server that I've created. How I can do it? Let us explore it. So this is my VM. I will go to extensions, click on add. There is extension called as custom script extension. I will create. Okay, I got the option here. So it is asking us to select the extension of PowerShell script that you want to run. So I will just select the folder where my PowerShell extension script is. Select the PowerShell extension script that I need. I will just select. Okay, arguments is optional. For example, you in your script you have defined variables, and the value to that variables you need to pass it separately. This is how PowerShell works, that you can define variable that is dynamic, and you can type in or pass any variables at the time of running the script. If you have such type of variables configured in the script, you can use the arguments with dash and the variable parameter, and you can pass it. Right now I have not done it. Just click OK. So it will take some time, I believe 5 to 7 minutes. In the meantime, while it is getting installed, the extension is getting installed, we will do an activity of Azure Spot instance. Let's see how that option works. Okay, let's keep waiting. Okay, all other options will be same as we have discussed while creating the virtual machine without Spot. Once you click Spot, there are a couple of options that will come up. For now, just ignore this error. Okay, you will see one error here. Ignore it, because with by default the subscription I have created, I have 4 cores of quota per region that I've already used. So every subscription, the type will come with a default quota limit to which you create a VMs. You can request, there is an option where you can request the quota increase, and from there you can go ahead and ask for more quota, and Microsoft will add it to your subscription. There is no charge for the quota limit. The only charge you will be bearing for the virtual machine on which your quota you're utilizing that quota. Correct? Once you click yes, it says this size doesn't support Azure Spot, so I have to select size which supported by the Azure Spot instance. Correct this and compare prices in nearby region. Okay. First, let us see what its options are. So there, as I said, the way by which Microsoft takes the capacity back is defined by the eviction policy or the eviction type you define. For example, if you select the capacity, evict virtual machine when Azure needs the capacity for pay-as-you-go workflow, your max price is set to pay-as-you-go rate. For example, you are creating A1 V2 with Azure Spot instance. Your pay-as-you-go price is, by default, it shows the price with Azure hybrid benefit, that considering we have a Windows license already, we'll select it as no. If you see for East US region, Windows operating system, A1 V2 instance with 1 core of CPU and 2 GB of RAM will cost you 0.065 per hour. But if you create a Spot instance with the same size, you will be having a 73% of discount, and you will be paying 0.0178 per hour. So if we use capacity option, we'll select A1 V2 here, and we will select stop and deallocate or delete. Stop and deallocate means once the capacity that Microsoft wants back for this to serve to another customer, it will take back, and according to this policy, it will stop and deallocate or delete your virtual machine. Okay, this is the capacity option. Price or capacity is you define what I want to pay. For example, the price set for A1 V2 is 0.0178. So when I compare prices by nearby options, okay, so first I have to select the virtual machine size. Okay, A1 B2 has a price of 0.0194 per hour that will be paid while creating this Spot instance. Select compare nearby price. You will see currently in East US 2, 0.00780 is the price on which this instance is being sold by Microsoft. If you can bid your price 0.00790 and click on OK. Okay, that's the current price. Okay, we'll just enter a price more than 0.1937940. I've choose greater price than the asking price, so that I will have a capacity of Azure Spot instance for me. You can always have higher price than this, so that Microsoft makes sure you have access capacity available. Even if the Microsoft wants the capacity back, since you are paying more, they will allocate the capacity for you until and unless they require almost all of the capacity in the backend. So with this option, you can configure the Spot instance. It is, you'll not see this option many times because it is not recommended for production. In my career, I have not seen many clients using this option because there are other services as well. They they like to pay for, since their production workloads. In many scenarios, there are no workloads or resources that are non-critical for the environment. That's it. And then the rest of the options will be same. We'll be configuring network management and advanced app. And once you create the console, everything will be same apart from the pricing model. Everything will be same as the virtual machine that we created previously. Now you see deployment has been succeeded. The extensions that we created is installed on the virtual machine. Let us see if the IIS role is installed on the virtual. See, IIS is installed on the machine. I have not installed it from the virtual machine. I have installed it from the virtual machine extension. Correct. So this is how you can play with the virtual machine extension if you have any custom requirement and you want to do it in an automated manner. And the last option is the diagnostic logs. We'll take another 5 minutes. We'll just explore the where we can enable the logs. Okay. You can enable the guest level monitoring. Guest level monitoring is nothing but the events and the logs that the Windows virtual machines create. You can store it into the container. So there will be performance counter logs, events, crash terms, or any Microsoft agent logs. So at the dump of the logs will be saved into the Microsoft storage container. With this, you can do it. If you want to go to the server and navigate to event viewer and logs, you can do it from there as well. So why this option is, why do you want to save it to cloud? Because there are some other services that you might be using to work on the logs. For example, a certain log is stored, then there is an automation script running, there is an log analytics service. If you want to use the another service with the combination of the virtual machine logs and all that, you can do it. You will come to know in the later sessions. So this is how you can use it. There is a boot diagnostic option. It's not configured. Let us configure settings. Okay, enable it. What it does is, for example, if you have started the VM but not able to RDP into the VM, or there is an issue with the VM, and you want to see what is the current display on the VM, where it's actually stuck. So if I want to see it, I can go to boot diagnostic, refresh it. It will take some time. So then screenshot of the lock screen of your VM comes up, and with which you can comfortably say that your VM is up and running. There might be an issue with network. So you will get a network cross sign there in the screenshot. Okay, it will take some time. So another one of the options, that these are the options that we'll be exploring in the backup and all those classes. So there is an option called as run command. If you want to run PowerShell commands from the Azure portal, because so there is a limitation. There is a limitation on output, how much peak output it can give you. Okay, just a small command, just want to check anything on the virtual machine, but you just want to run it from here, so you can do this stuff from here. Just check if there is any diagnostic screenshot. Yeah, see, that's the home page of our virtual machine. So network connectivity is fine. We're getting a home page, means our VM is up and running. Okay, and this screenshot gets saved into the container of your storage account. Last, we'll see where you can check the subscription quotas. In the subscriptions tab, once you click on subscription, there is an option called as usage plus quota. So click on it. You can filter what quotas. I just want to check the quota for compute. This is classic compute, the classic model. We don't use it anymore. Compute, I just want to see it for the East US region. East US, here. So I had 4 cores that I have completely utilized. Okay, so virtual machines, you can create 25,000 virtual machines on your subscription by default. You can further increase it. I can create 50,000 premium storage disks. I can create 50,000 standard storage disks. So if you select all, it will give you all of the quota related to East US. Okay, you can click request increase. A support ticket will be created and sent to Microsoft. Then Microsoft will have an automated manner according to the requirement to increase the quota. I want 10 here. So we can request it for 10 and Microsoft will increase the limitation of the backend. And this quota limitation does not relate to the pricing or the charges you will be paying. You will be paying only for the quota you are using. That is the virtual machine pricing, the compute pricing. Correct? We'll now explore the part of virtual machines that will be virtual machine management operations and virtual machine scale sets. Tackle it one by one. What we'll be doing today, we'll be understanding what are Azure managed disks. I've given a small overview in yesterday's session. We will just deep dive into it from the theoretical part, and we'll also perform an activity of attaching a data disk to a virtual machine and detaching it from the host. Okay, we will do a virtual machine resize activity. Virtual machine custom extension, I believe we have already done in yesterday's session. If you want, I can repeat it today as well. We will see how we can deploy the virtual machine from Azure portal. And the last will be service called as virtual machine scale sets and auto scaling. Virtual machine scale set and virtual machines. How they differ is a virtual machine is a single machine. A virtual machine scale set is a group of virtual machines that we will create according to the requirement, and its scaling option will be totally managed by Microsoft. Correct? We've seen the app service option, correct, where we use scale out and scale in options. In scaling, we used to add more instances. We configured auto scaling. It's the same option, but this is for IaaS service. You will be having more and more instances added according to the configuration you do automatically or manual, according to the requirement or according to the traffic or the load or you configured on the auto scaling option, and accordingly it will option. Correct? Okay. So let us start with the Azure managed disk. There will be a different type of storage types like blob, file, share, table, queue, and under the blob option you create virtual machine disk, that is VHD files. Everybody know that when we work on the virtualized environment, the disk format is VHD, either VHD or VHDX. So we create one VHD file and then we attach it to VM as an operating system or a data disk, and then we start the virtual machine and configure the disk. But after introducing the managed disk option, what Microsoft has created, where Microsoft says that the storage account, the underlying blob creation part and maintaining it will be done by Azure. You will just have a disk readily available that you can attach and detach from the VM. So this part will be totally managed by the Azure platform. Previously, we used to manage all the things inside the storage account, but now by using the managed disk, we can directly map a data or OS disk to VM and unmap it from the VM, and it will be built according to the disk size and the disk tier that you select. So what benefit we get is, first of all, the operations or the operation part of the storage account, the underlying blob and VHD is not with us. It is been managed by the Microsoft. The second, when you create something, so every storage account or every service, you can say every computer network service in Azure have a service limit, default service limit and a maximum service limit. You can choose that service. For example, you can, by default, you have a capacity of creating 10,000 VMs in a subscription. So if you want to create more, you can contact Microsoft support team and they will add the capacity. And there are certain limitations of creating virtual network. By default, you can create 50 virtual networks. It is more than enough, but in case if you want to increase it further, you can contact the support. But for example, in the storage account, there is a limitation of a cap, that is you can only store the data. There are certain petabytes, I guess. I will give you the link in the assignment there, where you can see all the service limits in Azure. Okay, so what Microsoft Azure did is isolated the disk from the storage provider to the compute provider. So as virtual machine is a compute resource, now the disk also became a compute resource that you can easily and readily available and attach to the virtual machine. Right? So this is the managed disk. Managed means managed by the Azure, and we are using it according to our convenience. Okay. Next is an activity that I will show you. I will create a disk and I will attach it to a VM, and I will initialize that disk from the Windows operating system. Okay, now see there is one VM here. We'll go to the disks option. You will see there is an operating system disk already attached to this VM that we created while creating the virtual machine. Now the data disk that we can attach here too. So I will just click on create and attach a number. It will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, up to which you have a maximum limit to attach to it. I will just give a friendly name, data 01. I can select what type of, what tier of storage you can use. I will select standard. There is a size. So every disk you create have a particular size and a billing model attached to it. I will give you the link where you can refer it. It's range from 4 gigabytes to 2 terabytes of storage. So I will just select the middle one, the 64 gigabyte of storage that I want to attach to my server. So according to the tier, the IOPS gets changed. If I And upon the premium, okay, premium, if you select the premium, if you select the standard, the IOPS limits get changed. So according to it, you will get the throughput limit. Okay. Encryption, as I explained in the previous session, by default, the encryption is done at the Microsoft end at rest. If you want, you can use your key and key vault to configure it from your end. Caching is just a data caching. You can keep it read only or read write. Okay, for now, I'm just looking at none. Once you do this, once you add your data disk configuration here, you have to click on save. So it will say it's creating a virtual disk and attaching it on the server. So on a physical server, what we do, we'll just add a hard drive. It's the same operation, but it's totally virtual. So what's happening in the Microsoft backend is Microsoft is taking capacity from their standard pool of SSDs of a 64 gigabyte of space and attaching it to your virtual machine in the backend. So from the host level, the operation is done. You can see virtual machine is updated from the host level is done. Now from the operating system level, we have to initialize that disk. So we come to the server, okay, and we'll go to the disk management option. Okay, you see there is a offline storage added, the 64 GB just added from the host side. We'll make it online. We'll initialize. We'll create a new simple volume. Click on next. Next, assign a drive letter to that data disk. Click on next, assign a drive name. For example, if you created an application server, for example, perform the quick format. You see the disk is online and it's currently formatting. Okay, done. An additional disk has been added with the letter E and the name or label have data. Once we go to the Explorer disk PC, we see a new data disk has been added. Now you can put the data you want here. Okay, once you click it, see 64 GB standard SSD, zero configuration details. Okay, so changing, you can change the disk size from here, but disk size and account type can only be changed when the disk is unattached or owner VM is deallocated. So any changes you want to make to the disk, first you have to detach the disk from here and from the portal, and then you can change it and attach it back. So detaching and attaching, it's not subject to the data loss until and unless you delete the disk from the portal. Right? Once you stop the VM or detach the disk from the VM, you will get an option here to change the size. Correct? Encryption is by default it will be encrypted. If you want, you can use your key vault. First, the best practices, you should take the disk offline from the operating system. Okay. Once you take the disk offline, you will not see it from here because it's offline from the disk management. And then you go here, there is a cross button. Click on that and save. See, the disk has been detached from the source. Now we don't have any disk here. See, the disk option managed from the host as well. Not able to see any disk here. So the disk has been detached, but it's not yet deleted. If you see the resource group, there is one data disk there because you have detached it, not deleted it. So it will be vacant and available to attach to any different chassis. Data disk is still here. If you don't want it, you can directly delete it from here. Now the configuration part, you can change the size from here. Okay. Make 128 gigabytes. Click it, save it. See, now you can go to the VM. You can attach it back following the same procedure that we did. Okay. Okay. So there is an option to create and attach and to attach the existing one. Since we have already data disk created, we'll use this option and we will attach it. Right. It's the same process that we'll be following. Okay. So these are the steps that I mentioned in PPT. Next is resizing the virtual machine. So it's a manual operation. So why do you believe you will resize the virtual machine? So for example, if we are running a certain configuration, for now I have used the B2MS with 2 cores and 8 GB of RAM, maximum of 4 disks that I can attach. There's an IOPS limit to it. Correct. Now, consider any of these parameter that now you are reaching the limit. So you can consider the scaling option or the resizing option of the virtual machine. It's not like that you can only resize to the higher tier. You can also resize it to the lower tier. For example, I can change it from B to MS to B1 MS since the resources are underutilized. So I can consider that option as well. From 2 core to 1 core, it gigabyte to 2 gigabyte, 1 2 data disk to 4 data disk to 2 data disk. So resizing works both the way. You can increase the size, or you can go to the higher tier, or you can just select the lower tier. Correct? How you can do it? Right now, if you can see, my virtual machine is B2 MS, and I can go ahead and click on size. You can see here. I can go ahead and click on size, and I can select B1 MS. Changing size. So yeah. So once you change the size, the virtual machine gets restarted. Correct? So you should consider that option before resizing. Let's see the costing options here. So okay, ideally, I don't know, maybe I need to reboot the VM where just configuration changes. So ideally what happens is, or yeah, I might reach the quota limit here. So by default, it comes with 4 quotas and I utilize it. Therefore, it's not giving me an option. The activity is pretty simple. Just select which size you want to go to, and there will be a resize button highlighted here, and click on the resize. It will resize. That's the only thing. There's a 2-click option. Click on the size you want and click on the resize. Your virtual machine gets changed to the new size with new operations or new configurations. Correct? That's basically the activity is. Okay. I'll just stop the video. So yeah, that's one thing that I forgot to show you there. So I am using a dynamic public IP. So whenever you stop the VM, there is a pop-up that will be thrown that your virtual machine is using a dynamic public IP. If you stop this VM, this public IP will be lost. And when you turn the PM again, according to the next requirement, there will be a different IP address. So since this is testing, I am okay with it. So in production environment, you usually do keep it static. So there's an option that they're giving. If you want to reserve this public IP, just click check mark here and click OK. This IP will be reserved for you. I don't want it because this is my testing environment. You see, relooking it. And one more thing, there are 3 statuses of virtual machine: running, stop, and stop deallocate. Basically, whenever you stop the virtual machine, for example, from the operating system, so you click on Windows button, click on the power icon, and shut down the VM. Correct? Shutdown or taking off or turning off the VM from the operating system doesn't mean that the resources that Microsoft has provisioned for you in the backend will get vacant. It will be still with you. Next time you start the VM from here, it will gonna change from stop to running. So once you click the option stop from here, the Microsoft will remove the underlying compute resources and that capacity will be vacant. Correct? And you will not get any billing for that time, that point of time where your status of VM is stop deallocate. So there are many of my clients have the environment configured such that they just want the VMs up and running in the working hours. So for almost more than 12 hours that VMs are in stop deallocate state. So we save cost on that. So just make sure whenever you're stopping, stop deallocate it. If you don't want the dynamic resources or such as public IP, if it's static, no problem. Deallocate from the portal. Correct? So what we were doing? Okay, so that's basically the resize activity to a session. Custom script extension we covered in the last session where we installed the IAS, correct? We just created a PowerShell script. We saved the PowerShell script in the block, and from the custom script extension, we called that script. And once deployment of custom script extension completed, we saw that IAS console was available in the virtual machine. So there are n number of possibilities or n number of operations you can do through custom script extension. But make a note of it that whenever there is a reboot operation involved in the script, for example, when you say, yes, I want to create a domain controller from the custom script extension, that is not yet supported. The reboot operation, because whenever you install a domain controller ADDS role on the server and promote it to the domain controller, it requires restart. So any restart operation of the VM is not supported with the custom script extension. It will stuck in the deployment and it will throw an error. Okay? Any other operations, any other application level, any anything, apart from this operation, you can do it through the custom script extension. Okay. And then one more thing that I need to mention in the resizing activity is how Microsoft segregates the data center is according to the virtual machine sizes. Every virtual machine series or size have a different host pools, correct? Isolated from one another. So you cannot resize the VM from one pool to another pool. For example, if you are using B series, you cannot resize your VM to F series because that's a different host pool altogether. You can scale it for resize it from B1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to B0 or B567 in the same host pool. But if you want to change host pool, you have to recreate the VM. Then I just make a note of it. Okay, next topic will be virtual machine scale sets. Virtual machine scale sets is nothing but a group of virtual machines, or you can say the copy of your virtual machines will get added once you want the virtual machine scale set environment to be scaled up. We've seen an option called a scale in app service plan, correct? Where we added instances to our app service plan when there was any requirement or there was a high traffic on our application and we are using almost most of our compute capacity or memory capacity. So we have configured the auto scaling option there and we configure the manual scaling option there. It's same like here only, but it will be for virtual machine. Virtual machine scale set is same as virtual machine. Okay, but it will have a copies of virtual machine added once you configure the scaling option. Correct? See, virtual machine, one more virtual machine added, one more virtual machine added. So how it will be defining the scaling is according to the auto scaling policy you configure, or you can do it manually. We will explore those options here. Okay, so Azure Virtual Machine Scale Sets let you create and manage a group of load balanced VM. The number of VM instances can automatically increase or decrease in response to demand or a defined schedule. Correct? Scale sets provide high availability to your applications. So whenever you want a high availability or fault tolerance with your application, what you will do? So I'll show you one image. Okay, so just forget that for the time being, just ignore it as a VM scale set. Consider there you have deployed to 3 VMs here for high availability or 3 application servers. So how will you configure in considering the legacy infrastructure or the non-cloud environment? You will have one load balancer in front of your application that is exposed to the public internet, and then that load balancer will route the traffic in a round robin fashion and according to the policy you have configured to the backend of the load balancer, that will be your application servers. Correct? There will be 3 application server and the request will be served to the user through load balancer. So I believe you might know the operation how load balancer works. A basic load balancer, correct? It's a basic networking part. Consider it that instead of 3 application server, you can create one VM scale set and configure a policy that if required, it will scale up automatically. So, okay, there is an alternative to that solution. So instead of deploying 3 virtual machines, you can deploy one virtual machine scale set and it will gonna automatically scale up and scale down to the parameters you configure that I will show you. We'll create a virtual machine scale set from the portal. Okay, I've created another virtual network in East US 2 region since I have only 4 core limit on in the East US. So if I want to create more compute resources, I have to go another region. So I have created one is in East US 2. So I will search for VM scale set. Correct. I will click on create. Okay. Select the subscription and resource group. I will give a friendly name. So VM set 1. I will select East US 2 data center. I can select availability zones from here. I can select the operating system image. Okay, I don't want it to be a spot instance. I want this VM size VSV1 with 1 core and 3 GB of memory. I will give a local admin username and password here. Okay, hybrid benefit, no. This I will be using premium disk. I will be using default encryption at rest. Okay, data disk, I don't want to attach any data disk for now. Virtual network, I already have created one virtual network. I will use that. So by default, a one network interface will be created and it will give a recommendation of name and configuration. I will click it here, this network interface. I'm not using my load balancer. I will be using the load balancing mechanism that Microsoft have in their backend. Scaling, initial instance count is 2, means once I go through this all options and click on review and create, 2 virtual machines instances will automatically get created. Correct. So I will keep it 2. Scaling policy, we will explore this option after we create the scale set. You can do it manual or you can define it custom. Custom means minimum number 1, maximum number 10, but from 1 to 10 it should scale according to the threshold I set. Once this threshold reach, it will scale up with one more instance. Again it reach, scale up, correct, scale out, and give you more detailed information after we create it. We'll keep it in manual. Okay. And then the scaling policy, that these options I will keep it default in the explore it in the scaling options under the scale set after we create it. Management, yes, I want to keep it manual. Upgrade policy, I will show you what that exactly is. I will keep boot diagnostic information on, and then the boot diagnostic snapshots will be saved in this storage. Okay. Automatic OS upgrade, I'm keeping it as off, considering I will be using my own patching solution. Okay. Instance termination is nothing but whenever your scale set scales in, means for example, if it's scaling in from 3 instances to 2 instances. So one instance got terminated because there was not much load on the virtual machine scale set. So once that happens, you will get an email notification and you can configure it after we create the scale set. Help is basically monitoring the backend instances after we create multiple instances. So the inbuilt load balancer will have a help prop on, for example, say I will send HTTP AT request to the instances in the backend, and if we do not get any response from any of the instances inside it, the virtual machine scale set will throw an alert that one of the instances is unhealthy. You can enable the monitoring from here. We'll show you after we create it. Okay, so there is one important option that you need to configure to make sure that you are pretty confident what you're doing. Is by default our virtual machine scale set comes with a scaling option of 100 instances. If you want more than 100, you have to click yes while creating the scale set. If you click no and later you know that you came across a situation that I need more than 100 instances, then you cannot change it. You have to click it here. But 100 instances are more than enough. I don't believe anyone will cross this mark, right? But if you want more than 100, you just click yes here and then go with the more scaling instances option. Spreading means whenever a new instance is created, how you want that instances to be spread in the backend of the Microsoft host. So quick spreading will be in a single zone, single region. Max spreading, it will spread your instances in different hosts that will be highly available, right? You can select max spreading or quick spreading. Is a custom script extension. If you want to run any custom script, you can paste it here. Same proximity placement group, if you have created any, you can select it. I will use Gen1 VM. Next will be tags, review and create. So it will take 3 to 4 minutes to get the virtual machine scale set created and up and running. So storage account was already created. So it says okay, it created the network card. Now it's creating the virtual machine scale set. Okay. So you might come to the question that if there is a resize option available, why should I use virtual machine scale set? If I can resize it, add more power to my already available virtual machine and can use it for the additional load, so why to use scale set? So the answer will be whenever you resize the virtual machine, there is a reboot operation that gets performed. So there will be a downtime. And it's not a best practice to resize the virtual machine and again according to the requirement and load very frequently, because a reboot operation is involved in that. So in the scale set, application will not face any downtime. If there is a load on the computer resources, another instance gets ready in the backend and added to your virtual machine scale set, and there will be no downtime. So yeah, that's a virtual machine scale set that we have created. You see the essential options here, the operating system, network details, everything. It is same as the virtual machines with some additional options to manage the scale set. It is same. Okay, if I click on instances, by default I have created 2, correct? So there are 2 virtual machines inside the virtual machine scale set. The naming convention will be the suffix to the virtual scale set name that we have given. It will add 1, 2, 3, 4 according to the instances you have defined at the start of creating the virtual scale set. So there are 2 instances currently running. So you can select it manually, stop it, or if it is stopped, you can select it, manually start it. You can restart the VM here. Re-image is if you want this VM to be recreated with the latest operating system image, you can click here. If you want to delete that instance, you click here. Upgrade means whenever you make any changes on the scale set, for example, you say the size of the instances or any health check option or any policy, you make any changes here, it will say that the changes has been done successfully from the portal, but it will not reflect or it will not take effect on the virtual machines until and unless you click on upgrade. This option is to give you more control over the instances. So once you make any changes, you will see latest model as no. Currently it is yes because you have configured it and you have not changed anything. Once you change anything from here, it will show no here, and once you upgrade, it will say yes, and it will say health state is okay, correct? So that is the upgrade option basically. Protection policy is if you want to have an instance protection from scaling in or scale set actions. Scaling in means reducing the instance number. Okay, for example, currently my 2 instances are running, but my resources are underutilized. I want to decrease, I want to scale in, I want to delete one of this instance, but I don't want the instance 1-2 1_2 to get deleted. I want to protect this because I have done some certain configurations on this virtual machines that I don't want this virtual machine to get scaled in, to get deleted. So I can configure the protection policy. So I can add a protection from scale in and save it. So whenever there is a scale in option, this VM will not get deleted. The another VM who does not have protection will get deleted. So that's the protection policy. Networking, you will see the backend network interface of the virtual machine. So yeah, that's the network interface. So there's a network security group attached to it that is managed. That's the scaling option. I'll show you in a moment here. The rest of the operation, that is attaching, detaching, everything is same. Sizing of the instances. Currently I'm using V2 FDS1 V2, correct, for each virtual machine. I can resize it. So I can click resize. My backend instances size will gonna resize with this virtual machine here. But make sure you have enough quota capacity on the regional subscription level. If you want to use custom script extension or extension, we can do it from here. These options are same as virtual machine because virtual machine scale set is nothing but a virtual machine only. If you want to have an automatic upgrade policy, so you can do it for any changes that you do in the host level. You want that changes to get reflected automatically under the instance, you can configure it from there. I'll show you the option here of upgrade, correct? If you want this to have an automatic reflection here of the options that you change here, you can configure it from the upgrade policy, correct? Rest of the options are related to the another service. So if you want this VM to be recreated with the latest virtual machine operating system image, you can do it. You click reimage. Yes. Okay. So it will re-image. Okay. You will see the details in operating system. I've used Windows 2016 data center, that is latest one. Latest at the point I'm creating the virtual machine scale set here. Okay. If you want to have your license, you can click on yes and enter your product key or the license information in the virtual machine. So you can connect it to the instance by clicking on the instance. Okay? Connect, you can have an RDP file downloaded. But make sure that you can see there's only private IP address. To RDP into the instance of virtual machine scale set, you first need to create a jump server that is exposed to public, because virtual machine itself will not directly publicly expose instances. You have to create jump server and then take a remote from there. Correct? And then the rest options will be same. And the scaling part. See, manual, currently there are 2 instances as it's shown here. I can scale in or scale out. Scale out means increase. For example, I'm making it 3 and save it. So there will be another copy of instance that will get created and added to my instance pool. Okay, it will add more capacity to my existing pool. It will take some time. Let us wait for that. Yeah, scaling policy is whenever there is a scale in operation, means a deletion of the instance since you are underutilized. So what approach should Microsoft take while deleting the instance. Default will be a random, that will be the highest number. If you configure newest and the oldest, if you configure the newest, balance across availability zone, then delete newest created virtual machines. If you select this, the newest one that got created while scaling out option will get deleted. If you click oldest virtual machine instance that was created will get deleted. So you have a control over that. Run history, if there is any scaling operation, it will give you the history here, auto scaling history, and the backend code of the activity logs you will get here, the JSON code. So I have not configured auto scaling option here. If you want to configure auto scaling with the help of code, you can do it from here. Otherwise, we have a graphical interface there. Okay. Once we configure auto scaling, we get an option here. Let us see first. Okay. So it's not getting created. We'll explore the option of auto scaling. So that's a friendly name that you can give to the auto scaling option. So it's same as the app service plan. It's same option, but it will be based on the virtual machine configuration, correct? I want to scale based on a metric, means a CPU percentage or a memory percentage, memory utilization or IOPS. Okay, so I can add rule. I can select the current virtual machine scale set. I want average CPU percentage. When average CPU percentage is greater than 70% on the instance or the total set of instance, and for 10 minutes on an average it was above 70%, increase count by one instance. Got it? I will repeat it again. I'm configuring a scaling criteria or scaling rule where my average percentage of the current VM host or the scale sets, when it is greater than 70 for more than 10 minutes in duration, there should be an increase by one count, means one additional instance will be added. And cooldown minutes is nothing but how much time a VM scale set scaling should wait before performing the next scaling action. So once it's increased the count by one, for the minimum time of 5 minutes, it will not do any other scaling option or any scaling operation. It will wait for 5 minutes, correct? And I will add it here, correct? That's the scale out. Okay, this is increase. So you can define what's the minimum instance you want to keep and what's the maximum. Maximum I want to keep it 4. So and default will be 1. So up till 4 operations it will do a scale out operations. I'm keeping it 4 because my core capacity is 4. If I have a load and you want to increase it further, you need to change the maximum capacity from here. Okay, that's how auto scaling works. So yeah, there's one more option, scale to a specific count. 1. I want to keep a total count of 3 during this duration. For example, you know that my month end period, or for example, the month end period will have a high load on the virtual machine scale set. So I can create that policy as well, that at particular date and time, my auto scaling will start come into effect and the instances will be increased to 3 instances. So I can have an option to configure the scaling condition according to the time frame, that is scale based on the specific count, correct? I have an option to configure it here as well. See, I have done a manual operation that I have added one more instance. Now I have 3 instances. I can again go ahead and change the manual scaling operation. If I want one, so another 2 will get deleted according to the protection policy and the scaling policy. Okay, I've enabled the auto scaling. There is no auto scaling operation done as of now because it has to reach 70%, and I don't believe it reached because we are not doing anything on that server, or we have no load on the application. So I can go ahead, click on manual, reduce the instance count to 2 or say 1, save it. Then again, the scaling will kick in. The 2 instances will get deleted, and there will be only 1 instance. So 2 of them will get deleted. See, deleting. So 2 ways will get deleted once the deleting options completes according to the protection policy. Okay. So it's a diagram, basically how the upgrade model works. Yeah. Today's session will revolve around the different type of connectivity methods that Azure provides to connect or initiate communication between two different virtual networks, two different on-premise networks, two different hybrid networks. So if you have the virtual network created, the private virtual network created in Azure environment, and you want to link that private virtual network to any other virtual network or any other on-premise network. Okay, so you can explore many services that Microsoft offers in that how you can connect that network to a different with different options, and every option serves a purpose. There will be a various parameters called as the latency and the number of connections, the encryption part. So we will consider while creating the connectivity between the virtual networks. So we'll be creating peerings, we'll be creating gateway. Under that gateway, we'll connect site to site, point to site connection. We will create a local network gateway to connect to the on-premise routers and express route connectivity. So we'll take these options one by one. First, we'll start with the virtual network peering. Before that, let me show you the infrastructure that I've already created. Okay, so I have three different region in which I've created three different virtual networking resources. So let me know if I've changed the thing to dark so that it is better visible. So I've already created three different virtual networks in three different regions. So basically it's my dashboard. You can see I've created a dashboard with hybrid networking. You can also create one in your portal as well. What you have to do, for example, I have pinned the resource group, virtual network, gateway, and VM. So how you can do it, for example, if you want to attach resource group to the dashboard, you will go to resource group and you will select what resource group, the name of the resource group to which you want. So there is a three dots here. Click pin to dashboard and click pin. Okay. So once you go to the dashboard, you will see the resource group here. You can edit it. Right click, you can customize the size of your block. Okay, and customize it. Okay, you will see the, and you can, if you click on edit, you have an option to move this tile wherever you want. Okay, so like this, I have created one dashboard where I created three different resource group and three different regions. If you see, the name is RG East US, RG West US, and RG Central US. So we'll be basically using RG East US and West US. I've created two different virtual networks. One virtual network called as East US. The address space is this. There is one virtual machine connected to this virtual network. For now, just ignore it. The gateway subnet option, we will take it when we create a gateway and VPN. Okay. In West US resource group, I created one virtual network. This address space is 10.0. So the address spaces are different. It was 192.168.0. It is 10.0.0. Okay, and there is one virtual network interface and there is VM attached to it. So there is one VM in the West US region, one VM in East US region. There is no connection as of now. Okay, so there are two virtual networks. There are two virtual machines in each of the virtual networks, and those are the isolated networks. There is no connection between these two virtual networks. So if I try to ping West US virtual machine from the East US one, it will not give a response. For example, yeah, it's a East US one VM. If I try to ping the IP of the West US VM, it will not give any response because there is no network channel communication between those two virtual networks. So I need to create the connection so that these two resources communicate with each other. So first option we will explore is by creating a peering. So virtual network peering enables you to seamlessly connect networks in virtual network. The virtual network appear as one for connectivity purpose. The traffic between virtual machines uses the Microsoft backbone infrastructure like traffic between virtual machines in the same network. So example, consider it as a three different virtual networks. VNet A, VNet B, and VNet. These are three different virtual networks, and there are no connections created yet. So what I'm doing, I'm just pairing this virtual network with this one, and pairing this virtual network with this one. So once I create it, the VMs from this virtual network will be able to communicate through this virtual network through the Azure backbone with Azure private network. There will be a low latency network in the Azure data center and region. And this virtual network will be able to communicate with this virtual network. And there are various options called as remote gateways and allow gateway transit that I will show you when creating the virtual network pairing. So if I want to initiate communication between these two virtual networks, I should create a peering between them so that they will be able to communicate with each other. So there are two different peerings. One is virtual network peering and global network peering. Virtual network peering means if you have two virtual networks in the same region, for example, this virtual network is in East US and this virtual network is also in East US. Since the address space are different, being in the same region does not mean they will be linked to each other. If your address space are different, they will not be able to communicate with each other. If we want to create the peering between these two virtual networks, which are in the same region, it will be called as a virtual network peering. But if your virtual networks are in different regions, for example, one is in East US and one is in West US and separated by the different address space, that pairing will be called as a global virtual network pairing because you are connecting the across Azure regions and data center. Okay, so let us start with creating the pairing. How you can create it. There is one more thing that I want to show you. If you want to see the network diagram, for example, I have a East US virtual network and I want to see what resources are there or how the network is connected. There is an option called as diagram. Once you click it, it will show you the network diagram. See, there is a virtual network called as East US. There are two subnets, front-end subnet and back-end subnet that I have created. Under the front-end subnet, there is a network card and there is a network security group that attached to this front-end subnet. That network card is attached to the virtual East US 1 and that virtual machine is having a public IP called as VM East US 1 IP. For now, ignore this. So this is how you can see the network diagrams. Okay, and you can directly click on the resource that you see and you can directly go there. For example, I want to go to East US virtual machine. Just click on it. It will just redirect you to the virtual machine. Okay. So yes, let's start with the pairings. If you see in the left pane under the settings, you will see an option called as pairing. Okay, click on add pairing. Okay, name of the pairing from VNet East US to remote virtual network. For example, I will give a friendly name East US to West US. Okay, pair details. What virtual network deployment are you using? Resource manager or classic? They are using the resource manager, correct? What subscription are you using? So I'm using my subscription. I want to define the virtual network to which I'm connecting. So I am in East US virtual network pairing options. I want to connect to the West US virtual network. So I will click on West US. Okay, now name of the pairing from West US to East US. It was from East US to West US. So the connection, so when creating pairing, you should connect, you should create connections from both sides. So there's an option in here only that you can define the pairing from West to and as well. Example, West US to East US. Okay. If you want to disable any one of the pairing, for example, you only want a traffic from the East US to reach to West US, but you don't want traffic from West US to reach East US virtual network, you can enable and disable it. Access virtual network from West US to East US, I can disable it, but I want to keep both the networks enabled. What is forwarded traffic? Forwarded traffic means, let me show you. See, these three virtual networks are connected. A is connected to hub, B is connected to hub, but A is not connected to B, correct? So, and if you want such type of connection, so you have to use this option, forwarded traffic. What it says that the setting allows forwarded traffic from West US, traffic not originating from inside the West US into East US. For example, I want a traffic from here to here. Let's say this is the West US network and this is the East US, but traffic is not originating from here, traffic is originating from here. So this virtual network can take a route from here to here. That's called forwarded traffic. It's not directly paired with these two virtual networks, but they can take a route from here. If you enable the forwarded traffic options, you can enable from both the virtual networks. Last is allow gateway transit settings. If you check on that, so if the traffic originating from the peer virtual network can use the VPN gateway to reach the on-premise virtual network. So VPN gateway is used to connect the on-premise virtual network. If you allow the gateway transit option, traffic from the paired virtual network can utilize VPN gateway to reach on-premise virtual network. Okay, and click on. So you see, it will show adding virtual network pairing. It is giving me two pop-ups because it is connecting two connections, one from East US to West US and one from West US to East US. See, you will see the connection here. Connection pairing status is connected, details, and if you want to change the options that you have used, you can to from here. That's connection from east to west to west to west. And if I go to west to west network, go to the peering settings, you will see a connection called as west to east to east to west. Peering status connected, gateway transit, and put it disabled. Okay. So now the two virtual networks, these two virtual networks have is connected with each other. Okay, so let us start and try to ping west US VM to from east US VM. So I'll just remote it and go to the west or some east US VM and try to ping the IP address of this virtual machine, private IP address. If you go to this virtual machine, okay, the private IP address is 10.0.0.4. Okay, let's go to east US VM and try to ping it. First of all, let us check if we are in correct here. Yes, I am in east to west 1. I want to try to ping. Okay. I am again getting the error that I am not able to connect it. So still the networks are connected. I am sure that the networks are very much connected because in virtual network peering status it says connected. So why I am not able to reach the virtual machine? See, still no response. So what might be the option? I am able to reach the RDP traffic, but I am not able to ping that. So the answer is very simple because there are no rules allowed in the Windows firewall that will allow the ping to the virtual machine. So your network security group, if you allow traffic in the network security group, doesn't mean that it changes the settings from your Windows firewall. So let me go to the West US VM. West US VM. I will go to Windows firewall. I will go to the inbound rules. I will go to the ICMP port that uses the ping response. ICMP port, you see here, so that's the rule, ICMP v4. Currently, this rule is disabled. How you can say that digital? Because there is no green arrow. Once I right click, enable it, now the virtual machine ping response is enabled. You can say ICMP port is enabled to receive traffic. So now when I try to ping the VM, now I'm getting the response. Okay. Same from here as well. So here it is already enabled. Okay. So now from the West US virtual machine, I can ping the East US one. See. And now my virtual machines are also communicating with each other from the private network in the Microsoft Azure backbone infrastructure. So this is how you create virtual machine peering. The virtual machines are hosted in different network, but they are connected to the peering as they're able to communicate with each other. Got it? So what we have learned today is when you are using the network security groups for allowing or denying the traffic, it only take effects on the Azure side of infrastructure. But if you want to allow or deny traffic from the operating system level, you have to use the Windows firewalls. So this for security purpose. Okay, cool. So right now I'm deleting the peering because we want to explore other options. We'll use a VPN gateway. We'll just go ahead, click on peering. I will delete it. So it will delete peerings from both the virtual networks. In the meantime, we'll go and start with the next part of our session. Okay, that is VPN gateway. VPN gateway is a specific type of virtual gateway that is used to send encrypted traffic between an Azure virtual network and an on-premise location over the public internet. So what is the basic difference between peering and between using virtual network peering and virtual network gateway is in virtual network peering, you don't have to configure the encryption, IPsec encryption, IKEY, V2 encryption, tunneling. You don't have to do it because the network resides in the Microsoft Azure data center internally. So there is no need of encryption because there is no public endpoint exposed to that virtual network. So there is no security risk involved. It's connected in the backend from the Microsoft backbone network. But when we use the virtual network gateway, the communication between the two gateways happens through the public internet. Correct. For example, CVI. This is a virtual network gateway, and this is my Azure side of infrastructure where I created my Azure networks. I can peer it Azure to Azure. There is no issue. But when I want to connect the infrastructure from outside Azure, for example, you are on-premise, other VNets Might be Azure, might be other. You can also create cross cloud VPN. For example, you can connect AWS gateway, VPN gateway with Azure. You can do it. You can create GCP, Google Cloud Company. If you have gateway service, VPN gateway service there, you can connect it with the Azure VPN gateway. Okay. Or the point to site connection. Point to site connection. First of all, let us see what is site to site connection. Site to site means you have your on premise, your office location, and you have your Azure infrastructure. You can create the whole site through the routers or the firewall devices on your network with Azure network. You can create a gateway configuration from the other VNets or the other cloud service providers VNet with Azure. But if you want only a particular VPN clients, for example, VPN or particular machines, particular users. For example, I want to use my desktop or laptop, which is a public network, to connect to the VPN gateway. I can configure the point-to-site connection. Right? There's a difference. When you use the peering, it's from the Microsoft backbone network, but when you use VPN gateway, the traffic flows through the public internet. So you can use VPN gateway to send encrypted traffic between Azure virtual networks over the Microsoft network. Each virtual network can have only one VPN gateway. Correct? That's the thing, that any virtual network can only have one VPN gateway connected to it. Okay. However, you can create multiple connections to the same VPN gateway. When you create multiple connections to the same VPN gateway, all VPN tunnels share the available gateway. So there is one gateway, but you can create multiple connections with that gateway. But there is a limitation on bandwidth. What are the limitation on bandwidth? Let us click here. Gateway tiers. So whenever you try to create a VPN gateway, there's a certain limitation and pricing involved in it. So if you click basic, you can go up to max 10 VNet to VNet or S2S connection. You can create 128 point-to-site connections. Open VPN clients and IPv4 tunnels are not supported. BGP border gateway protocol is an networking term. If you want to use border gateway protocol for encryption or encryption for routing your packets from or through the virtual network, you can address it. So there's gateway tiers, different gateway tiers that you can use according to your requirement and pricing. Started from 100 Mbps. Basic is not for the production loads, it's for basic testing. Starts from 600 Mbps to 1.25 Gbps. If you're creating generation 1, if you want to create generation 2, starting from 1.25 gigabits per second to 10 gigabits per second. So that's the bandwidth. And that's the max connection. So this is the configuration that you need to consider when creating the virtual network gateway according to the requirement of your organization or your infrastructure. Okay, so basically there are two types of gateway, and we mostly use route-based. So policy-based is meaning VPN devices use the combination. For example, these two gateway VPN devices which use a combination of source prefix and destination prefix to encrypt and route the traffic. In route-based, this is not the thing. It can take any tunnel because each tunnel will configure using a virtual network interface to communicate with each other. It comes into picture when you connect your on-premise network to the Azure network. So on-premise side of a settings where you use Cisco or Checkpoint or Juniper or any type of a router, you have to check what configuration it is, how you should connect it. So basically, mostly the network engineers use the route-based VPN so that they have more advantage over it and can initiate the connections. So we have explored what are the different types of gateway and what are the different parameters of configuration that comes with it. So let us now go ahead and create a virtual network gateway. I have already created it because creating a virtual network gateway takes 25 to 30 minutes, because when you create a virtual network gateway in the backend, Microsoft creates virtual machines, install the configuration to the high availability settings in the backend. So it takes 25 to 30 minutes to create a virtual network gateway, and hence I've already created it to save time. So I'll just go through the options that how you can create it. But if you can see in the resource book, you can see the virtual network gateway already created there. See, VNet gateway. It is already created. I will just add it. We'll try to create a new one to just go through the options. Okay, click on virtual network gateway. We'll click on create. Okay, there's already a virtual network gateway created in this virtual network. So I will try to create a gateway in a virtual network where there is no gateway created. We'll just check what are the options that we have to configure while creating a virtual network. So I will just give a friendly name. I will select the region or location. What type of a gateway are you using, the express route or VPN? So right now I'm using VPN and the route based. There is a lot of options, Gen 1 and Gen 2 options. Okay, I will just use the first option. Okay, here you will only see one VNet, but there are three VNets in my subscription. Central US, West US, and East US. Why it is showing me only Central US? Because as we saw in the PPT, that one virtual network can only have one virtual network gateway created. So in West US and East US, I have virtual network gateway already created. So only Central US option or Central US option that I don't have any gateway, hence it's giving me only option to create gateway in central US. Okay. Whenever you create a gateway in virtual network, a gateway subnet automatically gets created and it is managed by Microsoft. You don't have any option to change it or anything. So it's created and managed. You can just change the address space if you want. Okay. Yes. The public IP address will be created because the gateways communicate through the public traffic. So a new public IP will be created. Gateway. I'm just giving a friendly name to the IP, right? And the assignment here is grayed out and it says dynamic. So actually this should not show here because it's create confusion. Because why my gateway IP address is dynamic? Why do I want my gateway IP address to get changed? So it is dynamic from the portal, but it is static in backend. But what Microsoft says is whenever you create a gateway, public IP is attached to it and it is a static IP. It will not change until and unless you delete that gateway. So even though it says dynamic here, the IP is static and will be static for that particular virtual network gateway, and it only gets released when you delete the gateway. Okay. The next option is active mode. Active mode is if you want to create, for example, two public IP address over which two public channels. So to achieve high availability, so when you select this, a second IP gets created and two public IPs get attached to your virtual network gateway to achieve high availability. So there will be two separate channels I will be using. Okay. If you want to create BGP is in, you can say protocol configuring through a channel from the router's settings, you can enable it from here and configure the BGP setting from your on-premise router. Okay, and right now keeping this disabled. Next, review and create. So these are the settings you have to mention while creating the virtual network. Once I click on create, it will take 25 minutes, 25 to 30 minutes to get the virtual network gateway created. So I'm not doing it because I already have a virtual network gateway created. I'm just pinning it to the dashboard so that you can easily see it. See, so there's a VPN gateway attached to this virtual network. Now I have a gateway that I can leverage to initiate communication between the two different virtual networks or two different on-premise or point-to-point connections. So let us explore what are the different options here. So these are the basic options. These are the essential tabs. Okay, it will show you the incoming and outgoing address or traffic. Since there is no connection, there will be no traffic here. Okay, configuration. It's what are the configuration options you selected. You can enable active mode or configure PGPs and change your gateway tier from here. Now connections. Right now I have not created any connections. So let us start with creating the connections. I want to connect my East-US VNet. Okay, before that, let us make sure there is no connection between our East-US VM and West-US VM. Correct? I've deleted the peering. Even if I have rules whitelisted or allow rules enabled, still I'm not enabled to ping the virtual machine in West US because the connections I have deleted the connections. Now let us start with creating a virtual network gateway connection. So I will just give it a friendly name, US. Now the connection type. What connection type? So are you creating a connection to connect to different VNet? Are you creating this connection to connect to your on-premise router? Are you creating this connection to connect to your express router? So right now I'm trying to connect to my virtual network in West US. So yes, I will click VNet to VNet connection. First virtual network will be by default the virtual network we are using with the gateway. Second is the destination virtual network. So I have West US option. I don't see Central US because I have no virtual network gateway created in Central US. So I will not see Central US as an option here. Let us click on West US. A shared key. So you will create a random key as good as a password that you want to keep so that you can use it to authenticate to the different gateway. Right now, I'm just keeping it as simple as that. You can create it a random password generator anyway. You can say any high security key and paste it here and use it with both the. This is a encryption protocol. What type of encryption protocol you want to use? I use IQT by default one. Subscription is default. Resource scope is default, and location is default. Click on OK. So it is creating a connection from east west to west west. Now let us go to west VPN gateway. Click on connection. See the connection reflects here. Let us start connecting west to west to east to west. West to west to east to west. Unit to unit. Second will be the east to west one. Okay. A B C D 1 2 3 4 5 and okay. So now it will create a connection from west west to east west. It will take 4-5 minutes to get created and connected. So let us wait here for a couple of minutes and let's see what's happening here. Okay, the connection is created, the status is still unknown. We want to see a status as connected, as we see in the pairing option. So we'll wait for them to get up and running, so that the status will get changed from unknown to connected. It will take a couple of more minutes. So the thing that right now we are doing is there are two different virtual network gateway, east to west and west to west, and we are connecting it through the public encrypted channel. This thing is managed by the Microsoft, so we don't have to make any settings or changes here until and unless you're using on-premise gateway, where the network engineers on the on-premise will configure the routers and initiate the communication with Azure. It is right now not connected. It will soon change to connected. We'll just wait in the back end. It will take some more time, I guess. So we'll start with the next topic in the meantime. Okay, so this is how we initiate the site-to-site connection with different VNet through VPN gateway. Now, what if I want to create a point-to-site? Point-to-site means we are not peering or connecting a whole virtual network. We are just want a particular client. For example, a particular user with his laptop should be able to connect to this VPN and access the Azure resources. You might have used Cisco VPN client, OpenVPN client, correct, to connect to your office network while working from home by using your laptop or the desktop given to you. So if I want to achieve a scenario such like that I can have a P2S connection to a particular user, so that if that user can use his client machine to install Azure VPN client and will be able to connect to the virtual network to the VPN gateway. So we'll try to work on those scenarios. So the maximum number of point-to-site connections depend upon what virtual network gateway tier are you using. Example, if I'm using gateway 1, I will be having 128 max P2P connections. So there is a limitation here. So most of the organization, if they have a requirement of more than this connection, they use OpenVPN is a third-party tool that you can use it to get maximum connections on the point-to-site. But the best practice is to use site-to-site as an organization level. Yes, see the status is now connected. Now let us try to ping my request to virtual machines on this US. See, now we are getting the response. So my both the virtual machines are now connected with the VPN gateway. Okay, let us now try to explore the option of connecting a particular virtual machine or a particular client to this network, to the VPN gateway. Okay, so for that I've created a separate version. So treat this as a user working from a remote location and is doing the work from home, and he's a developer, he's an Azure architect or infrastructure guy, I want to access these resources. Okay, so consider this scenario as like that, and this is one virtual machine running central US. If I try to ping, this is a central US virtual machine, correct? Let me show you. This is a VM central US. Now I don't have any connections from central US to east US. When I try to ping the virtual machine from east US, I will not get any response. Why? Because there is no connectivity between these two virtual networks, which these East US and the Central US, correct? But what I will do, I will just install and create a point-to-site connection so that this client machine or a virtual machine will be able to initiate connection to this virtual network through the VPN gateway point-to-site connect. So what I will do, we'll just go to the VPN gateway. There are many steps involved, so just be attentive. User VPN configuration. So I have to first mention one address pool, a separate address pool. Why? Because whenever a client machine connects to this virtual network through this gateway, a particular private IP will get assigned from this pool to that virtual machine. Correct? I will keep it tunnel type default. If you want, you can use. If you're using OpenVPN, you can use, or OpenVPN with SSL and IQT, you can use. I will just keep the default one. There are three types of authentication that you can use. So how a client machine can authenticate its attributes or credential and gets into the Azure VPNs depend upon the authentication type you select here. So you can use Azure certificates where you can just use a certificates of a public certificate from the certificate provider, SSL certificate, and configure it. You can get a root certificate from one of the vendors, third parties, and try to create a client certificate out of that, and you can use that certificate authentication so that you install that client certificate in the client machine from which you want a P2 site connection. It will directly connect to the Azure Virtual Network. So that's the scenario that we will be doing today. Another one is radius authentication. Radius is if you want a local Active Directory, an on-premise Active Directory, or the Active Directory on the IaaS component want to do the authentication, use the radius authentication. There's another one option coming that might be with the high tier gateways, Azure Active Directory authentication. If you have a user in the Azure Active Directory on Azure infrastructure, you can use or leverage the authentication on the Azure Active Directory to get into this VPN configuration. For now, we will be using authentication through Azure certificate. So what we will be doing, since we don't have a certificate purchased from the vendor, so we'll create one self-signed certificate. It's not recommended for the production scenario. Since we are doing the testing, we'll do it. So we'll create two certificates. One will be our root certificate that will get installed in the Azure VPN Gateway, and based on that root certificate, we create a client certificate that will get installed on the client side of the machine. So if you are using Windows 10 or Windows Server 2016 and above that versions, there is a PowerShell utility or the PowerShell command with which you can create certificates. So these are the two commands. Yeah. With this command, you can create a root certificate that will reside into the Azure VPN Gateway root. Based on this root certificate, you can create a client certificate. Okay? That will be getting installed into the client machine. So what I will do, I will just open a PowerShell window with elevated privileges. I will copy this command. Yes. Okay. First, we will run the root certificate command. The name of the root certificate will be P2S root cert. That is select this option and run the selection. Okay, the certificate is got created to my current user profile. So I will just go ahead and check where the certificate got created. So I will just go to the MMC console, add and remove snapping certificate, and we select the user account because the certificate created under my user. Finish it. Click on OK, drop down to the certificate, go to personal store, go to certificate, and you can see a new root certificate got created. Now I want to create a client certificate, correct? Based on the root certificate. So I've using this command in the client certificate based on the insert variable. There is a root certificate mentioned. So it will create a client certificate based on the root certificate. The name of the client certificate will be P2S child cert. I will run this command. Okay, the root now the child certificate got created. See, child certificate was based on the root cert. Okay, that's a C authority of the root authority of our certificate. Now, basically what we have to do, first of all, we have to export these certificates. So we have to export this certificate in a SIR file in base input format, and we'll copy the content and we'll paste here in the Azure portal, right? Public certificate data. How we can do it? Let me show you. So all tasks will create an export utility. Do not export the private key because we don't want a PFX to be created. We'll be using a SIR file. Next, we'll browse where we want to save the exported certificate. We will definitely use the root cert and save it. Okay, if you go to the desktop, you will see a new root certificate CSR file is created. Now I want a client certificate because I want to give this client certificate to a person who will be installing that certificate into his machine and will initiate the connection on gateway. So I can click on child cert, export. Next, now I will click private key because I want a PFX with a password protected file so that I can share it securely with the user. So we'll enable the certificate privacy in the PFX format. I will give a secure password So protecting this PFX with a password. I'll browse, export, give it a name, child sub, save it, and export it. So now I can send this child certificate to the person and he will install it by clicking install PFX in his machine. Okay, next. And once you enter password and install it, this certificate get installed in the local machine so that the authentication can happen with the Azure VPN Gateway. How authentication will happen? The client certificate will look for the root certificate in VPN Gateway. But first we have to use this root certificate or copy the content of this root certificate into that Azure VPN Gateway. So it's a root certificate for raw data. I will just copy it. Okay, here I will just enter the name of certificate. I will paste the data here and I will click on save. Since I have created the root certificate and client certificate from this machine, I don't need to install this child set again. But if there is another machine that I want to be able to connect to the Azure VPN through to P2S, so I want to give this certificate to that particular person so that you can install it and then try to connect to the Azure VPN. So how they can connect to the Azure VPN? They need a utility, correct? Because Cisco, we need any connect tool. So there is one tool, Azure VPN. Once the settings get saved, it's saving right now, it will take 3 to 4 minutes. Once it gets saved, I will click on download VPN client. So it will download, it will give us a folder based on the version of our operating system configuration. We can download the exe and install in our machine. Once that gets installed, we can directly connect to the VPN gateway. Let us wait for this process to get completed. So whenever you do any operation on the VPN gateway, you should be patient because the settings needs to get reflected in the backend on all the nodes that Microsoft is managing. Okay. In the meantime, we will go ahead and see what is the local network gateway or the local network gateway connection. So local network gateway we create inside the virtual network gateway when we want to connect our VPN in cloud or our gateway or our virtual network in cloud to the on-premise site. So we will create a local network gateway. So Microsoft has recommended some compatible devices that you need if you have on your on-premise network. So all the manufacturers and the devices and the operating a firmware version, all the configuration details, all the scripts are already mentioned in the portal. The network engineer from the on-premise side can leverage this documentation to create a local network connections on-premise to Azure network. So all this Cisco, Barracuda, Palo Alto, Citrix, Fortinet, Juniper, all the router manufacturer of the series, if they have tested or not, what are the compatibility. So these are the recommended devices. But if you don't have these devices, see, if you don't see your device listed in the validated VPN table, your device still may work with site-to-site connection. Contact your device manufacturer. Okay, so you have these of the recommended always better. If you're not, you don't have, you can get one or you can contact your existing VPN device manufacturer. So we will see this option as well. Since we don't have on-premise site right now and the on-premise infrastructure, we will not be able to initiate the communication, but we will check how to create a local network gateway. Okay, so network settings has been saved. Now I can click on download VPN client. So once you click on download VPN client, it will take more 2 to 3 minutes to prepare the VPN client files based on the configuration that you have saved here, and a package will be downloaded in my browser, in my local drive. I will just then copy that files to my client machine, for example, here, and then I will be able to connect to the VPN. So authentication has already been set up. Let us wait to get it downloaded. Okay, so I will copy this file from my client machine from which I will P2S connectivity. I will extract the zip file. Okay, so under this you will get a VPN client if you have, if your operating system is in 32-bit, if your operating system is 64-bit, and if you want a generic one, you can use the VPN settings and all that. But we know that our client is 64-bit virtual machine or 64-bit client machine. Go ahead. Okay, so before that, I will just show you the network settings on my machine. So when I click on VPN, there is no option of VPN. So let us run this. Do you wish to install VPN client for VNet East US? So I'll say yes, and it will install it. See, now the virtual network East US option has been created. Click on connect, it will authenticate, and it will get connected with your East US. Okay, get an elevated privilege. Okay, right. So verifying password for P2S child cert. So it will look for a child cert and will authenticate with the root certificate in the VPN gateway, and it will connect the configuration. So now if you click on network, you will see you are connected to the VPN VNet east to west. Now I will try to ping the virtual machine in east to west VNet. I'm getting a response. I can RDP into it. Okay. So this is how you create a point to set connectivity. Now I can give this certificate to you guys to install it on local laptops or desktop and configuration file. So if you have two things anywhere in the world, you can connect to the east-west VNet. Okay, this is how we achieve the point to set connection. Okay, let us proceed with the next option, that is local network gateways. If you want to achieve connectivity between the whole on-premise network to Azure VPN Gateway, we use the local network. The site-to-site gateway connection is used to connect your on-premise network to an Azure Virtual network over IPsec tunnel encryption tunnel. This type of a connection requires a VPN device located on-premise that has an external facing public IP address. So on your office site, your on-premise site should have a router and a public IP that is exposed to the public internet, through which the encryption tunnel will get connected to the VPN gateway in the network, and then the connection will be established. So let us explore this option. Okay, let us go to east to west VPN gateway. We'll in connections. We'll add one connection, and here we can select site to site IPsec. So the option will get changed from virtual network to local network gateway. Since the destination network is the on-premise network, you have to create one local network gateway. I will give a friendly name, on-premise gateway. IP address. The IP address is the public IP address you have on your on-premise location that is configured on the router to which you are initiating this connection. So I will just enter a placeholder since I don't have any on-premise infrastructure. And this is the address space of the network on the on-premise. You see that when creating the virtual network, we used to mention a space, a boundary. So on-premise network, you already have a network configured. So that network space you should enter here. It might be anything. For example, this is your virtual network. Sorry, this is your on-premise network address space. So one thing to learn from here. So whenever you're architecting or designing the VPN configuration or the gateway configuration for the Azure and on-premise infrastructure, you should make sure that your IP addresses should not clash. If you have this IP address in your on-premise network, so you should not have same IP address or same IP address space in the virtual network in Azure, because if that happens, the address spaces get overlap with each other, and then your DNS will not be able to differentiate between the traffics. So first of all, it will give an error, it will not get connected, and if it get connected, you will face very serious issues. So make sure the address space in on-premise and the address space on Azure are different and not overlap with each other. So once I click here and click create it, it will take I guess 10 to 15 minutes to create a local network gateway. Once the local network gateway from here is created, so you will create a shared key, and according to the shared key, and configure it from the on-premise. Then the on-premise part comes. If you click OK here, the Azure parts is done. Now we have to go to the on-premise site, and then according to the manufacturer router, you will download the configuration from the Microsoft portal that I've shown you the Microsoft site. You will download the configuration script and install or configure the router from the on-premise site. So network engineers work will then come into the picture. So this is how you achieve local network connectivity. So till now, what we have done, we have created peerings in two different virtual networks through the Azure backbone infrastructure. We have created gateway so that our two different sites can be merged or connected with each other. We saw point to site if you want a particular client to connect to the VPN and enter the Azure network infrastructure. And then we have seen local network gateway where we can use on-premise to Azure connection of the channel. So the last will be express route. Will not be able to perform any lab activity because the express route we need to involve a certain service provider. So first let us see what are the express route connections. So if you see the site-to-site VPN connections they have limitations on the bandwidth and the latency part because they are using the public facing internet or public facing communication channel to communicate with each other. Your on-premise and your, you can say, Azure network If you connect with the VPN gateway or virtual network gateway through site to site, it will use a public channel to communicate with each other. So it will have some latency, but if you want a very high speed connection, a very low latency, you can use express route connection. What basically is express route connection is, let us explore this diagram first. So this is the Microsoft Azure data center, correct? And this is your network, your on-premise network, let's say. And this is Microsoft Azure infrastructure. You want to have a connection between each other that is very low latency and very high speed. So what Microsoft have is, Microsoft in all over the world have partner locations or partner edge locations where they have their internal networks peerings in over the globe. So what is, once you enter that nearest partner network or the partner edge service, your virtual network or your on-premise network will have a backbone infrastructure from Azure to connect to the Azure services. It can be used Azure or it will use Office 365, okay, Microsoft location. So if you want to achieve very high bandwidth and very low latency, you can use the express route, but you cannot use the express route to configure it directly from the portal. You have to contact the service provider. So Microsoft has tied up with different telecom operators all over the globe so that they can come and create or install a circuit in the partner edge and create your on-premise virtual network connection with the Azure partner edge gateway. So for example, if you're in US, there are many providers such as AT&T, Verizon and all that. I will show you the option here. So for example, you resides in East US, so the nearest partner edge will be in Washington, correct? Yeah, in Washington. So you can connect your virtual on-premise network with the nearest partner edge in East US, and then the traffic will be taking the internal Microsoft Azure backbone route to reach the Azure services, correct? So Express, you extend your on-premise network into Microsoft Cloud over a private connection facilitated by a connectivity provider. So you have to identify this connectivity provider. There are a lot of options. You can check which is suitable for your infrastructure. With Express Cloud, you can establish connection to Microsoft Cloud services such as Azure and Office 365. Connectivity can be performed on any IP network, any point-to-point Ethernet device, or a virtual cross connection through a connectivity provider at a co-location facility. Correct? Express route connection do not go over the public internet. This allows express route connection to offer more reliability, faster speed, consistent latency, and higher security than typical connection. Correct? You just have to connect your on-premise network to the nearest partner edge, and then the rest of the traffic will be traveled internally to the Microsoft data center. So you have an option what limitation of bandwidth you want to create a circuit. So from 50 Mbps to 10 Gbps, you have an option. And there are two types of billing: unlimited data and metered data. Unlimited means the billing will be based on the monthly fee. The traffic, according to the traffic usage, you will be billed. Metered data, you will be allocated a quota, and on that quota you will be billed. That will be a band limited connection or data limited connection. So let us try to create one express route circuit. I cannot complete it because obviously you don't have any service provider to initiate the communication, but you can at least create express route circuit from the portal. Once you create it from the portal, the rest, then the service provider you identify will do the rest for you. Networking, click on express route. Okay. Here I will select East US, give friendly name, click on configuration. So port type. Are you using or peering your network with Azure network through a service provider, or you are directly contacting the Microsoft? So they recently they have released an option called as directly. If you are nearest to the Azure data center, you can directly peer your virtual network to the Microsoft data center. Okay, and I will be connecting through a provider to the partner edge, correct? Or directly, you will be directly communicating or contacting Microsoft to connect to the partner edge. So I will just select provider. So are you creating the new express route connection, or you already have an express route connection in the classic model, the legacy model you want to import it? No, I'm creating the new one. I don't have any existing. Now the option comes is the provider. What providers? You can see ARNet, Airtel, ANS, AT&T, Netcon. So there are many options all over the globe. You can choose and identify which is supported. For now, for the demonstration purpose, I will select AT&T. Pairing location, since I am in East US, so Washington DC might be the nearest partner edge. What is the circuit bandwidth you are looking for? For example, I am looking for an 1 Gbps. Okay, what type of circuit? Standard or premium? So I will be using standard. Premium will be have more features, and the billing will be according to the price rate will be according to the premium circuit. Okay, I will be using unlimited. Allow classic operations means you have an infrastructure where you still using the legacy Azure services, classic services, and you want to contact services to communicate through the express route to the on-premise infrastructure. If you have that type of resources, you can click on yes. Since I don't have, and most of the customer will have ARM only, no classic resources, you can click it no, and next tags and review and create. Let us first check. We just create an express route circuit here. So our work is done from the Azure portal. Now we have to contact the AT&T team. Basically, first we have to identify the service provider. Once you have an agreement with the service provider, with the circuit installation and all that, we will create the express route gateway in Azure portal. And on the partner edge location, the service provider will create a connection here. Control resource. So we'll see the options here. Okay, provider status not provisioned, since the service provider has not yet provisioned your circuit, correct? Azure public, private, and Microsoft peering is not provisioned. Once the circuits get provisioned, the communication gets initiated. You will see all the details here. There is no connections here. Okay, so there's a new feature that is authorization. For example, there is a different organization altogether, and you want to give them an access to this express route circuit to which they can come into our on-premise network and utilize the resources. You can just give this resource ID to them. So they will create a VPN gateway, enter this resource ID and the authorization details, and they will be able to connect directly through this express route circuit. So it's like a trust, two-way trust we create in Azure, or we can create in Active Directory. It's like that. It's on a network level. You can give this resource ID and the credential details. They will create one VPN gateway and enter this, and they will directly connect to this express route. Okay, there is no pairing details. Okay, these are the things. Once the service provider initiates the connectivity, install the circuit and connect your network with the partner edge, you will get all the primary subnet details once you create the connections. So this is how you initiate the express route. Our today's session will be around the load balancing options or the services that Microsoft Azure offers. So we'll explore what are the services that Microsoft offers for our load balancing mechanism, how we can utilize it for our applications requirement, and we will see how we can make a decision what load balancing services we should use. So typically Microsoft is divided into several categories. We will explore it further. Today's agenda will revolve around our load balancing options. Okay, we'll see what basically a load balancing is, what Microsoft Azure offers as a platform as a service, PaaS service of load balancing, and we will see two options today, that is Azure Network Load Balancer and Azure Application. So there will be total four. The rest of the two we'll cover tomorrow's lecture, that will be on Azure Front Door and Azure Traffic Manager. Today we will be completing or exploring the network load balancing options and Azure Application Gateway. So let us first understand what basically a load balancing means. If you just refer to the figure here in the slide, you will see how load balancer, the mechanism fit into your infrastructure in front of your application servers, so that any user request coming from the internet or from the private network, depends upon what type of load balancing mechanism we are using, it comes to the load balancer's front end, and load balancers is smart enough to divide those traffic into the backend application servers, so that the load is evenly distributed in the backend, and there should be an efficient way of serving the request to the user. So this is basically what load balancing means. There will be a middleman between your application servers and the public internet users to just efficiently route the request to the backend pools. You say backend pools means the application servers running in the backend that will serve the request from the internet. Okay, load balancing refers to efficiently distribute incoming network traffic across a group of backend servers, also known as server farm or server pool. In Azure, we say it as backend pools. Correct? In backend pools, you define what application servers in the backend will serve the request. A load balancer acts as a traffic cop sitting in front of your servers and routing client requests across the servers, capable of fulfilling those requests in a manner that maximizes speed and capacity utilization and ensure that no server is overworked, which would degrade performance. This is basically the efficient way of serving the request. And if one of the server goes down, for example, in Azure, we created two web application server and created in an availability set, correct, to achieve a high availability. If any one of the server goes down, load balancer is smart enough to check that this server is not able to serve the incoming request. So it will not send a request to this server. It will only send the request to the application server, which is healthy and up and running. So there is a feature called as backend health check in application gateway and health probes and health check in load balancer that it continuously checks for the health of the backend server. If any one of the server goes down, it route the request only to the healthy nodes of the server. So that's the basic functionality or core functioning of load balancing. And I've also explained how the load balancing or the load balancer work in Azure site. We'll explore it more once we start creating it. So once we say that load balancing in Microsoft Azure, so Microsoft Azure has divided or categorized their load balancing options on basis of certain parameters, and that is global or regional or HTTPS, non-HTTPS. What type of workload you will be using. According to that, you can select what type of load balancing mechanism you can use. So global means your traffic is, you want to distribute your traffic globally. Your endpoint, your backend pool are deployed in global region. For example, one endpoint is in US, another endpoint is in Europe, and your incoming traffic is global, and you want to route the traffic in the global peers, in the global endpoints. So that's load balancing services called as a global load balancing services. Regional load balancing services is your incoming traffic from public internet all over the globe. We reach to the load balancer, but in the back end, the resources or the applications running are in the same region. For example, you are running application in East US region. You have two application servers deployed in East US region in the availability set, and every time the request reach to the same regional backend. So that service will be called as a regional load balancing service. HTTPS load balancing service means the incoming traffic, the gateway or the load balancer will be using only receive or intended to use with the web application endpoint. That is HTTPS traffic. It will only intended to serve HTTPS request. We'll be getting more features such as SSL offload and web application firewall, path-based loading mechanism, and session ability. What is this? This is totally a network terms. SSL offload means incoming requests are coming from the encrypted channel, HTTPS, but once it reaches the backend pool, it will terminate the SSL and will use an unencrypted traffic because this request has already reached the backend pool and now the traffic is secure. So there is a tier called as web application firewall that you can deploy with your application gateway, where there will be a basic firewall from Azure that will be merged or linked to your application gateway or load balancer, and it will give us a pre-decided secure protocols. The SSL protocols, the cipher suits will already be there to protect the malicious attack and SSL or offload attacks. So it will be merged with that. Path-based load balancing mechanism, we will see in an example what basically it is. It will be routing your request according to the path or the header you give in the URL. So that will be in the application gateway. A session affinity means, for example, if a user is connected to one of your backend pool, for example, we have two backend pool and it is connected to one. The next time it initiates the connection, it should always reach to the backend pool one. So you can keep that option session affinity on for a user, that once a request comes from a particular IP and reaches the backend pool one, the next time it should always reach to the backend pool one. You have this setting in configuring the application gateway as well. Non-HTTPS load balancing services are intended to use with non-HTTPS service that can handle HTTP or HTTP traffic in case of load balancer. So if there is unencrypted workload that use an HTTP front end, you can use the HTTP services. So on the combination of these four parameters, you can select what type of a load balancing mechanism you can use in Azure. If your service is global and you want to use HTTPS traffic, the recommended way is using Azure Front Door. If your traffic is global and it's non-HTTPS, you can use Traffic Manager. If it is regional and HTTPS, Application Gateway, regional and non-HTTPS, Azure Load Balancer. So in today's session, we will be completing or will exploring these two options, the regional one, Azure Application Gateway and Azure Load Balancer. You can use the combination of these four services as well. For example, you can use Traffic Manager for non-HTTPS or HTTPS, you can say incoming request, and you on back of your Traffic Manager, you can use Application Gateway. to secure your backend application from the platform side. You can use the combination of these two. You can use combination of these two. So according to the application requirement, you can use the combination of load balancing mechanism to achieve high availability and efficiency. So there's a basic definitions of what these four services are or based on. Azure Load Balancer is a high performance, low latency layer 4. You might be knowing there are 7 layers of OSI model in networking terminology. Layer 4 is the net clear. So it will low latency layer 4 load balancing service in one for TCP and UDP connection. It's built to handle millions of requests per second while ensuring solution is highly available. You can deploy Azure in availability zone to make it, can say, highly available. Application gateway works on layer 7. That is application layer. It requires or it routes the request to the backend pool according to the URL of the application header you configure. Traffic manager is basically based on DNS. So you can use different DNS names so that it can route to a particular global endpoint according to the DNS query it receives from the DNS provider or from the user. So there will be a DNS in the middle. It will translate your incoming request query to the backend pool's DNS CNAME. So this option we'll explore in tomorrow's session. Front door is the service that recently Microsoft launches. It's basically, you can say, a basic load balancer, but it has features of application gateway and it has some features of working like express route, you can say. For example, if you have deployed the application server in East US and your user is accessing that application from the West Europe region. So the request from West Europe region will not travel the whole route from West Europe to East US from a public internet channel. What it will do, if you configure your load balancing mechanism with Azure Front Door, the request initiating from the West Europe will first try to search for the edge location of Microsoft, nearby edge location of Microsoft. As you see, Express Route, they have many edge locations all over the globe. Microsoft have. What is edge location is from that location, the traffic will come internally. So they have internal routes, which is very fast. So once the traffic originates from the West Europe region, it will search for the nearest edge location in Europe, and then it will reach there. And from that edge location, it will reach East US from the internal channel and not the public internet. Correct. So it will serve in a more efficient and low latency way. Okay, that is Azure Front Door. So how would you make a decision what load balancing mechanism you would be needing? So you can see for this parameter, the parameters that we discussed, what type of traffic you will be using, what type of endpoint you will be having, what are the different SLAs of the different load balancing services, what are the cost. You can go to the pricing page and see the cost, how dollars you will be spending monthly or per hour according to the load balancer tier you choose, and what are the limitations. Limitations means how many rules or how many backend tools you can create. So there are technical features and limitations that you can refer and make a decision what type of load balancing service I will be using with the applications that I will be hosting on Azure. Okay. So first we will start with the Azure Load Balancer. Okay, so Azure Load Balancer operates at layer 4, as we said on the website, single point of contact for clients. So consider this as a public internet traffic coming into your Azure infrastructure, and you have a two-tier application, web tier and a business tier, considered as a database tier. So it's a web application, and these are the database. So your public load balancer or the load balancer will be working as a single point of contact for the request coming from the internet. First one, and it will route to the backend pool accordingly. Correct. Load balancer distribute inbound flow that arrive at the load balancer front end to the backend pool instances. These flows are according to configured load balancing rules and health probes. So it will be according to the rule we configured, and the health probe, as I said, it will continuously checking the health of all the backend VMs, and if one of the VM goes down, it will not send a new request to that VMs. It will only send to the healthy ones. Okay, the backend pool instances can be Azure virtual machine instances in virtual or in a instance in a virtual machine skill set. You can configure VMs or VM skill sets behind the load balancer. So basically load balancer is divided into two categories. One is public load balancer and internal load balancer. While creating the load balancer, you will get an option that what type of load balancer you want. Do you want a load balancer that will be having a public traffic from the front end, or it will be having an internal traffic? Internal traffic means a traffic originating from your virtual network or any of your peer virtual network. So if that type of mechanism you are using, you will be using an internal load balancer. Okay. Public load balancer can provide outbound connection for the virtual machine inside your virtual network, translate their private IP address to the public IP address. So public facing your communication with the internet will be done by the public load balancer. Is when we use the private load balancer, it will take an IP from your subnet in which you will be deploying that load balancer, correct? For example, traffic reaching from the public internet will be reaching the web tier or the application server and it will serve the request, but the application server needs a connection to the database VMs. So the public endpoint is not required since both the VMs, the application VMs and the database VM are in the same virtual network. So they will be using the internal load balancer where they will be communicating with the database VM. So two type of load balancer we can configure, public and internal. It depends upon your requirement and how your application is working. So let us now create a load balancer and see what are the options that we can configure. So let us first explain the infrastructure. I have already prepared the backend of the infrastructure because I cannot create a whole lab in our session's time. So what I did for the backend, I've created two VMs that is running in East US region. And I've created one resource group East US. Now I've already configured IIS on these two VMs, and when I hit the public IP, I will get response from these VMs. For example, I'll copy this new browser. When I hit this URL, I will get response hello world from East US VMware. So I've configured the IIS and a default website in such a way and edited the HTML file in such a way that it will give response whenever I hit the public IP of the VM. East US 1, and if I hit the public IP of VM app East US 2, so it will give me hello world from VM app East US VM app 02, 01, right? 02. Now I'm hitting the public endpoint. That's why I'm getting the response from a particular server. What I want that I should create a load balancer mechanism on top of this application server so that when I hit the load balancer, my load balancer should give me a response from one of the backend pool that I have created. So let us create a load balancer and configure our backend infrastructure with a load balancing mechanism. So I'll click on add load balancer, create, friendly name, select. Since this is a regional service load balancer, you should create a load balancer in the same virtual network and the same region in which your backend infrastructure is already created. So say there is a type. Do you want this load balancer to be a public facing endpoint or an internal? I will use public since I need to receive traffic from the public internet. Okay. You have an option to create basic and a standard load balancer. So standard load balancer comes with its own network security group and all that you can configure. Yes, you just try to keep the basics. Public IP address is the public endpoint that on which the load balancer will be receiving the public traffic. So I will create one public IP, give it a friendly name. Assignment, you can keep static or dynamic. Mostly in a production environment, it's recommended to keep it static, and you can then configure your CNAME or ANAME record in your DNS provider to get IP address. For the demonstration purpose, I'm keeping it dynamic. If you want, you can use the IPv6 addresses, but there's no need as of now. And that's it. We'll just create the configuration part. We will do once we create the load balancer. So it will take not more than 2 or 3 minutes to get created. Yep, load balancer is now created. We'll just go to the load balancer. All the options will be same. The essentials tab, the basic options of activity log and tags. Let us start by using the load balancer configuration. So front end configuration is the front end of a load balancer. Since it's a public front end, there is a public IP attached that I have created to it. Correct. So currently you can say used by is none because we have not created any backend pool yet. So this is the backend pool or the server pool on top of which you want this load balancer to be configured. So I click on backend pool. I will give it a friendly name. App pool. We'll select the virtual network. We'll select the IP version. What type of a load? Is it a virtual machine or a virtual machine scale set? Mine are virtual machine. I will click on add. Select both of these virtual machines. There is one warning that you should see that you can only attach virtual machines that are in the same location and on the same virtual network as a load balancer. Since Azure Load Balancer is a regional service, this is a must condition you should meet. Virtual machine must have a basic SKU of public IP and no public IP address. Basically, if you're configuring the virtual machine behind the load balancer, there is no need of public IP because your load balancer already have a public facing endpoint, so it will be connecting to the backend network. All virtual machine must be in the same availability set. There's one more point. Your virtual machines should be configured in the same availability set, correct? If you don't create like in a way that is mentioned here, you will not see the virtual machine options here. So these are the things that you should make sure you're configuring the right way. So I'm selecting my both backend pools. Okay. So I've added the backend pools of my application server. See, you can see now the backend pool has been created with these two VMs currently in the running state, their network interfaces, and their public IP addresses. Sorry, the private IP addresses from your subnet. Now you can configure the health probe on which the load balancer will check the backend pools are healthy or not. You can do port 80 for performing the health check in the backend. So this is the time interval. How much time, after how much time you should attempt probing the backend pool or pinging. It's like pinging the backend pool. So it's 5 seconds. You can customize it as per your requirement. And this is unhealthy threshold. For example, if the health probe tries to ping the backend VM and it got a failure, so how many times it should attempt so that it can declare that backend pool as unhealthy? So I've changed it 3. So if the load balancer pings or probes the backend pool and for consecutive 3 times it get failure, so it will declare this that backend pool as unhealthy and will not route the new request to that pool. Okay. Now health probe is created. So whenever you see an updating icon that we were saving, do not do any more operations because in the backend the load balancer is getting configured. If you do any other operation, it might get failed. Okay. Now load balancing rule. Create one rule. So load balancing rule distribute incoming traffic that's sent to selected IP address and port combination across a group of backend pool instances. Only backend instances that the health probe considers healthy will receive new traffic. Correct? Self-explanatory. So front end will be the load balancers front end. So I will be currently using port 80 for incoming traffic and the backend traffic. Backend pool with the two virtual machines I've created in EUS app pool. Health probe that I've created just now. Session persistence, as I explained, if specified that the traffic from a client should be handled by the same virtual machine in the backend pool for a duration of a session. For that duration of a session, that user reconnects to the load balancer, the same session or the same backend pool will serve that request. So you can configure it with the help of the client IP from which the traffic is getting initiated or client IP in protocol. So it's a feature. And until timeout is looking the time to leave message sent to the connection. So there is one option called as floating IP. So you should always keep this option as visible and use only when you are using SQL HA cluster. You know that there is a SQL HA mechanism, SQL always on, you can say. So there are multiple SQL servers that are connected at once. Only one is used and the read-only copy is on the second SQL server. In case of failure, the load shifts from the primary to secondary. So floating IP, what is floating IP is once one of the SQL server goes down, the public IP will shift to the next SQL server and only SQL server, the secondary SQL server will be using it. So whenever you're using some active or active passive type of a configuration, you will be using the floating IP. Right now, I'm just not using that type of a configuration, so I will keep it disabled. So within these 4 steps, our load balancer configuration is done now. It's up and running. So the rule says there is a rule, the port and protocol combination, the backend to which the traffic will be routed, the health loop that will be checked on those backend loops. With these 4 options, your configuration is done. I will show you what is inbound net rules later. So now your load balancer is up and running. You can use this load balancer's IP to just check which of the backend pool is serving the request. See, whenever I hit the public IP address of load balancer, it's now redirected me to the VM app 1. I have to try multiple times or in private mode to get response from. So I hit the same IP again, but I got this time the response from app 2. Correct. So this is how the load balancer routes the request to make the performance efficient. So once I'm getting request from the app pool one or app one, second time I got response from app. So there is no need of keeping the public IP attached to your VMs right now. I did it because I want to configure the ISN before creating the load balancer. Now I can use the load balancer. Correct. So what are the inbound NAT rules? First of all, let us understand what is netting. Netting is just a translation of the port and protocol. For example, if your incoming request is coming from a port, once it reaches the load balancer, it will translate that port and will route the traffic to the backend pool. Let us configure and see how it works. NAT is nothing but a network address translation. For example, let us see one scenario. These two VMs, consider these two VMs don't have public IP address attached. So I want to take the RDP of these two VMs. How can I do it? There is no public IP attached to these VMs. How can I take an RDP? You will create a jump service, correct? A stepstone or a jump box server that is exposed to internet, and from there you can take an RDP. You can use, let's say, Azure Bastion service to connect to the RDP. You cannot take the RDP directly, but you can take an RDP from any of the jump service. But there is another option, which is network address translation. What we will do here is we will create a NAT rule that will route the traffic from the public internet to the backend port on an RDP format. Let me show you. Just adding a rule. So let me keep it as RDP VM. Front-end IP address will be the load balancer's front-end IP service. I want to use RDP service, TCP and idle timeout. Or here the port on which the incoming request is gonna come. So I will keep it as custom port, any port that only you knows what are the ports of the NAT role. So I will keep it as VM1 and will select the internal IP or the IP sample of the NIC card. I will select it as custom. Floating IP will be disabled. The target port will be 338. What it is saying that whenever a request from the public internet comes with the port 50001 to the public IP of the load balancer, that traffic should be redirected to the backend pool PM1 on the RDP port. Correct? I will repeat it again. Whenever a request from the public internet with the load balancer's IP and the port 50001 comes to the public IP of the load balancer, that traffic should redirect it to the app1 VM on the RDP port. Request is coming from 5001, but it will be translated from load balancer to 3389. And I click on add. Okay, RDP VM1 is now created. Say an inbound network forwards incoming traffic sent to a selected IP address and port combination to a specific virtual machine. I will add for VM2 as well. Okay, in this case, I will change the port number from 1 to 2. I will select the second virtual machine SNP card and will select 3389 as a translated port. So whenever you perform a work with the load balancers, the gateways, you should be patient because it takes time for the settings to get reflected in the backend, because in the backend Microsoft itself want to make high available, and then the settings should be reflected to the all backend nodes. Okay, now we try to hit the IP of load balancer with the port combination. See, I'm redirected to the RDP. Now I can use the credentials that I created for as a local admin, and I can take the RDP of the VM. See, this is the VM1, correct, from which we are getting the response. So this is how I can take an RDP with a net in a net translated way. Same thing, if I change the port to 2, I will be able to take an RDP of VM2. Correct? This is how we use load balancers with the application service. So our load balancer as an option is completed. So the next service is an application gateway. As the name suggests, it will be routing or load balancing the request on an application level or an application server. For example, if you see the working will be same as the load balancer, but the way of routing the request will be different and depending upon the custom headers and the application configuration. So for example, this is my infrastructure. I have multiple backend pools. In the load balancer service, we have only one backend pool, and those are the two identical servers serving the same request and in a round robin fashion. But in application pool, what happens is you want the request coming into our backend pool to be routed according to the custom header. For example, if the URL comes with the www.abc.com/images, and if the URL comes in this fashion with the slash images, I want the image pool or the servers that can handle the image request, or I've configured it in a fashion that they should only handle the images request. The request should be routed to this pool. If the request or the incoming request is like www.abc.com/videos, so the request comes in that fashion, the routing should be done to the video server pool, right? This is the basic mechanism of Azure Application Gateway works. It works on the application layer. It takes the routing path and will route the request accordingly into the backend pools. With Application Gateway, there is a web application firewall that will have rules for protection and the attacks that you can configure it. And that's it. That's the basic functioning of the Application Gateway. Things to remember is you should make sure while you're using the application gateway, you should be patient, because creating an application gateway according to the tier, it takes more than 20 to 25 minutes, correct? It is the intended purpose of using the application gateway is for the HTTPS request, the secure way. It supports the web sockets from the application that you configure. So these are the features. Azure Application Gateway's web traffic load balancer that enables you to manage traffic of your applications. Traditional load balancer operate on the transport layer, that is on the network, the transport layer, the layer 4, and route traffic based on source IP address and port to a destination IP address and port, as we see in the load balancer. Application Gateway can make routing decision based on the additional attributes of the HTTP request, such as slash images, slash videos. Okay, this is the example, the slash, the additional attribute that comes with the request, it will be routed to the backend pool accordingly. Okay, let us create one application gateway. I will not create it because I've already created it, because it takes time. You cannot invest 15 to 20 minutes of session time by creating the app gateway. I've created it. I will just walk you through the steps that if you want to create, what options you will be getting. So let us try to create in another resource book. This one already have. So yeah, first thing, before creating the application gateway, you should make sure that application gate or the empty subnet is already created in the virtual network. For example, if I go to the west-west region, into the virtual network of in west-west that I've created, under the subnet section, I have a subnet created with the name of app gateway. This subnet should only be used while you're creating the gateways or the app gateways. It should be empty and should be used only with the app gateway. This gateway subnet you cannot use with the application gateway. This is only meant to be used with the VPN or the virtual network gateways, correct? And these are the custom subnets that I've created accordingly. One more thing that I have not set in the load balancing. Yeah, you said that I was hitting the traffic and I was getting the response from the backend was correct. So make sure the NSG rules get configured with the VMs allowing the traffic, correct? So here you say I've created an HTTP rules from the internet allow. That's why I'm able to reach the traffic in the backend rules. So try to make sure that is allowed. RDP, if you're not taking the RDP directly from the VM, you're taking the article from the load balancer, that you need to create a 3389 rule, because load balancer is translating that address. But if you want to take the article directly of the VM to public from the public IP, then 3389 should be whitelisted. Start create it here. Let's see if it's giving me an option. Subscription and resource flow. Okay, we'll select the location. That's the tier. We want the standard version 2, WAF version 2. So I'm just taking it to the standard. I will give you the pricing and the feature link in the assignment. You can just refer the notes there. So there is one more feature called as auto scaling in application gateway. If you want, it's same like the scale set and the app service scaling that we have seen. If you want multiple instances of the application gateway, if the traffic load is high, you can create it. You can keep the auto scaling option. If not, you can just go with no and just select how many instances you want to create by default. After the configuration, you can change this option and move to the, you can say, auto scale. Right now, you see availability option is grayed out because it does not support with the standard here. Okay. So currently, West US doesn't support the availability zone with application gateway. So yeah, there's one more thing to learn here. So I will give you the link as well. So not every region of Azure has every features and services. For example, this is the correct example. West US doesn't support the availability zone. So there might be another region, for example. When I selected the East US, we're now getting the option of creating zones with app gateway. So not every region in Azure has every features. For example, there might be a service that will be only available right now in East US and not in West US. So in future updates, it's gonna come, but right now it's not available. So you have to make sure while designing your infrastructure that the features or the services I will be using, first of all, check if every services that I am using is available in that region or not. Right? This is the correct example where you see that West Incast US availability zone is not supported. Since my backend infrastructure is West US, I will go with West US standard for now. So if you click on that, you will have an option to configure your web application firewall. Detection and prevention. Detection means it will give an alert if there is any attack or any malicious activity. Prevention, you can configure the set of rules that you want as a prevention. Standard VPN. Scale units will be 2 instances by default. Virtual network, I will select West US. So it will automatically detect the gateway subnet. So yeah, subnet. You can select subnet that are empty or that only contain application gateway. That's the thing. You should have a subnet that only has application gateways or an empty. Next, same as the load balancer, what will be the front end? Will it be a public, private, or both? So application gateway have the options to keep public as well as private on the same front end, correct? In load balancer, that is not an option. You can either create a public endpoint load balancer or a private. Here we have an option of both. So I can create a new public IP address. Okay, it will be standard and dynamic, sorry, static. Next, we will define the backend pools. So here we have to make sure one thing, our backend pools have different purpose. Unlike the load balancer, our application gateway backend pool will be separated by the additional attributes of the URL, correct? As we see in the diagram here. I want my incoming traffic with an additional header. So in our example, we'll be configuring this infrastructure, not this one. We have two backend VMs. One is supposed to handle the traffic of images and one is supposed to handle the traffic of videos. So I want to create two backend pool. One backend pool that will handle my image request, another backend pool that will handle my video request. So I will add a backend pool. I will give a name image. I will select the virtual machine. I will select which virtual machine. So there is a virtual machine name VM image app01. So I will select the nick card of that and I will add it. Okay. Then I will again create another pool that is supposed to be handling the video traffic. I will select the virtual machine. So yeah, you can see option. There is additional option in application gateway. In load balancer, you either can declare your virtual machine scale set or your virtual machine in a backend pool. But in application gateway, your backend pool can be any regional service such as virtual machine, scale set, app service, or IP address or custom IP address of any external endpoint. Correct. So application gateway can route the traffic in the backend pool from these of the options. So now we create a virtual machine for a video pool. Now we select an app. See, so incoming request coming to the application gateway with an additional attribute of image should be routed to the image backend pool, and if coming as an additional attribute of video should be handled by the video pool. Now the configuration. Our front end backend is configured. Now we have to configure the routing rules. Okay, I will show you this how we can configure this routing rules in the application gateway that we have already created. Okay, this is the application gateway that I have already created. So see, we have front-end IP configuration with the this is the load balancer. This is the application gateway that we have configured. We'll explore the options. Configuration, what type of configuration you have selected. If you have selected manual auto scale, if you change to auto scale, you can configure the minimum maximum auto scale. Okay, scale units are by default I've kept it to. Do you want a support for HTTP2 protocol? I don't give it right now. If your application supports HTTP2, you can keep it. Application gateway supports it. My tier does not support or does not have a WAF, so I can change it to WAF and enable the firewall according to the requirement. Okay, you can have your custom firewall in your environment and can route the traffic to the application. So that's also fine according to the infrastructure. So see, backend tools. I have two backend tools. One is image pool, where my image virtual machine is configured. There is one video pool that my video pool is configured. Now I have okay. So I already have two virtual machines created and IIS configured. So I've created a custom folder. Let me show you. I'm just connecting to the image pool. So in my root folder, just ignore these folders right now. Just consider it that I've created one image folder, and under that image folder, I've created a basic HTML page that says images the best use VM image app 0. So I have same like for the image app 0, I've configured for the video app 0. So why I've done this? Because whenever I hit the application gateway IP with a slash images, I will be redirected to this particular VM only. If I hit with an additional attribute of video, I will be getting a response from the video app. So I've configured the application servers like that on the IIS. So let us get back to the application gateway. The backend tools, image and videos, the HTTP settings. What are the HTTP settings from the front end you will be using? So I will be using port 80 to receive the incoming traffic. Okay, so cookie based definitely is nothing but the application gateway can use cookies to keep user session on the same server. So you know that whenever you try to access any of the website, then you get a warning that accept cookies and not like that. Once you accept it, and once you again request from the same URL, you will be redirected to the same server pool. Connection training is if any of the backend becomes unhealthy or it's a planned service update, you can enable it. So deregistering of the instance in backend pool will receive the new request. If you enable it, you will not receive any new request from the unhealthy or the planned maintenance backend pool. That request timeout is 20 seconds. You can override the path, but I'm not doing it because I'm using the custom additional attributes. And if you create a multiple, you can say multi-site application gateway. Okay, so you can change it to host name as well. Override the new host name. The settings are from that option. So I will be using the basic HTTP incoming request. On the front end, you can see two options, public and private. I'm not using private, I'm just using the public configuration. Listener will be based on what port and protocol you will be listening the incoming request and the routing. So for now, for a demonstration purpose, I've created two listener. Consider this as an image listener. This is the video listener. It will be receiving traffic if the traffic comes to application gateway through port 80, and then the associated rule will run. We will show you what rules are there. If incoming traffic comes on HTTP protocol on port 80, then the associated rule will run. So what are these rules? And these are the SSL policies, so default cipher source and encryption algorithms that come with the app gateway standard by default. It's secure. If you want to change these default settings, you can set the change in default settings. You can use the custom. For example, the minimum TLS protocol version supported by application by default is TLS 1.2, but if you want the newer version, you can select the minimum as 1.1 and 1.2. So only the TLS channel that supports this protocol version will be only allowed to that server the connection request. Any of the settings here. Let us check what are the rules there. So for image rules, I created a new path-based tool. Path means the URL path that I will be passing while requesting to the application gateway. I've associated that rule with the HTTP or the image listener, and the backend target for this rule is the image pool. Correct? And what are the attributes? The attribute is the path/images. Correct? So whenever an incoming request on the HTTP settings of port 80 comes to the application gateway, the backend pool that's serving that request to that particular port will be the server's image pool. This is the thing that setting says. Same for the video rule. If the settings or the request comes on port 8080 through video listener settings, the backend pool that's serving those requests on the custom path/video will be redirected to the video pool. You can create multiple targets selecting here. So this is the basic options. Right now our application gateway configuration is done. There is help probe options. There is URL rewrite. If you want to have any URL rewrites, you can do it here. Help probe, you can add help probe by which there will be a probing interval, same as the Azure load balancer. You can create help probe according to the host and the URL. There is one more option called as backend help. So right now it will detect the backend pools and will check what is the status of the health of the backend pools. See, there are two pools, image pool 1 and video pool, the IP addresses of the NIC cards of that VM, and on the port settings, both the VMs are healthy. They are receiving status 200 port, that is success. If I shut down one of the VM, I will show you. Immediately it will show unhealthy. Let us first check if our application gateway is working. So how the rules I have created. So see here. This is the public IP address of our application gateway. And for the images pool, I've created a HTTP setting with port 80. If I hit this port with this IP and I'll give you an additional attribute of images/test.html, I should get a request only from the image pool. So let us try. See, I'm getting a request from the image app pool. Even if I hit it from the incognito, you try to hit it from your machine, you will get the same response image app. Correct? Because my request is getting routed to the backend pool where only images servers are there. If now I try to hit the URL with 8080 and video as an additional attribute, I should get a request from the video app. Correct? Even if I perform it in incognito, it will still give me a response from video app. So this is how application gateway works. You can customize this IP to the custom record and then use it with the additional attribute. Right? This is the basic functionality of application gateway. Now let us do one thing. Try to stop the video, please. Stopping the. So now we have stopped the video pool. Let's go back to the application gateway. See, it is now probing. Once the probing threshold reach, it will show this as unhealthy. Let us try to hit the URL. See, I'm not getting any response. And since I have only one virtual machine running for the video person, that's why I'm not getting any response. If I have two virtual machines for each image pool and backend video pool, so I would have received response from the healthy virtual machine. Since there is only one virtual machine configured in each pool, I'm not achieving the high availability. Right? I still get the response from the image pool because that virtual machine is running. There is no issue with that. But in video, I will not. Sometime it will show itself unhealthy. And here in the overview tab, you will see a red warning here that the one of your backend pool is unhealthy. It will take some time, but it will declare that. No problem. So yeah, let's conclude our today's session.
So yeah, one thing I've noticed that while performing the activity in the last session, I've created one express route circuit. And today when I logged in, I saw the alert as I have only 7,000 of credits remaining, 7,000 rupees of credit remaining. And yesterday it was 12,000. So it's the express route circuit that cost me 3,800 rupees, which still got deducted from the free credits. But make sure when you're practicing the express route, don't create the express route circuits multiple times. So you're gonna reach the limit of your free credit. Okay. So yeah, that was today's session. We will conclude that. Thank you guys.
Jan Bass Training. Learn and grow.